And we're live. What's up, folks? How's everyone
We are
doing?
live. Hey, everybody.
Jens, Vigilante, thank you
Hey, hey,
guys.
hey.
Thank you guys for joining me for another worst of the worst wrestling talk. How you
Thank
guys
you for
doing?
having us.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, doing pretty good, Sasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Feeling good. Happy to stream with you. It's been a long time. So just happy
Oh
to
yeah.
be doing a stream.
I uh I kind of stopped streaming myself for a little bit. I was just mostly going on. I don't know. Do you know JJ? He's JJ, aka Sith Lord. We've
I
been
do.
doing a lot of
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
been
yeah.
doing a lot of movie streams lately, so that's kind of mostly where I've been. But I did a
Okay. That's
stream.
cool.
I did a stream last week. I'm doing another stream tonight, so I'm kind of getting my bearings back.
All right, cool stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought I was sub to Sith Lord because I've seen him on your streams and I've streamed with him through you and I don't
Mm-hmm.
even see him. So I
What up,
guess
Bone? How you doing, Bone?
YouTube got rid of him for me because that's what
Oh,
they do.
actually, his name is different now. Now his
Oh,
name
okay.
is it's JJ. He dropped the Sith Lord from his name, so because there were like 900 other people with the name Sith Lord in their name.
Yeah. I mean JJ is probably similar, but
Yeah, it is. Actually, but yeah, we're here for another wrestling talk.
oh, wrestling.
Wrestling, good old wrestling. By the way,
Man.
tomorrow's a Survivor Series. I didn't even realize that till about an hour ago.
Yeah, most people didn't. Most people did.
Because
I didn't realize that
The
till like
Survivor Series
yesterday.
sucks. The Survivor Series has been pointless since like the '90s.
Yeah. Um early 2000s I remember wasn't the first elimination chamber I think in the Survivor series.
Oh, the one that's Shawn Michaels one, right?
So, yes, when he came back he won. It
Yeah,
was
that's right.
RVD almost killed Triple H.
Oh yeah, when he
Um
frog splashed him off the pod and landed on his throat. Oh, that was fucking
oh
awesome.
yeah.
That was
Oh
awesome.
man.
I was a huge Rob Van Dam fan and nowhere near even a slight fan of Triple H. So I was kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, I was too, man. Sheesh, that because that was basically right before I got that Triple H just tossed me away from wrestling for 3 years. That that
I'm
that reign of terror,
I'm
that was too
sure you're
much.
not alone in that. I'm sure he did that. I'm sure he turned away a lot of people with his opening Raw with a 30-minute promo saying nothing.
Oh man, it's the game. I'm the
World
champion.
heavyweight title. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, Katie Vick ain't. You know what? I just left. We just ran into something. Katie Vick has to be one of the worst thing wrestling's
You
ever
know what?
done.
I blocked that out of my memory so much that I forgot about it.
Me
That's not on
too.
my
And then as
list.
I'm talking,
Oh no, wait, it
that's
is on my list. That's right. It is on my list. Okay.
okay. Cool. Katie
Okay,
Vick.
so I did remember it. I did remember
That's to me. I probably should have waited because I
it.
think that might be number one.
Yeah, we'll go into it more and more.
Yeah, we
So
could go a little later.
this whole thing is about the worst moments in pro wrestling. And it could be in ring or out of the ring. It could be something with a storyline or not a storyline, i.e., certain people's tragic deaths, stuff
Oh
like
man, I didn't
that.
even think about. I was yeah. No, I rewrite my list. This then
I mean, yeah, you could go from comedic to tragic. It's, you know, there's a whole field you could cover when it comes to the bad things in pro wrestling.
yeah. I'll keep a couple. Not I didn't even think about some of the tragedies. There's a lot to be worst of the worst, man. You could do
Oh
this.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You could make this the
This
goal
could
of the
be
channel.
yeah. Yeah, but then I'd just be like the YouTube version of Dark Side of the Ring if I do that then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's also true. They got a lot of stuff covered.
Oh, they cover a whole ton of shit. But all right, let's start off with Jens. Uh, not we don't have a particular number to go for on the list, but Yeah,
Yeah.
what's one of yours for the
Well,
worst pro wrestling worst moments?
one of the most worst pro wrestling moments for any wrestler and man, I think, would be when Ravishing Rick Rude injected his penis with Viagra and had to have his penis and testicles amputated, and then he
What?
committed suicide.
Wait a
Mm.
second. Where in the world did you hear this thing?
Macho, I mean, not Macho Man, Honky Tonk Man did a shoot interview where,
Honky Tonk Man is kind of full
Hon-
of shit in certain
Yeah, Honky
things.
Tonk Man's a
well,
crackhead. I wouldn't listen to him at all. And I'm not joking.
Yeah,
When I say crackhead, I literally mean that. Like
yeah.
he's
He hangs out with the Iron Sheik, so
yeah, he smoked. Because yeah, I thought Ravishing Rick Rude just died of a heart attack.
I thought he died from painkillers.
Oh, you might be right. I think it might have been painkillers. But I thought it was just like I thought it was like a heart. I can check that up. Look that up real quick. How did Rick Rude die?
I did hear that he was trying to make a comeback to the ring, and
Yeah,
that he was
broke his
training
back.
hardcore. He was training hardcore,
Yeah.
and he
So
probably added some steroids onto that. So
Yep. That's what they did back then.
yeah,
I mean,
shame too, because he was a great fucking character.
yeah, he was. So it was it was Rude heart failure, but let me look at the exact cause. So I thought he had a heart issue, but so it was a heart failure. People say steroids. I mean, I'm not sure.
You get some
Trying to
shots of
find-
Ravishing Rick Rude here.
Yeah,
well,
man.
yeah,
like
they don't want to tell the story that Ravishing Rick Rude injected himself with Viagra, but I believe the Honky Tonk Man.
I don't
know if I
believe a
do.
lot of the things I hear from the Honky Tonk Man's mouth, man.
No. I mean, honestly, in general, a lot of wrestlers say crazy shit in these shoot interviews. I mean, some of it's believable, some of it's just not. The death was listed as heart failure, and there was an empty bottle of prescription pills. So people assume it was an overdose, but it has not been confirmed publicly. This is what some random site I've never heard of called Wrestle Death
Nothing
said.
about it being intentional or anything, right?
Nothing about being intentional. I don't think it was whatever happened. I don't think it was intentional.
Well, have a look at Ravishing Rick Rude's operation history.
What,
I mean,
his medical files are available online?
Yeah. Well, no, there won't be, but I don't think so. But that's what I mean. It's not going to be one of them things that's going to get advertised, and obviously, Vince McMahon's not going to be wanting to tell everyone that.
All right. Well, he also wasn't working for Vince McMahon by the time he died. He was in
WCW.
Yeah, he was in WCW
Yeah.
at that time.
Well, whoever he was wrestling for, they're not going to really.
And he wasn't even wrestling at the time. He couldn't wrestle.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not surprised if he lost his testicles.
I don't think that happened, man. And apparently, that's a rumor that's out there. I looked up Rick Rude, Honky Tonk Man. That's something he's been saying.
I don't know, man. Honky Tonk Man, I think he's got some tall tales.
I mean, I've never heard of something.
Yeah, but I've been told. I mean, if you've got a reputation of saying stuff that's really crazy and out there, you won't go crazy enough to say that Ravishing Rick Rude injected himself with Viagra into his penis. But that's
Well,
what
if Honky Tonk Man had a grudge against Rick Rude and just wanted to slander him after he died?
Nah, I think Honky Tonk Man is one of them where he ain't gonna say anything they don't believe is true.
I don't know. Honky Tonk Man has said a lot of shit. He said a lot of shit.
Yeah, but it's because he's saying true stuff, isn't it? That wrestlers don't want it to be out there, so of course most wrestlers are going to say he's full of shit.
And also, a lot of these guys who do these shoot interviews, that's all they have is shoot interviews. They don't have anything else on the horizon. So
Well,
I don't know. I
yeah,
personally don't
you.
believe the story.
Well, there's people that don't believe stuff, and there were people that believe other stuff, and I'm believing Honky Tonk Man.
Okay. So that's your first thing.
Yeah, either way though, Robert McCrew died early, so you could say it was a tragedy because he was a great wrestler.
Yeah, was he even 40? I don't even think he was in.
He was at 40.
He was 40. Okay. I was about to say I don't even know if he was in his 40s or not, but he was at 40 exactly. Oh.
Yeah. He was youngish, yeah, just and middle age.
Oh, now I'm looking this up. Jim Duggan, who's not as cracked out, he said that he heard that Rick Rude tried to commit suicide.
Oh, really?
He didn't say it was specifically for that reason. Because now I'm looking this up, and now I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, he also could have been fucked up mentally because he couldn't wrestle anymore. You know
that too. I don't know.
No, because he was in great condition.
Yeah, but he couldn't wrestle though. Just because you're Diesel doesn't mean you can. He got injured.
His back was fucked up. He couldn't.
Yes,
wrestle.
he fucked up his back a few years before that. He had fucked up his back, I think, in like '94.
Yeah,
94 was the last. Against Sting. Against Sting.
Against Sting. They had a floating stage.
Yeah, they had that little step by where the crowd is. Yep. That little high step where the crowd is. And
but you still don't fuck up your back that bad that you can't wrestle.
Well, yeah, you plenty of people have. Plenty of people have.
Recruit didn't.
Yeah, he did. Dude, he didn't wrestle for years. His last match was like 1994, I think, dude.
I can check this out. This is a bombshell. I did not expect to hear this rumor, and it's a thing. I don't know if it's true. There's a lot of rumors. What's you gonna do? Hell, Wookiee supremacy.
How you doing, Wookiee?
There's a lot of rumors out there about wrestlers. I mean, I'm sure everyone's heard of Stephanie McMahon, Macho Man.
Oh, the Stephanie McMahon and Macho Man.
Yeah, I believe that one.
Everyone's heard of that. You know what? I think I'd say I could believe that one. I'd say that one. I'd say I could believe that one.
The reason is there was no other reason for Vince McMahon to hate Macho Man for that long. I don't think of anything. He let Hogan back. He let everyone back. There was no other reason that I could possibly think for him to just freeze Macho Man out for his entire life until he died.
And Macho Man was still a big sort of fucking name at the time when he let him go.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Also, Vince didn't want him wrestling. Vince wanted him to do commentary.
Yeah, I do know that.
Macho Man wanted to wrestle, but Vince wanted to keep him at the announce table.
Well, then probably Macho Man was like, fuck it.
If
I'm going to be announcer, I'm going to be knobbing your daughter. And he's like, get out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I have a tendency to believe it. I mean, because I can't think of another reason for him to have gone. Because the rumor goes that he didn't know when he let him go. He didn't find out till later.
Wow,
that was the rumor.
How the hell did he find out?
I don't know. Maybe Stephanie told him.
While she was fucking blowing him. It's like, oh, by the way, Macho, my dad fired you.
No, the other way around. He got fired, and then a few years ago, Pops, remember Macho Man? Yeah, he was really macho.
Well, did he fire him, or did he just not renew his contract? Or did Macho quit? Or did he quit?
I think it was he quit. If you remember, and it was one of the few rare things Vince did for anyone, but he gave him this really nice send off.
He gave him a send off. Yes, I remember
he
that.
Rarely did that. So I don't think he knew at that time. I thought he was still Macho Man's a good dude. He just happens to want to leave. Okay. I think it was later on that apparently that rumor got put out there, and he said, "Fuck it."
Oh,
So
yeah, but
I don't know if that rumor's
you
true.
always, yeah, but you always want to like keep your daughters sort of like, um,
Away from Macho Man?
yeah, oh yeah,
Away from wrestlers in general. But I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
she obviously ended up with Triple H. You know, she fucked some of those wrestlers. That's just, I mean,
Oh
that's just the
God, are you
reality.
kidding me? Come on, of course,
It's the,
of course,
it's the,
of
there's no
fucking
way
course she
around it.
did. Of course she
I
did.
heard she never stopped. Hot take. She that was another rumor out there that her and Hunter
She was riding the cock carousel.
well that like the Hunter and her was kind of like on some swinger shit.
Ah, okay.
Mm.
I
Oh,
don't
so
know.
then Tripp's probably, he probably did the deed with Trish then, right?
Yeah, and there's some fucking rumor, and this is complete rumor and innuendo, as they say. It has nothing to do when they say the worst. But some of the more younger, they not a little more experienced, but like Sasha Banks, Becky Lynch, and well, unfortunately Charlotte. But like there was a time where they were you would see them in like Triple H's epic entrances before they got like
Oh yeah. That's
famous.
right. Charlotte was one of the girls at his throne at one
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
So there was a rumor that maybe he had smashed them when they had first got to NXT.
That's true.
All sorts of rumors out there about them.
He said, "Woo!"
Yeah. Charlotte's not cute to me. I don't
No,
get
she is not.
It's too much like Rick, man.
Honestly, the one thing that Charlotte had are gone now. It's like she had. I'm not gonna lie. She had nice fake titties. They're gone now.
Did.
He took them out. They're gone.
Yeah, they popped.
Well, didn't they pop a couple times?
Yeah, I think so. She kept trying. She kept trying. They were nice. They were well done.
They were getting bigger and bigger. And now they're like gone. They're just gone.
Yeah. She kept doing. They kept popping.
They
don't make like sports fake titties. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they should though, right?
Yeah.
Like Nerf. They should like
sports ready.
Nerf titties.
There you go. Shit just always comes back. It just sponges back, no matter what.
But
all
right, Vigilante. What was your moment again?
Man, I don't even think I said a moment.
Just the first one you could come up with.
So I have kind of a dual moment, and it was moments that I thought were good at the time, but I've grown to realize that these moments actually ended whatever chance wrestling has of ever being mainstream again. And that is a dual moment. They technically were a few years apart. CM Punk's pipe bomb and Daniel Bryan winning the championship title. It's because these moments, even though I was getting back into wrestling at the time, but these moments enabled like this era of very like pansy looking wrestlers.
Yeah.
And these soft looking wrestlers.
Yeah.
And AEW has some good stuff, but a lot of it is just corny shit. And these terrible matches that everyone thinks are good because they kick each other for 30 minutes. And it's like the wrestling will never get a Batista or a Rock,
an Undertaker,
or Stone Cold, or Undertaker. Those guys will
we'll never
show
even
up.
We'll never even get another Bret Hart. We'll never get another fucking Owen Hart. We're never gonna get another Kurt Angle.
No. Well, you know what? There's one guy they're trying with, the Gable Stevenson guy.
Oh yeah, but
didn't
they try that with the other Gable? Remember Chad Gable from a couple years ago? Yes, I do.
They did try that with him.
They were trying to give him that, and they shitted it all away when they brought him up to the main roster.
Yeah, they did.
Just like they do when they bring everyone up to the main roster. But hey.
And actually, the guy they made Kurt Angle's son, which was also terrible, he was an Olympic wrestler as well, Jason Jordan.
Wasn't that so funny when they made a black guy Kurt Angle's illegitimate son?
That was so like I didn't even get, and it could have worked because he was a muscular dude. He looked like he could have been Kurt Angle's son, but he
also looked like about a foot taller than Kurt Angle.
He was a tall, because Kurt Angle's short.
What was it? Jason Jordan.
Jason Jordan. Yeah, I don't know if that's his real name, but I know he was an Olympic guy too. So they've tried that. They've tried to get Kurt. They've been trying to get another Kurt Angle since Kurt Angle. Even Brock Lesnar was an attempt at another Kurt Angle.
Yeah, but
'cause he
Brock
was
Brock Lesnar's whole thing wasn't "I'm an Olympic hero." You know, that wasn't his whole.
Yeah, it wasn't about the Olympics specifically. But I don't think we'll ever get any of those guys. I think, unfortunately, especially if anyone who watches AEW knows that the big guys get shitted on. So, like, they got a guy named Wardlow. They're starting to finally do something with
that
him.
waste of space.
Yeah, they're finally, I guess, starting to push him after just letting him waste time. They had Brian Cage lose to a bunch of people. Lance Archer. Well, I
See,
actually recently
Brian
saw
Cage, that dude is good. Brian Cage, they just, you know, no one can write anymore when it comes to wrestling.
No. And so, yeah, CM Punk and Daniel Bryan. There's so many of these guys that come up and they're wrestling. They just have almost this rapper thing. It's been my dream my whole life to be a wrestler. It's not a gimmick, bro. Like, what are you doing? It's everybody in the building's dream to be a wrestler. What are you talking about, man?
All right, so your complaint is basically the indie sizing of mainstream wrestling, right?
Yes. And I blame CM Punk and Daniel Bryan. Even though I'm not saying all of it's bad, like AJ Styles. I even like the Japanese stuff when it's done in Japan and by a lot of Japanese wrestlers, but it's a niche thing. It's not supposed to be. It's like an indie song, but it's not a pop song. It's not going to appeal
you
to
can't have a whole roster full of Rey Mysterios.
No. And that's what they try to do. And it makes and most of these guys are not like, some of them are really good. Some of the smaller guys, Sammy Guevara, they can wrestle.
I don't like that guy.
I was just about to say their personalities are
they have
off.
So many guys I don't like. Darby Allin. I don't get the fucking thing about Darby Allin. I don't get the appeal. Do not get the appeal of that guy.
I can break the appeal down. I'm not trying to disparage your brother, but it's like, we want Jeff Hardy. We have Jeff Hardy at home. Jeff Hardy at home. That's the whole point. That's what he is.
So he's fun-sized Jeff Hardy, basically, right?
Yes.
Halloween fun-sized Jeff Hardy.
Yes, that's what Darby Allin is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's true.
I don't think how many people, there's probably no one in the chat, no one who's going to watch this playback who really cares about AEW, even if they clicked on this, or who cares about a lot of modern wrestling. And I think, unfortunately, even though I liked it at the time,
I wanted to like AEW so bad. I wanted to like AEW so bad. Yeah, here's fucking Darby Allin. I don't get this, man. I don't get this. I'm not a big dude at all, but I don't know. I look at this guy and I feel like I could hold him in the palm of my fucking hand.
Yeah. I'm sure, like, he looks like he's in pretty good shape. I'm sure he's one of those guys that gets made to look small by a lot of the wrestlers. But then,
remember though, Sting though, he's like 6'4" though, isn't he? So
he can't be. No, he's also old. There's no way he's 6'4" anymore. He had to have shrunk.
No, you're probably right. He's probably like 6'4",
right.
6'2".
Sting is legit in his 60s.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, Sting is over 6'2", and so he is going to make most people look a bit small.
Honestly, if you watch him on AEW, he makes most of those wrestlers look small because most of them are
even though Sting is right. Most of them are.
None of them are not. They are. Most of them are not as big as Sting, even now. And he's right. He's probably not 6'2".
Guy they have. The tallest guy they have is probably Lance Hoyt, right? Or Lance Archer, whatever the fuck his name is now.
Yeah, Lance Archer's his name. But
it's Archer now, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Lance Hoyt was his TNA name. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's probably their biggest guy, and he's not. I wouldn't even say he's 7 feet. He's probably like 6'6", 6'7".
Maybe 6'7", 6'5", between 6'5" and 6'7". And almost to parrot my point without knowing it, Parrot Head asked, "Do we remember Doink and Dink?"
Unfortunately,
more people. I like Doink and Dink.
Nah.
I mean, for a kid in the 90s, which I was, they were marketed directly towards me. I did go back and kind of like the darker Doink.
No, Evil Doink. Evil Doink was okay. Doink. The original Doink, when Matt Bourne was the original Doink, and he would He would do like evil sadistic shit, and then they made him a
Yeah.
fucking children's mascot.
Original Doink was better. And then he came out to the little dark music.
Yep.
It would start off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it get all dark and he started looking all crazy.
Uh-huh.
So that was definitely the better version, but the one with Dink is kind of the more memorable one. People remember the
I
Doink
hated
and
it.
Dink pairing and the
Oh, I
fun.
hate it. First of all, I am never a fan of midget wrestlers.
You weren't a Swaggle fan?
Oh, good God. Well, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I didn't mind that little bull guy that was running around a couple years ago.
Torito?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was all right. That one was all right.
Man, it's
What
a wonder
about
that I mean, wrestling has SJWs, but some of the gimmicks they have are so racist. Like, legitimately.
They've had tremendously racist throughout the years. They've had tremendously racist gimmicks.
Yeah. And what were you saying, Yins? I didn't mean to talk over you.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just saying, like, yeah, the Arabs get the worst, don't they? Stereotypes.
Yeah. Even when they're not
boy.
actually Arabs.
Yeah.
I mean, Muhammad Hassan is
Muhammad
Italian
Hassan.
dude. Yeah, and now people have been kind of wondering. Because they just released a lot of people, and there's this guy. There's They have two Arab guys on their roster, and I promise you, they only have them for when they go to Saudi Arabia. And
the two guys
one of
with
them,
Jinder Mahal. Those
no,
two
not
guys
them.
brought back with Jinder Mahal. Okay.
I forgot about them. I'm talking about Mansoor and Ali.
Oh.
Mustafa
First of all,
Ali.
that guy Mansoor has been on their fucking roster forever. They barely ever use that guy.
He has, and he was more famous as a fucking meme. He's the guy from the "He Will Not Divide Us" meme. People called him Arab Jesus. If you ever remember that,
No, I never
Shia
saw that.
LaBeouf thing. So okay, when Shia LaBeouf had that "He Will Not Divide Us" when Trump got elected.
Yeah,
and there was like 24-hour cameras. He
here
was
in
one
New
of
York.
the guys
I was here in New York. It's in Long Island City.
Him,
yes.
Poe Blart. There was all these characters that kind of came out from it. And he's one of them. I don't know. That might even be how he got fucking signed, because he got signed not too long after that. I mean, because that was only the past 3 or 4 years.
Wait,
who are these?
That's
guys?
Monty Brown.
Yeah, I don't know how you spell Mansoor.
That's Monty Brown. What happened to that guy?
Yeah.
I like that guy. That guy was good.
Monty Brown.
Although when they brought him into crappy ass WWE CW, they changed his name.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm thinking of. Oh, no, that's one of them is Ali. Is that Mansoor or Ali? I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to tell them apart, and I'm not trying to be that guy. But yeah, no, that's Mansoor. So yeah, he's not. I don't think he's actually from Saudi Arabia. I know he's Arab. I could be wrong. He could be.
But your first thing you're saying is the Indiization or the indie-fying of mainstream wrestling.
Yes, I think that ultimately we can look back and objectively say that was a mistake.
Yeah,
we can say, hey,
yeah, it's a good point,
because
like I said, you can't have a whole roster full of Rey Mysterios. You can't have a whole roster full of Dean Malenkos.
No. And I think it would have been fine had they just kept it at CM Punk and Daniel Bryan themselves, if that was it, because they would stand out. They'd be the only two kind of smaller guys, and they would have the styles they have. But I mean, you talking about, they literally do have a roster full of Dean Malenkos. That's literally every wrestler's Dean Malenko. It's like no one wants to watch this.
What was the name of that one with the bow tie?
Bow tie.
He wears a dicky bow tie.
Ooh, a newer guy?
Well, a newer guy? 5 years ago. He was always getting smashed around like a bitch.
In WWE?
Yeah.
Wearing a bow tie.
I'm sure there's somebody and I can't think of.
Was it Damien Sandow wasn't really small, but this sounds like something that would have happened to Damien Sandow.
I think it's like
Are you
not
wait?
Spike.
Oh, I think you're talking about Drake Maverick.
Oh, that guy.
Because he Rockstar Spud.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
He did
shit.
have. I think he did come in when he was with WWE. He had a little bow tie and he was getting thrown around and all that. Sorry about my fucking thing. That guy, yeah, he sure did have a bow tie. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because like,
Didn't they do something where they fired him in real life and then they brought him back and like made a storyline out of it?
Yeah, they did. They did that last year.
That's kind of
And
a
then
prick thing to do.
He got fired again. And he actually made this really cool video about it. Like he was like very cinematic and very interesting because it's showing him really depressed. And he had another version of him is like trying to talk him up and try to get him, because he just got fired from probably his dream job twice now. And so I can't imagine he's feeling good. So, he had this version of him talking to himself like, get up, you've done things before, you've done everything you wanted to do, your story's not done. It's a really well done little video. So I want to give him credit for that. But
Did he
as far as
wrestle for them at all, or was he just a fucking mouthpiece?
I think at one point they start letting him wrestle on that 205 and live.
Oh, 205 Live? Oh, yeah.
205
Okay,
Live.
that seems about right.
And then I think that one little comeback they did last year, which was a somewhat interesting story, the fact that they fired him and brought him back, and he was fighting basically for his job, and literally, like that was not a work. He was literally fighting for his job. And then they fortunately, after a while dropped him again. So that sucks. But
they don't. They even like from top to bottom, they don't know what they're doing. They fucking wing it every week.
And honestly, they signed too many wrestlers a few years ago. I remember when they were doing it. They signed the fact that they got rid of almost 100 wrestlers and still have like hundreds of wrestlers on staff shows you they got a lot of people. And
not just that, but they'll still be hiring people.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think they're gonna probably be hiring people within the next week or two to sit in catering?
Yeah.
I think they do that where they buy all the talent up, don't they? Even the less talent ones, just so there's no competition.
That's what they were doing. They were getting
Absolutely
all this talent. They were getting all this talent to keep other companies from getting them. That's exactly what they were doing.
Mm.
That's not a well-known secret.
Yeah, and I think they stopped because I think they were about to sell the company. That's what I genuinely think, and they're just trying to get these books
that way. It seems
as neat as they can before they do, and that's why people unfortunately are getting fired, and it sucks. But honestly, in a few years, once this is Disney WE or Apple WD or whatever it's going to be,
NBC WWE.
It's probably going to be NBC. It's probably the
I think
simplest
it's going to be NBC.
I don't know. I don't think Vince McMahon will sell.
I think he will.
We'll see. We'll see how much money.
Because I think they're going to get a huge number. Because, like them or not, they provide something. A lot of and we're in the era where the Super Bowl is losing ratings, where the Oscars is losing ratings. The fact is, people still consistently show up to watch Monday Night Raw, and they don't consistently show up to do a damn thing anymore. So some executive is going to give Vince McMahon a lot more money than he deserves for WWE.
The same way he bought WCW for like what, $4 million?
Mm-hmm. And Vince is connected as fuck, man. He's connected as fuck.
I think he's so much into his wrestling.
That fucking.
I think Vince McMahon. Yeah, I think Vince McMahon bought wrestling just so he could be a main headline wrestler.
Yeah, but he also didn't step into the ring till the 90s with the Stone Cold feud, though.
Yeah. Which was actually great.
No, he did do a few wrestling, but he wasn't that well known as a wrestler. They wanted to he bought the company actually when everyone.
I don't know if he tried to wrestle way back in. I almost think you're right. I think his dad didn't want him to wrestle. And he just said, fuck it. Just you can be.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think you're right. I think he did try to wrestle in the 70s. I think he wanted to, because there's this one picture of him looking kind of like he's trying to be a little Diesel back in the day.
Yeah, before he started HGHing out in the fucking 90s.
Yes, back in the 70s when you really couldn't get that shit like that. Shit, man.
But all right, well,
Oh yeah, we can get to the list.
yeah, I'll go in. I'll start light. I'll start light before I go into the tragic stuff that I'm gonna mention.
Yeah, I started late. You know what? Since you got tragic stuff on your list, and I can assume at least two of these stories, for sure. I'm gonna take the tragic stuff off my list, and there's plenty of more to toss in.
Yeah. But all right, I'll go into Roman Reigns' disaster of a push. I'd say before it was before last year, because last year when they finally bit the bullet and finally decided to turn him heel, that's when people started not minding Roman Reigns.
Yeah,
And what was it about 5 or 6 years of them cramming Roman Reigns down people's throats? The crowd mercilessly booing him, and they still didn't get the hint. They were like, "You're gonna like him, no matter what."
Yeah, and now they turn him heel, and everyone cheers him
Because
because he's cool.
Funny how things work out, right?
And man, we brought up Rey Mysterio. To me, the spot of Roman Reigns' career is him throwing Rey Mysterio's son, Dominic, who I don't know how genetics work. He's 100,000 times taller than Rey.
Yeah, I know.
But he fucking slings his son out the ring, and the way the camera angle looks, it just looks like he throws him into nothingness. It's such a great angle.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about his son is that like he not only is he taller than him, but he also kind of dresses like Psychosis.
Oh shit!
His gear is very Psychosis like. It's not very Rey Mysterio like, right?
What the hell is happening those back in the 90s?
I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm not trying to imply that Psychosis is really father.
Yeah, he looks like Rey. He looks too much like Rey in the face. The first thing I thought when I saw how tall, but he looks just like Rey. I can't say anything. He's like a very tall Rey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seen this though? Apparently, a day ago, Roman Reigns has been suspended and Rey Mysterio's been fired.
What?
All right, this game
storyline. Maybe that's storyline. It has to be. Jeez,
that's got to be storyline.
You're right. It does say that. I hope so, because they don't have many people that anyone wants to see.
According to what I've just read, it looks real. If it is a storyline, they're proper going like all out to make it seem real.
They do dumb shit like that all the time on their stupid shows.
Yeah. All I see is when he was suspended from a few years ago. That was a big thing too. Him on steroids.
Oh yeah. When he got suspended for was it Adderall or something? I thought it was Adderall.
Yeah. If anyone remembers that story, it was really funky. So he got suspended for Adderall, and there's this guy. I think his name was like Johnny Bravo or something, which is a crazy name. But he said he was going to expose Roman Reigns, and he was going to expose the fact that he found him on his list for steroids. And then all of a sudden, right when he's about to expose it, he doesn't have anything. And I think Vince paid him off. I've always thought Vince went to the guy and said, "You're not going to release anything," because he just let up at the end.
Do you remember the Rumble from a few years ago?
Yeah, you mean when he got booed?
Daniel Bryan got eliminated in the middle of it, and the crowd wasn't having it. The rest of the Rumble, the crowd just took over. And they booed the shit out of everything that was happening. And what did they do at the end of it? They tried to bring in The Rock to try and get the crowd back. Even that didn't work.
Yeah. And
it was almost along the same lines of people for years calling for Cena to turn heel. They were saying the same thing for years about Cena. They were like, Cena would be better as a heel. Cena would be better as a heel. But everyone knew that he wasn't going to do that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking up the Johnny Bravo. It was in 20. 2018, but it was about something that happened in 2016. And this was a guy, he was doing a documentary on this Iron Addicts gym, which was owned by a steroid dealer named Richard Rodriguez. I'm going off a Wrestling Inc. article I found. So this is the guy I'm talking about. And there was a bunch of people linked to this gym, like Mark Wahlberg, Josh Duhamel, and Roman Reigns. And again, once he actually had something to release, he just kind of had nothing. I'm
So
like, I don't.
Either he was trying to get attention or Vince paid him off. It's one of the two.
Yes. And I guess the world will never know if he had something and was paid off or was just a jackass from the beginning. Who knows? But I do remember that story.
Well, first off, if your name is Johnny Bravo, you sound like a jackass immediately. So.
Yes.
Well, no, it's Johnny Bravo, the cartoon.
The Cartoon Network guy? The Cartoon Network guy?
Yeah. Well, he spelled it
even
John Bravo.
Even he was a bit of a douchebag.
And Johnny Bravo clearly used. Johnny Bravo always struck me, even as a kid, as somebody who used steroids wrong. Like
and
he was
also
steroids but got fat.
He was also Captain Me Too. Fucking Johnny Bravo was like the epitome of Me Too.
Yes, he was. You can't do that shit now. They'll never touch Johnny Bravo as a character ever again. So, yeah, and that is not the guy I was talking about.
I mean, I always chuckled at it, but
yeah, because it was funny, just like Pepe Le Pew. But now it's a felony. So
now it's
what do you do?
Problematic. That goddamn word, problematic.
It's problematic. How dare you be attracted to women? Not allowed. Not allowed.
But all right, that was my second thing to talk about the Roman Reigns shit. Jens, you got another one to talk about?
I'd say like one of the worst wrestlers I've ever seen was he's called I can't remember his name, but he fought against Ultimate Warrior and he got slammed all over. I was talking about this. He was just a small guy that like
Wait, are you talking about the Saturday night jobber matches? The Saturday jobber matches where there'd be some no-name dude with no music standing in the ring, and then the big name would come out. Hell yeah, that was the shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, you there is. And then Warrior just come down, just smash the shit out of him, and rush out.
That was wrestling at his best. They need to bring that back. Honestly,
the jobber matches were the shit, dude.
The truth is, a lot of guys I talked about with mine are actually jobbers, and they would have been jobbers back in the day, and they should be jobbers now.
Definitely,
some of them,
definitely,
at least half of them. Some of them are good. So the good one with talent.
Darby Allin would have been power bombed like 4 or 5 times by Sid Vicious, and then fucking put on a gurney, and then Sid Vicious would have wheeled the gurney into the fucking ring steps.
Yeah. And everyone would have said, "Oh man, Sid Vicious is a shitty heel," and everyone would have actually booed him because they disliked him.
Yeah, and
people would have made more money that way. So like that's how wrestling worked for 50 years. And they say
a lot of people also like to shit on Sid Vicious. I liked Sid Vicious, man. I liked him.
There's this revisionist history on certain type of wrestlers. Same thing with Kevin Nash, where not all of a sudden they suck. They were world champions all throughout the 90s and 80s, but now they suck because they don't do flips. Like, get the fuck out of here.
All right, well, I'll say Sid Vicious had a bit more in him in the ring than Kevin Nash did. I will say that.
I would say that too.
Because even as a kid, I saw Kevin Nash is pretty limited, you know.
4 moves of doom.
Yeah.
The knee, sidewalk slam.
The elbows in the corner.
Elbows in the corner.
And then he puts his hands up like he has the guy on the screen, and then he gives him the last elbow to the face.
Yep. Big boot.
Oh, he also had the standard. He had the standard corner move, where the big guy corner move, where he puts the boot in the guy's throat and like pushes his head back.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had the snake eyes. He also had the snake eyes.
He did do a snake eyes sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I
He
didn't
had
see
one
him
of the
bust that
crazy-
out too much in WWF.
Yeah, he did it more in WCW. I
WCW,
think.
yeah. Well, I think that was his
And his
finisher as Vinny Vegas. I think that was his finisher.
was it? I didn't
I
know
think
that.
it was, yeah.
I know that fucking jackknife he did almost killed people. It was just the most because he didn't try. He just lifted him up and just said, "All right, good luck."
He
Just
got
let
Big Show
motherfuckers
up.
fall.
He
He
got
did get
Big Show up.
And then the
But
second
not
time he
that
almost
time he
died.
dropped him on his head. Not the time he almost killed Big Show.
Yeah,
The first time I remember
first
seeing
time.
Big Show. Yeah, and then he's
incredible.
and then Nash is holding his stomach like he got a hernia from that. He probably did.
Had to. Big Show was every
Yeah,
bit
give
like
it to Big
7
Show,
foot
man.
500 pounds.
Big Show used to be worth something, man.
He was athletic. He had to be athletic to flip up to even help Nash to even do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I remember
yeah,
Big Show used to go from the top rope occasionally in WCW.
yeah, he did. Honestly, I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but to me, Big Show was at his best when he was the Giant in WCW
I agree. I 100% agree.
because he never quite was the same as the Big Show. I mean, he won the
Nope.
title a couple times, but like when he was the Giant, it felt like he was one of the biggest guys in the building. And then when they, had him for the NWO for a little bit, but when he left and he was a baby face, he was like really over.
But also, it was like completely new too. Like the Big
Yeah.
Show in general is like a whole new thing. It's like, oh wow, this guy, giant motherfucker, never seen him before.
Yeah, we literally hadn't had a guy like that since Andre the Giant. So when he came around, I mean, Undertaker's big, Kane is big, but they're not as big as like
Yeah,
Big Show.
they're not Big Show big. Yeah,
Yeah. So that was like, whoa, he was like spectacle big, just his size. So yeah, he was definitely to me better in WCW. Jens, did you ever go? I'm sorry.
yeah. He's trying to talk about the guy that he's Ultimate
He's
Warrior.
talking about these jobbers. That's right.
Yeah, I couldn't find him, but it's one of them where it was just a jobber that it was like, right, we all know Ultimate Warrior can't really wrestle all that much.
No, that's why
He's
he
good
was
at-
perfect for those Saturday afternoon squash matches.
Yeah.
So a jobber tried to try him. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was like jobbers had to go in there because no one else would wrestle Ultimate Warrior because the new all he could do was just bounce off the ropes and fly at them and give them like flying
Clotheslines and shit,
clotheslines, yeah,
shoulder
and
blocks.
So there weren't going to be long matches, so no one really wanted to go in there and get their ass kicked by Ultimate Warrior. So they'll just get these jobbers in. That was just.
Well, there's a lot of guys that have that aura about them, like the Road Warriors and
I was
Vader.
just about to say the Road Warriors. People thought the
The
same
Road
thing.
Warriors,
Even Steiner
Vader,
Brothers.
Steiner
Vader.
Brothers. Yeah, they would legit hurt people. They would legit hurt people.
Apparently, there was a match between Ultimate Warrior and Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant was going to fuck Ultimate Warrior up because he kept being too hype. And he was just like, he had him in the corner like, listen, motherfucker, I'm way bigger than you. I will fuck you up in front of all these people if you don't chill out. He chilled out.
Yeah. They didn't even put those matches on pay-per-view. They saved those all for house shows. They saved all those Andre the Giant Ultimate Warrior for matches for house shows. And after being able to see some of them, I understand why, because there was legit a match where Andre has his back turned. Ultimate Warrior comes in and clotheslines him and then does the splash, and the match was over. I was like, this is how you're going to do Andre the Giant?
Andre the Giant? You're going to squash him to the...
Like, really?
I get the Ultimate Warrior was big, but you don't squash Andre the Giant ever.
Not in 10 seconds, bro. Not in 10 seconds.
That.
Especially after the
minutes.
aura you built up for Andre the Giant, that he's like a fucking monster. And they used to have this motherfucker fighting like 4 people at once on these Saturday afternoon and morning shows.
Man, bro, they went like years without pinning Andre the Giant.
Exactly.
Like nobody pinned him. Andre the Giant and Hogan are still the most televised match ever. They did a Saturday night main event after WrestleMania 3. I think it was right before WrestleMania 4. Like 30, 40 million people watched because it was the rematch. I think should he may have been for the title. But man, I can imagine Ultimate Warrior versus Jobber. You can, yeah, like you said, there's a few other guys who used to beat the shit out of those jobbers and used to really fuck them up. You know who fucked up a jobber once on accident was Triple H because they didn't know what the fuck the pedigree was. You ever see that?
That pedigree where the dude's legs were straight up in the air.
Oh,
that one, right? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah, that dude's legs went straight up in the air like he was expecting to take a regular pile driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit.
So this is some of the matches.
Andre had the Ultimate Warrior in the corner.
I think that's him in the corner letting Ultimate Warrior know, like, listen,
I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, well, apparently it was like quite well known in the wrestlers that if you didn't like sell on Andre's fucking moves, he was
going to make your life miserable. Yeah, he was going to make your life miserable.
He was going to hit you for real.
Yeah, and apparently, if like with Ultimate Warrior, if he was a big dude and you tried to out muscle like Andre, he'd get like upset. And
well, Ultimate Warrior Ultimate Warrior was known for not lightening up. Like he did not like. If he's gonna throw a clothesline, he was going to throw a real clothesline at you. Like he was one of those guys.
Yeah. Well, Ravishing Rick Road was probably like one of the only wrestlers who could wrestle with Ultimate Warrior because he was good at wrestling, and so he could like teach Ultimate Warrior like when to,
Well, Ravishing Rick Rude was also a worker. Ultimate Warrior was not a worker in the ring.
Yeah.
No.
Ravishing Rick Rude could wrestle a 20-minute match. Could Ultimate Warrior wrestle a 20-minute match?
No.
Well, he could with Ravishing Rick Rude, though, because, as I say, Ravishing Rick Rude was only one who could really wrestle with Ultimate Warrior, and that's because I think Ravishing Rick Rude would have like beat the crap out of Ultimate Warrior.
Like legit. Yeah, he probably would have.
Yeah, he probably would have.
Yeah. From what I also understand, Ravishing Rick Rude was not a dude to fuck with in the locker room.
No, he wasn't.
And so it was one of them who would tell Ultimate Warrior, which not many people would want to tell Ultimate Warrior, hey, stop fucking around and do what I tell you to do.
Yeah, they had a long feud too. I remember that.
They did.
Yeah. Well, it was one of them where no one else could wrestle with him apart from Rick Road. So there was like, right, well,
basically handcuffed him to Rick. Handcuffed him to Rick. Absolutely. You deal with this for 5 months. We're just gonna count our money.
Vince still wanted him to be champion though. But yeah, I think that I'm pretty sure you're 100% correct about the Rick Rude. Like, was the only guy who was like, all right, I'll do it. And that's why he was. That was a long rivalry for the Intercontinental title, and I think there was still some rivalry even after he lost the Intercontinental title.
They also might have had some matches together in World Class because I know they were both in World Class at the same time.
Yeah, maybe
back when he was the Dingo Warrior.
Yeah, the Blade Runners and all that other shit.
Yeah, after the Blade Runners was when he started his Ultimate Warrior look with the tassels.
Yeah, it's a Dingo Warrior.
Yeah. But Rude was in World Class at that time too, so maybe he thought he was doing him a favor.
Maybe. Yeah, they definitely fought quite a bit. That's Rude right there. That's Rude right there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
but all right, Vigilante.
So I'm gonna keep it on the lighter ones. Because one that popped in my head that was pretty heavy.
So I'm just gonna take this down for a second, Jens. I'll leave it up to bring up, but I'll just take it down for a second while Vigilante's giving his thoughts.
So we all love the Attitude Era. It was filled with lots of wonders, lots of fun, lots of great things. It also had this character named Beaver Cleaver, which, from all I can tell, was an incest character. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It wasn't incest.
That was the gimmick, that this guy was fucking his mom, this hot mom.
The
That
guy
was
was
the whole
fucking
gimmick.
his hot mom that looked about the same age as him. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that was Beaver Cleaver. It was
Beaver
I'm
cleavage.
not gonna
Beaver cleavage.
Oh, cleavage.
One of
you're
the
right.
former headbangers.
Yes. If it's not the worst gimmick of all time, it's got to be in
It's
the
up
top
there.
5.
It's up there.
It's the worst gimmick that I can remember and recall. Even the Shockmaster, even all these stupid gimmicks, like, had something to them. But fucking Beaver Cleavage, I called it Cleaver at first because that's the
Yeah,
the
that's what they
namesake.
were playing the name on. Yeah.
Yeah, Beaver Cleavage. Jesus, this was the worst thing ever.
All right.
Ever,
Also,
ever.
it was very stupid that they like. All right, you expect us to not realize this is one of the headbangers?
Yeah, it was right after the Headbangers broke up, and he just becomes Beaver
It's
Cleavage.
like you expect us to not realize this is one of them. Okay. They do this a lot. They tend to do that a lot. Vince McMahon loves insulting his audience's intelligence.
They're dumb. Don't you know that, pal? They're dumb. They believe this shit is real. Fuck them.
Like taking Smash from
I
Demolition,
remember.
putting a Hamburglar mask on him, and tire marks. It's the Repo Man.
I kind of
Like,
like
no, this dude has the same exact voice as Smash. He has the same exact tattoo on his arm that Smash had.
What's yours is mine. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine too. Repo Man. Repo
The mustache was a giveaway because you could see it when he was painted on his face when he was Smash. You could tell he had a mustache. Yeah, and then so if he'd have shaved off his mustache, I don't. It would have been.
I know the voice, dude. The voice.
Oh,
The
yeah,
voice,
yeah.
dude. I'm sorry, the voice.
Oh yeah, but yeah. To a wrestling fanatic, then yeah, you.
A tattoo.
No,
a tat. All right. Back before everyone and their mother had a tattoo. This is also before everyone and their mother had a tattoo. So when someone has an arm tattoo, it's very easy to spot that. Hey, it's like the same thing they did with when they turned Papa Shango into Kama the ultimate fight. Yeah, but before he was Kama Mustafa, he was Kama the ultimate fighting machine.
Yep.
In the $1 Million Corporation. It was the same shit. It's like I see these tattoos.
At least they tried to put sleeves to kind of hide them.
Yeah, but they didn't even cover them up all the way.
No, they didn't. They covered them halfway, but he had the little white tee under, and that was the kind. I don't know. It should have been a long sleeve. They were going to do that.
Yeah. What up, Tommy? How you doing, bro?
Hey, Tommy. Greetings, sir. Subhumans.
How you doing, bro? Thanks for coming through, Tommy.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
anyone who comes through.
So, and do you remember what they ended up doing with Beaver Cleavage?
What did they? How did they end that gimmick? What did they do?
Okay,
I don't remember.
So, the woman who was playing his mother, they threw in some domestic abuse storyline.
Oh no!
And then they had it that a bunch of people in the locker room were like pissed at him and like trying to start beef with him, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. And then they decided to bring back. See, I can't remember which one was Beaver Cleavage. Was he Mosh or Thrash? Okay, he was Mosh. I see it now. Then they decided to bring back Thrasher. And Thrasher was the one who exposed that this chick was lying. And then all of a sudden the Headbangers were back for like 5 minutes. From what I could remember.
I do not remember that because it was so. And I watched the Attitude Era. I was there. And you're apparently that's part of the gimmick. Look at her face. Couldn't do that shit. You couldn't do any part of this fucking gimmick now.
What's good, JJ?
Hey, it's JJ.
How you doing, man?
What's up? Talking about
Oh
the
yeah,
worst of
you
the
see
worst.
her with the bruises around her mouth. Yeah,
Is that
yeah. They really tweaked it up there with the bruises around her fucking mouth.
It doesn't
Jesus.
look like that came from domestic abuse. How about that?
That
Looks like
came
that
in
came
with
from
drug abuse.
or swallowing too many semen. That's what it looks.
Definitely steroids. She's definitely roided up here, isn't she?
Yeah, she is over. I did not realize
Yeah,
she was
got
that
guns.
diesel.
He got guns and
Jesus,
fucking
this
shoulders.
is that Abby Smash shit. What the fuck is going on? It's the 90s. You know what I mean? You didn't see that. I mean, outside of like China Nicole Bass, you didn't really see the girl
No,
with like
you didn't.
crazy arms back then.
Well, I remember Ivory was kind of diesel, but she was
Yeah.
small.
Ivory, Jacqueline, they had some musculature.
Oh,
too.
Jacqueline was
But
diesel. She was like straight up diesel.
Yeah.
Fucking Jacqueline had Williams' sister's arms.
Yes, her arms are huge. I remember her fucking up Disco Inferno. Which honestly, that probably could go on the list of women fighting the men. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I could too, but my list is too long already.
Yeah, I can imagine. And there's so much to talk about when you talk about the worst of wrestling, talking about the fall of wrestling. I'm thinking of stuff to add.
Oh, Vigilante. Since you were on the subject of this guy, all right. Do you remember when all of a sudden after this was over, he changed his name to Chaz?
I do vaguely remember Chaz. Yes.
All right. And do you remember they made him a tag team with D'Lo Brown, and that Indian guy was their manager? And for some reason, Chaz and D'Lo Brown were wrestling in turbans.
Fuck.
Chaz there they are. There it is. Turbans. There it is.
Oh my God.
There it is.
Jesus. I do not. It's funny. It's something I don't remember, but when I see it, it's like that looks familiar because the color scheme and everything.
Yep, they were called Low Down.
Oh, I do vaguely remember that.
They don't have their manager here though. Tiger Ali Singh, I think his name.
I remember Tiger Ali Singh too.
Hey, what's up, Killy
really
Chow?
Good music. Hey, Killy Chow.
Killy Chow.
He did have really cool music. Jeez, I totally
they had
that.
That
was really cool music.
Yeah,
so I remember that music, but I only after seeing this do I remember this.
It didn't last very long. Like a lot of things in the Rolodex of stupidity, it didn't last very long.
I mean, but that, you know what? Say what you will, that was WWE style back then. They would try everything. It doesn't work.
There it is with the manager.
I do remember the shit now that I'm seeing.
Oh, that's right. They were just wrestling in like windbreaker pants before they joined up with this guy. I forgot. The other picture next to that.
Yeah. Some of the crazy shit they do in wrestling. Like, it doesn't even make sense. None of this
I
makes
like
sense.
D'Lo Brown, man. I like D'Lo Brown. When D'Lo Brown had the chest protector and he started doing the frog splash.
He did the frog splash. Wagging his head.
Down.
You're messing with the real deal now. Yeah, I just like D'Lo. What fucked him up, and actually it could probably go on the worse. And they never gave that thing the Iron Sheik when he came back. Yeah, they did.
Shifty gives him hello, and yes, that's right. When Iron Sheik came back for that Legends Battle Royal at that WrestleMania, I remember they were playing that music.
But what fucked D'Lo up was it Droz? A guy,
Droz.
So that powerbomb, some fan threw a fucking cup. It really wasn't his fault, outside of having that move, because I mean it's a running powerbomb.
Yeah,
but he
used to do it. Dope running powerbomb, man.
It was very dope. And after that fan threw a cup in, and he slipped and fell, and he fucked up Droz. I think that's what hurt D'Lo's push. Because remember, he was one of the few people to have European and Intercontinental title at the same time.
He's the first Eurocontinental champion.
He was the first, because I remember Angle did it.
And number 2 is
That's
Angle.
More famous.
I remember there was a promo where Angle was saying, he's like, I'm the first Eurocontinental champion, except for D'Lo Brown, but he don't count.
Racism.
No, I'm just saying
No.
like that was totally
I'm
like
joking.
Kurt Angle at his douchebag peak.
When Kurt Angle first started, to me, that was when he was most entertaining because he was so funny
Yeah.
and so like oblivious to how much of an asshole he
Yep.
came off. And that's what's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
He used to say shit like that and be just like a complete douche. But completely, he was such a great actor to act like he was so unaware of how douchey he came off. It was fucking great.
That's greetings, Shifty Gism.
Greetings, Shiftygism. Greetings, human.
Yeah.
Shiftygism. Are you sure Shiftygism is a human? He may not be. You never know.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your second one is gonna be
Beaver cleavage as a
okay.
thing.
Okay.
But shit, maybe I should throw in every shitty gimmick that we forgot. I mean,
Okay. I got all right. I guess you could say it's a shitty gimmick, and it's also a shitty thing to do. And I would never ever call me an ableist if you want. I don't care. I would never allow this if I ran a fucking wrestling company or
I
not.
already know where you're going.
Zach Gowen.
I already knew where you were going. Yep.
Zach
That was fucking crazy.
Gowen. Fuck that shit. That was
Can't,
fucking stupid. It was completely fucking stupid. And it did nothing in the end for anybody.
it's almost crazy that they did the Zach Gowen thing. So they're about to show it. It's a brother with one leg.
One leg.
And
one fucking
they
leg.
did the wrestling thing with him. And I think AEW, I think either recently had him or somebody without a leg when they first started in one of their early battle royals.
Arm. Yes, I believe he had
arm.
He was
That's what it was.
Arm. Yeah, that battle royal they had, right?
Yeah, because AEW's real SJW. So they even though they never push any of their black wrestlers, they never push any wrestler that's not white, but they're SJWs at the same time. So there's that. But whatever.
I thought they did a couple pushes for Scorpio Sky though. Didn't they?
I think they have tried to push him. They did try to push him, I guess. But I mean, and I'm not. When I say that, it's not like I'm a race baiting guy. I just hate when people go through the. They really, especially when they started, were really pushing the SJW shit, and they had Nyla Rose and that one guy, Sonny Kiss. And they had this the disabled guy in the battle royal. They were talking about all this other shit, and so they really went hard in that direction, just to like only use a lot of these characters as props for the most part.
Pretty much.
And so it's like, okay, this
isn't Brandy a hardcore SJW?
Yeah, she is.
She is. She basically puppeteers Cody, right?
Yep. She's underprivileged for being a fucking millionaire.
Yep.
So, and being able to, be like, she's been messing with Cody since they were both in WWF or WWE.
She was an announcer, right? Wasn't she an announcer?
I remember when I first saw her, she was an announcer. She was cute. What was her? Brandy something.
Well, she's not bad looking. I won't say she's bad looking.
Yeah, she's a cute girl, but she's annoying as shit. And she's a classic SJW.
Yeah, attitude kills shit, though. Attitude can kill looks right quick.
Absolutely. I forgot what her I mean, obviously Brandy Rose or Runnels, actually, right? Runnels.
Yeah.
But I forgot what her
oh wait, let's go back to the Zach Gowen thing. I was still
so
well no. I gotta finish my point about Zach
Gowen. All right, yeah. Then we could look at Brandy because she's, like I said, she is pretty good to look at. And Shifty Gizmo, I hope they push Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal's really good.
Okay. So, Zach Gowen. I don't even know if this guy was a fucking wrestler before they decided to bring him in, right? The very first thing I remember seeing them do with this Zach fucking Gowen guy, I think it was during the remember Hogan as Mr. America bullshit.
Oh, I do remember.
Yes, Hogan as Mr. America bullshit. All right.
That's
so
funny.
they fucking all right. So Zach Gowen is like a fan in the audience, some fucking shit like that. All right. It was around the time where they brought in Way Over the Hill Piper. It was maybe a year or two after the WCW purchase, right? And they bring in, all right. Also, one of the biggest wastes of talent, and maybe you could even blame this on himself because he's dead. Sean O'Hare. Dude was
Oh,
fucking
I remember
awesome.
him.
Dude was awesome. Awesome in the ring.
Man,
Awesome on
he
the
was
mic.
really sweet. He was
Awesome on
like,
the
he
mic.
started,
Awesome in the ring. Had a great look.
man, he was a waste of talent. I heard he pissed off Triple H and that was it.
I heard he pissed off a lot of people. Oh, what's up,
Is that what?
DBS? How you doing, bro?
Hey,
How you doing, man?
hey. So it was a lot of people. I know he had pissed off Triple H. That was supposedly the reason.
Oh, that's
Maybe
right.
you're
I forgot. I forgot AEW brought in Jay Lethal. Jay
Yeah, they
Lethal
just
was
did last week.
The Ring of Honor cuts.
Hey, and like I said, Shifty Gizm, I hope you're right, man. I hope they put Jay Lethal's a really talented wrestler. And listen, I'm not trying to call them they're racist. I'm just trying to call them out because they're the ones who push this shit. They're the ones they've talked shit like 70-year-old executives, racist executives, and shit trying to throw shade at Vince McMahon. Meanwhile, Vince McMahon, the WWE title this entire year has been held by a black man. First Bobby Lashley, now Big E.
Yeah.
They've given that WWE title to 3 black people in the past like 2 or 3 years. And
yeah, Kofi.
And Kofi. And I'm not trying to say Vince is Booker T did have it. Well, no, he had the world in the WCW. But I mean,
Booker T got the title
him.
way too late than he should have.
He did. But people still remember that run, that King Booker run.
Yeah,
That King Booker run. Oh, God, I hated that shit.
Oh, that was so funny to me.
It was funny, yes, but when Regal would grab the mic and say King Booker for 10 minutes, it was good. Oh, my God.
Charmel was hot, man.
All right. But anyway, so the Zach Gowen thing, I was going to say, when I first remember seeing them bring this fucking guy in, for some reason they paired Roddy Piper with Sean O'Hare. I don't know why, because that seemed to really kill Sean O'Hare's fucking push in the company. And you think it would have did the opposite with having a legend as Roddy Piper in your corner, right? But it didn't. Anyway, so they did this shit with, like, I think Zach Gowen jumped the rail during a beatdown on Hogan. And Roddy Piper grabs him by his leg and then pulls the prosthetic off and didn't realize that dude had one leg. And then all of a sudden this dude started showing up like week after week after week on TV till they made him a fucking wrestler. But I would never allow that. I'm sorry. I would not allow that. There's too much safety risk involved with the one-legged wrestler.
Vince is such a carny. He's such a fucking carny.
That is the carniest of carny shit too, right?
And Wookiee Supremacy has kind of I would say a hot take in the crowd. I thought I was the only one dealing out hot takes and getting shit for it. He says one of the worst moments was the Jerry the King Lawler and Andy Kaufman feud. A lot of people remember that feud, man.
But what's the worst about it?
That was the best.
What would be the worst?
How dare you?
The intergender champion Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, what would be the worst about that? I don't agree with that, Wookiee. What would be the worst about it?
Well,
it was Andy. Yeah, it was Andy Kaufman. Yeah, I'm saying, him being an asshole, pinning women out of the audience, and then like starting beef with Memphis's hero Jerry Lawler, and Jerry Lawler has to put him in his place. I don't know. I don't think that was a bad.
Honestly, that's something.
Granted, I didn't get to witness this unfold as a kid, but I don't think it's.
Yeah, I've seen the.
I think it was kind of genius and for its time. I think it's kind of like.
Yeah.
I think that was kind of trend setting for the time because that was pre WrestleMania where everyone depended on celebrity. Everyone wanted the celebrity stroke, right? But
yeah,
that was kind of the first one, right?
Yeah, and I mean, they convinced a lot of people wrestling was real with that Dave Letterman appearance, and they thought they went off script, and apparently the whole fucking thing was scripted. But like most people, I don't even think that came out until after Andy Kaufman died that the whole thing was scripted.
That it was scripted, yeah. Probably not.
They thought it was real, and he was. I mean,
that was kind of genius for the time, man.
Yeah. But if there is a worse, it did start the celebrity being a part of wrestling. It did start that.
Yeah. So you're saying if there's a downside to it, I
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, because we did end up years later with Snoop Dogg beating up some wrestler. I forgot who he was. It might have been Sandow.
We did end up with RoboCop rescuing Sting from a cage.
So it did open Pandora's box. That's one thing I will say. If there's a legitimate issue, it opened Pandora's box to where they had to start spamming celebrities. Some celebrities have done a pretty cool job. Some have not. Even people hate her. I think Ronda Rousey was probably the best thing women's wrestling ever had. So like, even if she annoyed people.
Oh, she seemed to really hate the wrestling crowd too, though.
Yeah, she hated MMA crowd. And Shifty Gizm, we did reference Katie Vick, but we're saving her for later.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that whole thing. Wait, then I say Jerry the King Lawler was a jobber in my opinion. All right, if you're going by WWE stand or WWF at the time standard, yes, but Jerry the King Lawler, before Jerry the King Lawler came to WWF, he was a huge name in wrestling because he ran Memphis.
Yeah.
And Jerry Lawler gave a lot of people their gimmicks. A lot of well-known people who went on afterwards. He gave a lot of.
Yeah, I'm a Lawler fan, and actually, you were talking about that Kaufman thing. For whatever fucking reason, Channel 38, I think WADL in Detroit, they will replay the old Memphis, like the old, in the 90s
territory shit.
They would replay Memphis in particular, and I saw a lot of that Andy Kaufman thing, and it was great. Because it was week by week. It wasn't like they started off. Kaufman was just doing his own thing. He was just fucking with the women.
Yeah.
And he was the intergender cop. Then eventually one of those times, fucking the king had enough. And that's when it started. And then each week it was
a build. It was a build.
Yeah. It was a solid build. And I think it was a good angle, but you know what? I don't know if that's what Wookie meant, but there was definitely a downside of letting all these celebs and some of the goofy shit that's happened.
Well, that's why you needed it. That's why you needed it in moderation.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give an example. Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow at that WrestleMania. That was fine.
Yeah.
You know why? Because we didn't hear anything from Lawrence Taylor after that WrestleMania.
Yeah. He did the Mania. It was probably the only reason to watch that WrestleMania.
Other than looking at the police reports, you didn't hear anything from Lawrence Taylor after that WrestleMania.
Yeah, and even that started to, in a few years from there, he got himself clean. So he's been. I think he's probably been clean long enough that a lot of people forgot how wild Lawrence Taylor was back in the day.
I mean, he wasn't too bad in the match.
Yeah, because he's a solid athlete. Did the shoulder block. It's kind of a hype little match.
I remember he did a lot of shoulder blocks in that match. But hey, whatever works, right?
And Shifty Gizm, I remember, I think it was AWA wrestling that ESPN had in the 90s. The classic wrestling.
AWA,
Yeah, because it had Mr. Perfect before he was Mr. Perfect. I remember seeing that as a kid.
Kurt Hennig and Scott Hall, they were a tag team.
Yeah.
And Scott Hall had this big goofy mullet. And he had a porn mustache.
Yep.
And he was big Scott Hall. And he wrestled in cowboy boots.
Yeah, I do remember that.
AWA was awesome. AWA was where I saw a lot of guys for the first time.
It was the start. It was Sergeant Slaughter. That's where Hogan
was.
First time
I saw the Road Warriors was AWA. First time I saw the Fabulous Freebirds was the AWA.
Man, AWA could have easily became WWE if they had Vince's money, because they had a lot of those wrestlers first. Somebody mentioned Mean Gene. Mean Gene was there, but go ahead. I'll let you.
People say Vern Gagne wasn't the best businessman.
I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, because Vince McMahon, he practically bought all the wrestling and made it sort
territories.
Of main. Yeah. He bought all the territories and then made it. He picked all the best from the territories and made that mainstream. Where, he just kept it more sort of in.
Well, when his dad owned WWF, although what was it? WWWF.
Yep.
When his dad
extra W.
Yeah, when his dad owned it, they were basically just running East Coast. So they weren't
Yeah.
worldwide, even though they were Worldwide Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, they were local, and I think that's what Jens is talking about. AWA was local too. A lot of that's how the territories were. They would be local to either a state or a group of states. So like the AWA was like the Chicago,
Minneapolis,
Minnesota,
St.
Minneapolis area.
Louis.
St. Louis. The Midwest was AWA. The Northeast was WWF.
WWF was
The
like
Southeast. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, Boston, New York, Toronto.
Yeah, the Southeast was Jim Crockett and mid
Yeah.
South.
Yeah.
Then the Southwest was like world class. We got Texas and all that other stuff. So that's kind of how it was separated. I think there was a West Coast territory that I can't think of offhand. So that's how they had it separated. And yet Paul Bearer is Percy Pringle. Yeah.
That's where I first saw. That's where I first saw him in World Class. In World Class as Ravishing Rick Rude's manager.
Yeah. He wrestled not wrestled. He managed a young Undertaker at that time too, like some of his first early matches.
When he was wearing a mask.
I don't know where this is. Just a story that has been told about Paul Bearer having been linked up with the Undertaker when he first started, and then obviously got linked up.
Well, I mean, I've seen a bunch of
yeah, I think that's him right there. You're right with the mask right there. I think you're right. The picture
Red.
right under him.
Yeah, Texas
Red. Yeah, that's him right there. That's Undertaker.
Yeah.
It's fucking Paul Bearer and Taker before they were Paul Bearer and Taker right there.
Yeah, he had a shit ton of names. Even before he was Mean Mark, he had a shit ton of names. He was like the Master of Pain. They kept giving the Lord Humongous gimmick. The Lord Humongous gimmick that was taken from the Road Warrior, the Mad Max movie, The Road Warrior. They were giving a bunch of people in Memphis, I think. Like I think Sid Vicious at one time had the Lord Humongous gimmick.
It's crazy.
I didn't know he was a wrestler. Oh. At least got into a wrestling costume.
That's a funny fucking picture. All right. Also, like occasionally, like the managers would get drawn into matches where they would get the shit kicked out of them by the face.
Yeah.
Like that even happened to Bobby Heenan. Yeah, Bobby Heenan was real good. I remember Ultimate Warrior beat the shit out of him and had to put him in a weasel costume.
Yeah.
And going back to the Andy Kaufman, Jimmy Hart was
Jimmy Hart was part of that too. Yeah,
his tag team. It was real
Jimmy
funny
was part of that too.
Oh yeah, it was real funny because Andy Kaufman can't wrestle, and Jimmy Hart can't wrestle. So just getting the crap.
Although I bet you Jimmy Hart did pick up some more things than Andy Kaufman did.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Jimmy Hart probably.
I have a feeling Jimmy Hart knows how to do like a headlock takeover or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but like,
by the way, have you seen what Jimmy Hart looks like? Jimmy Hart still looks good these days. Jimmy Hart still looks like old school Jimmy Hart. So props to Jimmy Hart.
That's Jimmy Hart. Yeah, I'm glad he's still here. A lot of people from that era are not.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
A lot of them that we're talking about are not with us anymore.
Yeah, it was a lot of cocaine in that era. A lot of cocaine, a lot of steroids,
a lot of painkillers, a lot of hookers.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry, ring rats. Sorry, ring rats.
Yeah, those guys lived a crazy life. That's why a lot of them ain't here.
All right, but that my second one was Zach Gowen.
All right, yeah, that was a mess.
And another thing I have to say about the Zach Gowen thing before we move on was that later on through the years, TNA decided to bring in a war veteran who had lost his leg during the war, and they fucking gave him basically the Zach Gowen gimmick.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
TNA, come on, man, that's not good. Like, this sounds terrible. This sounds fucking terrible.
But that was it. That was my whole thing on Zach Gowen. So Jens. Nah.
Yeah.
Next
So what's your
worst of the worst you'd like to mention, Jens.
Well, it was the best of the West celebrities. Like when Arnie went in there and he like
Yeah, he
clothesline
interfered in the
or just
Triple H and the Rock,
someone.
right? It was Triple H and the Rock.
Yeah.
I do
But like someone was hassling him as he was coming down, and so he just laid him out. But I forget who it was.
Who, Schwarzenegger?
what? I
Yeah,
gotta check this out.
yeah.
You've had the most interesting
Um,
ones, Jen.
Yeah, not the usual standard ones that most wrestling fans would talk about.
It's sort of like uppercuts him.
There's no way that he really did that. That had to have been fake.
Oh no, yeah, it's rigged. Like it was rigged, but because like I forget who it was. I think it was that one who pretended he was a surfer all the time and that. But whoever it was, they started like giving Arnie some crap about, oh yeah, you're just an actor. What were you doing here wrestling and that? And Arnie tried walking away, and so this dude like grabs Arnie, sort of thing. And as he grabs him, Arnie just like backhands him and like knocks him out and that.
I see him punching Triple H. That's when I Google it.
Yeah.
Did he hit Triple H with a chair or something in this match?
Might have done, but,
I know he interfered in a match because they showed the end of it over and over again.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that we say. It might have been Triple H then. It might have just knocked out. I think it might be Triple H then because Triple H might have been giving him some crap and he just knocks him out. But I remember him coming down and knocking out some wrestler.
Oh shit! It has to be Triple H because he backhands the shit out of him.
Wait, see what you can find on it. Yeah, so I'll be back in a second.
All right. I think it's Triple H. I almost want to share, but unfortunately, it just went away. Yeah, right there, he backhands him. Triple H swings at him, he ducks, and then he backhands him.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. Like he came. I didn't think it was Triple H, but yeah, it could. I know. Definitely, I saw Arnie take because like he used his sort of like punch that he does where is like just like a backhand sort of thing, isn't it? Like
he backhands him. He like almost bitch slaps him. This is kind of funny.
Yeah. And yeah, so it's like, oh yeah, right, Arnie. Here's what we want you to do: go down in the ring, and Triple H is going to give you some crap. Going to punch you, duck, and then do your famous sort of like backhand bitch slap, and Triple H is just going to collapse like a pile of shit. Like,
yeah. I mean, I vaguely remember this, but this is actually kind of cool. I mean, I wish wrestling was still this good and we cared as much about these characters as I mean, it looked kind of goofy, but it's still like.
Yeah, well, like you say, the actors aren't they? Some of them can think, well, I think he was aware, so Snoop Dogg, because his little.
Oh, Snoop Dogg was terrible.
Yeah, his little, because at least with Arnie, he's got the body of a wrestler.
Yeah.
And so when he's like beating up wrestlers, you're thinking, oh yeah, well that's possible. But when Snoop Dogg's doing it, you're like, fuck off!
He's skinny as shit.
Yeah.
Golly, he embarrassed the wrestler. That could almost be on his list. It was a recent. I want to say it was Damian Sandow, and he just threw him out of the ring like he was a joke. And I'm just like,
oh, wait, which
dude
one?
Is like 50. I think the guy was Damian Sandow. I got to look it up. Who did Snoop?
Who threw him? Schwarzenegger threw him out of the ring.
Snoop.
No.
Did.
Oh no! Oh no! That was Curtis Axel.
Curtis Axel was the guy. You're
That was
right.
Curtis Axel that
It's
he threw
Curtis
out of the
Axel.
ring.
It's
Yeah, I
fucking
remember
Mr.
that
Perfect
shit.
son, and you have
Yep.
Snoop Dogg throwing him out. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Mr. Perfect son. Jesus Christ. Like, what? They do certain things with certain people. All right. Mr. Perfect's son, Ted DiBiase's son, Ricky Steamboat's son, Davy Boy Smith's son. It's like,
Yeah. They just recently fired Davey Boy Smith's son for the second or third time.
and you know what? No one really even knew that he was back because I think he was just doing like fucking dark matches and shit.
Yeah, he did one little promo on the internet, and he hadn't came all the way back yet. He hadn't made it to where they were going to do something with him. They already fired him. Yeah,
Oh,
and
hello,
actually, I have the
How you doing, Sherry? Thanks for
hell,
coming through.
Sherry. And actually,
Jerry.
I have the moment that you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Snoop Dogg. I just had the Arnie moment. If you want to show that real quick,
Wait.
I'm showing it. There you go. So this is. Oh no, that's too far back. I'm sorry. Let's get to the. This is just like a cool match. Here is a Triple H and Arnie. If it'll play, you asshole. There you go. No audio though.
He backhanded Triple H.
He just backhands him.
He
Arnie
just
starts fucking him up. Shout out to the random black guy trying to look in. He's all mad.
He gave him a really bad kick too there.
Yeah, he did. There you go. And there's Stone Cold in the sales. Yeah. Wrestling. That's it. Okay, we're not about to get sued by WWE.
No. There was no audio there.
No audio. So that helps.
You talked over it though. You saw like in
The
UFC
transformation. So yeah, I think we should be good. We should be good.
All right.
So wait, is it my turn again?
Yeah, it's your turn again.
Okay, so it's time to kind of start to ratchet up a little bit.
With the tragedy?
Not with tragedy. I'm actually gonna, because I know some of the tragedies, I'll let them, let you keep them.
Okay.
There's enough. Not just, unless you want, I can take one.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
The two that I think everyone.
If you have something you want to talk about, like I'll chime in and I'll just skip that when I go down my list. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, there's the two obvious ones with Owen and Benoit. Those are
you just said the two top ones on my list. So.
Yeah, because they were on my list, and then when you said it, I'm like, you know what? I'll let you have them. But this was starting. This is when the end of wrestling started. When Goldberg, when they fucking the NWO was great, and even the Wolfpack was beloved, and the Wolfpack is as over it as they want to be, and Goldberg is over. You have Kevin Nash and Goldberg and Starcade 98.
You're gonna say the finger poke of doom, right?
No, I'm not even going to get there. That's going to be a separate spot.
Oh, okay.
Just Goldberg losing himself. We'll go 2 weeks later. That's another spot. 2 or 3 weeks later, that's a separate spot.
I gotcha.
Just Goldberg losing in and of himself to the shock, to the taser.
Mm-hmm. The cattle prod.
Scott Hall prod. I said prod. Taser. Yeah. Scott Hall with the cattle prod.
Fucking cattle prod, which is so stupid.
So technically, we are splitting this up because the finger poke of doom is on my list, and I'll get that back around. But I think Goldberg just losing the title to Kevin Nash in and of itself was the end, because Goldberg never really never became the same.
Never recovered from it. He never recovered from it. Even when he went to WWE, he never recovered from it.
He was never the same. He was never the same. In wrestling, I think when that whole process happened, it ended the chance for a true alternative for wrestling. That was the end of WCW to me. It was, and it's a series of things.
Not just to a lot of people.
A lot of people. And to me, it starts with Goldberg losing. The finger poke of doom will, like I said, I got something for that too. But just beating Goldberg with the title in that way fucked it up. It fucked him up. It fucked up a lot of alternative. It fucked up a lot for a lot of other people. We talked about Booker T getting the title too late. I think Diamond Dallas Page probably got the title a little bit too late as well. And Kevin Nash didn't need the fucking title. Hogan didn't fucking need the title later on. Goldberg, Goldberg should have lost to somebody else to grow them. He should have probably lost to Diamond Dallas Page or somebody like that to help make another star instead of just losing to Kevin Nash, who already was a star in and of itself.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like I said, we'll get to the finger.
Wasn't he also the booker at the time?
He says he wasn't, but everyone else says he was. And he was eventually the booker.
Oh, wait, he pins it on Kevin Sullivan, right? Doesn't he pin it on Kevin Sullivan? Everyone seems to pin a lot of stuff on Kevin Sullivan. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, boy. I didn't think you were going to go with that angle. But there's definitely something that we just referenced that gets pinned on Kevin Sullivan. And I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if we're going to talk about that angle. I tend to not believe it, but there's just there's two elements of that tragedy that are pretty peculiar. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Leave it simple. Goldberg losing in the first place, losing his undefeated streak. The way they did it, he had to lose his undefeated streak eventually. But the way they did it, I think, set up the wrestling business for failure.
Yeah. Yep. That's true. That's true, because that was the beginning of the sinking ship for WCW.
Yep. Because they were still just as good as WWE. They were just as beloved throughout '98. Everyone loved.
They had a stacked roster too, man.
Big Papa Pump was there.
All
these other wrestlers.
Both companies at the same time had stacked ass rosters, dude. From tag team guys to singles guys, main event guys, mid card guys.
It was great, honestly. It's crazy that all that eventually just went to waste in the grand scheme of things. And I think the first step to get wrestling, not as popular to me was Goldberg losing. That was the first domino, and then everything else fell. And we'll get into some of that later. And
they could have built it back up, but they didn't.
No. And
they could have given Goldberg his shine back. They really could have given Goldberg his shine back, but they didn't.
Yeah. Some of that's on him, too.
Maybe they gave him the world title like 2 more times after that. By the time that was done, it was like way too late.
Part of it is and whoever's idea, maybe this should have been his own thing in the list. Part of that reason is Goldberg fucks up his hand by actually punching through a fucking window.
Yeah. I always forget about that too.
Nobody heard of fucking what is it called? Sugar glass? Like you had your biggest star punch through a literal glass window, and then he cuts his fucking arm and he's gone for a long time. Right. And
the whole thing was that he had a piece of metal in his glove to punch through the window. And the piece of metal, I think like after the second punch, they said that the piece of metal like flew out of his glove, something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
There was some story behind that of how he fucked himself up. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a mishap by Goldberg with the, it was supposed to break the glass it was flying. It flew out of his glove.
Use fake glass. That solves this problem.
You would think, right? But no.
Because you can get that sugar glass a bit more thicker, so it looks more real. But it still shatters like sugar glass, so there's no spikes. It's more smooth.
But I think they said you see there's a moment where he goes into the limo to search around for what flew out of his glove.
You might be right. I gotta look for that. You guys talking about the vaccinator. Talking about Arnie looking in the chat. I thought that was
that's like Arnold hit him for all the jabs he would need in the
Yeah, he gave him the jabs early, but tisk.
Many jabs.
You need the job. Fuck you, freedom.
The freedom is my hand.
Be vaccinated for the rest of your life.
But so that's your
Yep.
Okay, see you guys are going a little bit different from the shit I'm talking about, so that's good. It's like we're all getting a couple different things. Okay, so I'm gonna go on ahead with my next one. Now this was kind of like the same storyline, and it was between two companies, and it involved two of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Kind of around the same time. I think they were both 98. I think they were both around 98. Okay, Hawk and Scott Hall around the same time.
Oh shit, they sure did.
One on Raw, one on Nitro. They're both coming out acting like they're fucking trashed. They both come out to the ring, wrestling matches, acting like they're trashed out of their minds. Supposedly, these were both storylines that were taken from their real life problems.
Mm-hmm.
That the geniuses decided we're going to expose this on television, and we're going to make like wrestling storylines out of your real life problems, and we're gonna get viewers and blah blah blah. We're gonna get ratings, all this shit. You're kind of fucking with people's real problems.
Yeah, I think
Jerry
exact in
Springer.
both cases.
Yeah,
Both of them got worse.
Yeah.
God, I forgot about that until you mentioned it.
Yeah, they did it around the same time. I remember they did
Sure
it around the same time.
It was late,
And it was
98.
really bothering to me was like these were two of my favorite wrestlers.
They're two a lot of people's favorite wrestlers. I mean,
Because the
fucking
Road Warriors are
and
my
Razor Ramon.
favorite tag team of all time, and Razor Ramon is one of my favorite singles wrestlers. Well, Razor Ramon, Scott Hall, whatever the fuck you want to call him. He's also one of my favorites. And it's kind of disheartening to see them like making light of their actual, and especially years later when you go on the internet and you see what happened when you get the details of what happened in there, like, oh, they made real life stories out of these guys. They made storylines out of these guys' real life problems. Scummy?
Yeah.
It's
Very
scummy, right?
It's so carny shitty. It's completely shitty. And fucking doesn't Animal or was it Hawk or Animal?
Yeah, Animal just died.
Animal just died. Oh man.
Hawk died years ago. Hawk died
But yet
2003.
But he died, yeah, I was about to say he died not too long after that though, right?
Hawk died in 2003, and I think it was right after. It was when Eric Bischoff was still running. Still not running when he was still on Raw, and it was Kane and Rob Van Dam as the tag team champions, and they brought in the Road Warriors for like one last hurrah match. And not too long after that, Hawk died.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that was definitely shitty for both companies. And I forgot, you're right. They were both around the same time. Definitely fucking dog shitty. Definitely dog shitty.
You know, you kind of pissing in people's faces by making light of their. All right, it could be one or two things. It could be one of two things. It could be one of, all right, you want to keep your job, then we're going to humiliate you on television and expose your real life problems. Or it could just be that, like that could be a punishment, right? Or it could just be that, hey, you have a real life problem? Hey, let's make lemons out of lemonade and get ratings. It could be one of the two things. It could be a punishment, or it could be like people just trying to sensationalize shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Either way, it's just fucked up. It's like, what would make you think to do that in the first? But you know what? That was, like you said, you mentioned Jerry Springer. That was the era of like Jerry Springer, Howard Stern.
Yep.
A lot of that kind of scummy shit was like really popular.
What do they call it? Car crash television? Is that what?
Crash TV. Crash TV. Because it's like a car crash. That's the idea. Like, oh, people can't turn away. It's like a rubberneck. That's where, and I mean, we still have that thing. We got the Maury Show. We got YouTube.
Yeah.
We got this shit. There's still that element to that.
In general, yeah. Oh, we have Twitter.
Yeah. Twitter. So it's much shittier stuff. But yeah, that was the whole gimmick. Is like, oh, people like seeing this crazy, cringy stuff. The TikToks, we have stuff like that now, but it's just not necessarily. It's still kind of mainstream, but it's just done differently now. That was.
But I put those two in the same category because they happened around the same time, and it was the same storyline basically.
Yeah. So yeah, fucked up. Jens, I don't know if you have any more.
Jens,
I guess.
you got any other weird ones?
Oh. You say women's wrestling in general. That's who was that female wrestler again? Because
Talk about from now or from back in the day?
From that, like, SJW, you said.
Brandy Rose.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not really. I guess she is a wrestler too, but she's more of a personality.
She's like barely a wrestler, right? I mean,
Yeah,
she's
barely.
had matches.
Yeah.
She's had matches, but she's barely a wrestler, right?
Yeah, she's much more of a personality. You know what, Jens? I'm gonna add to it when they stopped the bra and panties matches and they stopped the sexuality with women.
Yeah.
That definitely, because they're like, even then she's still pretty hot, but like,
Yeah, she ain't bad looking.
so women's wrestling used to be about the sex appeal, and that was out open.
Yeah.
Not always.
But not always. But you know,
The 80s, in the 80s, a lot of the women that were women's wrestlers, and no disrespect to them, a lot of the women looked like bags of laundry. And Wendy Richter was the only pretty much attractive one out of all of them.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I will say, kind of.
No, I'm talking about
that's
80s.
That's 90.
I'm talking about 80s.
Yeah.
The 80s and the
I
early.
just want to put.
All right, Trish Stratus is a good example. Trish Stratus did start out just as TNA. She started out just as eye candy.
Mm-hmm.
But as the years went on, Trish Stratus actually became a good fucking wrestler.
She did.
She actually became good in the fucking ring. Compared to like when you see her early, like trying to wrestle, she looked like she didn't know shit. But by the time
the stratosphere, you remember her finish move? The stratosphere.
Yeah, that bulldog, that springboard bulldog off the turnbuckle. She became good. She actually became a good wrestler.
Yeah, she did. I do think though, like they lost something. Like, okay, some of the 80s wrestlers, the women's wrestlers, they had that Carney, you know, even early 90s Luna Vachon, who still looked pretty good, honestly, when you look back at it. But like,
oh my god, I never thought Luna Vachon looked good.
She had an ass on her, man. So the face was,
everything else, I guess, was distracting me. That voice.
I remember watching like an old school one, probably WrestleMania 10, like as an adult, and noticed like, God damn, Luna Vachon had an ass. I didn't notice that back then. Because you know, when you're like younger, you're like, oh, ugly, scary woman. But now you look like, whoa, she was packing. So she was.
I guess I was just looking at the wrong places.
Yeah, her face, you know, no disrespect. I think I'm pretty sure she's passed. I think they just did a Dark Side of the Ring.
She's another one that. Oh, that's right. They did recently do a Dark Side of the Ring on her, didn't they?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things I didn't notice how attractive she was until she was older. And Miss Elizabeth, again, that's another one. She was in the 80s, and it was really about. She wasn't a wrestler. She was a personality.
She never wrestled a match, though. She never wrestled a match.
Yeah, she was a
honestly. I also have to say that
she did.
She never wrestled a match.
Did she?
She got she did. She got like knocked out when like she wasn't wrestling.
That's what I'm saying. She never wrestled a match. Oh yeah, there were times when she got thrown around and stuff.
Yeah. She could like sell it.
Yeah, I'm sure she did training to know how to fall, take a bump and shit like that.
Okay, also here's my take on Elizabeth. Elizabeth was hot, yeah. but I thought Elizabeth was a lot hotter when she was wearing those tight leather slutty dresses when she was part of the NWO. When
Evil
she
Elizabeth.
Yes. Oh, I love these. Oh, Evil Elizabeth was so fucking hot. Oh my god. They used to
Honestly,
put
Evil
her in
Elizabeth.
the tightest leather
Yes.
outfits, and she started filling out. I mean, I guess she got implants or whatever, but I don't know. I liked her
Things
better. That
popping
way.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. NWO Elizabeth.
Man, Elizabeth should have red pilled me about women then. Like they want the bad guy. Because it was jarring because she was this sweet, innocent character, and then it's like
Yep.
what?
Yep. And then
Miss
she goes to,
Elizabeth,
and then she goes to this. Yep.
you're not supposed to be like that. I should have known then. If I only knew then, what I knew now. But again, women, their sex appeal was a huge part of the character. Even Trish
Yeah,
Stratus,
it
who
was.
learned how to wrestle, their sex appeal was a huge part of their character. Outside of, and Sasha Banks it's not a part of her character, but she does little shit on her interest that she's trying to show her body off, and she wears certain outfits. But outside of that, most of these women are trying to almost cover up, and they're trying to downplay their sexuality. And if you say one of them are hot, then you're a bigot. And they're
Yeah.
SJWs.
You're an incel basement dweller.
Yeah, and they've really
It's like, oh,
scared off.
sorry, you look good in your tight outfit. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a few that will take an Instagram photo or what, but a lot of it's not in their character. They don't put, and I get it though. I mean, in this day and age, you don't want to deal with the backlash. You don't want to deal with, and the few characters they did try to have, Eva Marie, they try to have like some sexuality to her character, and there was backlash on Twitter. There were people saying, "Oh, misogyny, this, that, and the third." So I think, you joked and said women's wrestling. I definitely think taking the sexuality out of women's wrestling was definitely a negative, definitely a massive negative. And you can still have girls. Sasha Banks knows how to wrestle, but she's fucking hot, and I like seeing her body.
I don't think so. See, I don't think so. I don't get me wrong. With Sasha Banks, I would, but I don't think she's like. I don't think she's Alexa Bliss level hot.
Alexa Bliss, even though Alexa Bliss, I'm
Bliss.
not trying to be a judge. She's starting to age a little. She's still cute, still sexy as fuck.
Well, I don't like the stupid shit they did with her now, but whatever.
Yeah, they kind of fucked her up when they tried to keep the Bray Wyatt thing going. But yeah, she's definitely hot. And when she first came up, Alexa Bliss was so fucking hot.
Jesus. All right. So you were watching NXT at that time, right? Do you remember she was managing those two idiots, Murphy and Blake, right?
I do remember that. She was dating one of them.
Yeah, she was dating one of them. Yes. The Australian one, I think. Was she dating the Australian one?
I was watching NXT. I remember when she was
Good
a baby
God,
face.
those shorts. Oh, yes. I remember her and her babyface NXT where she would blow the glitter into the camera.
Yep. It had bubbles and shit.
Yes, I remember that.
Then she started managing them. And she became
Murphy
this
and
bitch.
Blake. She's a bitch.
Oh my
in these short shorts.
And her ass cheeks were hanging out.
Oh my God. Jesus.
I think a boy fan, like a kid fan, slapped her ass one of these days.
Oh, that's going to turn them into a man. That's what that's going to do.
Her ass cheeks were hanging out the shorts.
Jesus.
Honestly, the Fiend gimmick has made her look a little too, like, she's still hot.
But not as
it's
hot.
It's fucked her up. Yeah, it just made her. And now I can't see. She has those evil looking eyes. And once I see an evil pair of eyes, that fucks me up.
And also, looks like they fucking spray paint her with white spray paint before every match when she's wrestling out there now. She looks like she has no blood coursing through her veins now.
Because they're going for this dark.
It's like if she's been. Yeah, it's like if she's been in some kind of Democrat-run city. She's got to go up there BLM.
I don't know what's going on. She looks, just too. She looks like she's gone to the Eyes Wide Shut parties. I can't handle this dark version. I don't know what's going on. But when she first came up, she was.
This is what we want, even though it's a computer.
Jesus.
But Jens, what else you gotta say about the women's wrestling?
Oh yeah, your thing.
Of today or of ever?
Yeah.
You mean of ever?
Well, back then, Miss Elizabeth was the only female wrestler
Well, she wasn't a
in the
wrestler.
80s.
Yeah.
She was.
No, she
She was a
wasn't.
part of the wrestling team.
But she didn't
Well,
wrestle.
She didn't do ring matches. Like she was a part of the
Sherry was a wrestler.
Sherry Martin.
yeah.
You know, did Miss Elizabeth ever? Let me see if she ever did like a. I feel like she might have done like a few gimmick matches, like a mixed tag or something.
I don't think so.
I wonder if there was.
No, because I think she started off being Ric Flair's sort of entourage.
No,
Yeah,
she came into the business because she was married to Macho Man.
Married to Macho Man, but there was a angle with Ric Flair.
Yes, where he had the pictures of her that they were going to show at WrestleMania, and they never ended up showing them at WrestleMania. Yes.
Yeah.
But then that's what it was. When she was in WCW, her and Woman were Ric Flair's managers. Ric Flair came to the ring with two of them, who were Woman and Elizabeth.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. He did definitely do stuff with Ric Flair.
Because Ric Flair needed two bitches. One bitch wasn't enough.
Oh,
jeez.
I'll tell you something though. The worst, well, one of the worst sort of stunts I saw go wrong with the women's was when Charlotte Flair got like slammed off the like mat onto the concrete floor. And she nearly winded herself.
Oh, I was gonna say, was that when she popped her fucking implant?
It could have been. It could have been.
I could imagine she's popped her implant doing that moonsault down the outside.
I think it is that. I thought it was that damn crazy moonsault she does. Charlotte Flair, let him smell it. But yeah, she definitely popped the implant. She's a lot of these female wrestlers. I mean, they're very attractive ladies, but not
all of them. Not all of them.
But they just don't emphasize it. And like I said, Sasha Banks will sometimes wear outfits. She does this little thing in her entrance, but it's still not really emphasized. I think they.
Who's the only one who does sexy anymore? Mandy Rose is basically the only one who tries to do the sexy thing anymore, right?
Yeah, I think, and I don't even know if she's doing that now. There's old Charlotte Flair looking like Rick.
Ugh,
I just couldn't.
rough looking.
I just couldn't, man. And
Nah,
she's engaged to the one guy.
I thought she married him.
She might be married. You might be right. You might have married him by now. Andrade, he was dating him and engaged to him for a while, so they could very well be married at this point. I don't see because he's no homo. He seems like a handsome young man that could do better, and I don't know. But then again, sometimes you listen, man. It's so hard in relationships. If you find somebody you fit with, you just sometimes ride with them. So I get that too. So she might be a sweet person. Might have a nice personality. And it's not.
I don't know her personally, so I'm not going to slander her.
I don't know either. I know nothing about her real life. I know they're doing some little angle with her and Becky, but I think that's a work. They're trying to act like they were really fighting and shit.
I mean, I've never heard the outlandish shit about her that I hear about her father. So.
Fucking no. She hasn't been waving her pussy at people like Richard wave his dick at people.
Flailing her lips around like a helicopter. So.
Yeah. Even though she did have some nudes leak.
She did?
Yeah.
Was this during the whole fappening shit?
I think it was.
So it was around the time where we got all those videos of Paige sucking people off.
I think so. And they were rough to look at because she had so many bruises on her body. It was like, oh, this isn't.
It's also a shame because Paige. I used to fucking love Paige. Oh my god. I used to want to fucking.
Yeah, before we had Amber Turd, we had Paige. If you catch my drift.
What did Paige do? Oh, don't Paige shit a bed?
She shitted on the belt. She shitted on one of the belts.
No, that's not what it was, Vigilante.
Wasn't it like
No. She's blowing the guy and the dude came all over the fucking belt.
That's what it was. Okay, I never actually saw the tape. I had just heard
And
about
it's
it.
the actual belt. The dude came all
Oh,
over the belt, dude.
that's
I think it's
even.
that guy Brad Maddox. Do you remember that scrub that was hanging around
Yeah.
like
So
fucking
I had heard that she was taking it up the back. I never saw the video. It had an issue, and that it
video?
got on the back.
Video?
Video was it multiples?
There's quite a few.
So what the rumor that I had heard was that she was taking it up the back door and it had some issues on the exit, and some of that got on the belt.
Oh, okay, I didn't
That's
see that one. I saw the one where the dude came all over the NXT women's belt.
yes, that's what it
And
was.
it's like, okay, once this gets wind to Vince, he's gonna have to get a new belt.
Yeah. And so I heard the rumor that she, like I said, was taking it up the back of the back chute, and on exit had a little extra, and some of that got on the belt. Either
What's
way,
up, Jedi
that
Bill?
belt got desecrated. And hell, Jedi Bill.
Bill?
Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, they had to
Rock
retire
on,
that
Jedi.
shit right away. It was like,
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I never saw any of the tapes. Probably should have, but just didn't. And so yeah.
all right, but wait, where were we at? We were at Jens's.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jens
No,
was talking about the ladies,
yeah,
and I think he went.
yeah,
I
and
guess that was
like,
me.
yeah, the last one then, the last one. What's that? Female wrestler who calls herself the man. She's Irish.
Oh,
I'm
Becky
the man.
Lynch. Becky
Becky
Lynch.
Lynch.
Do you remember when Becky Lynch
on.
got punched by that real big?
Nia Jax, right?
Yes, she got punched for real. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah, she showed her face.
Yes.
Yeah,
Broke her
yeah,
fucking
she, like,
face.
yeah. She was out for like a month or two. Wasn't she having to like?
Oh, Nia Jax has beat the shit out, like legit beat the shit out of a couple of women in the ring without without consent,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, because she's pretty wild, and she just recently got fired. She was one of the people who got
Yeah,
released,
she just
which I was
now
shocked.
got fired.
I mean, she's still the Rock's cousin, so I'm still shocked that they did it. But yeah, she's fucked up
What's her
quite a few
name?
people.
The big glasses name.
Nia Jax.
Nia Jax.
Niajax.
Stupid name.
Ija.
They give a lot of people stupid names, Vigilante.
Yeah, most of the names are dumb. Love the misspellings. But yeah, there's her face.
Yeah.
Broke her fucking face.
There's like, yeah.
She knocked the shit out of her. She knocked the shit out of her.
Oh.
Is that?
Yeah,
How does their
I
knuckles
think
look
though.
like that? Jesus.
Jack opens up on punching Becky Lynch consequences of her actions. Yeah. Well, I think it was one of them where I think Becky Lynch, right now this is me just speculating, but I think Becky Lynch was giving it, I'm the man. Give me your best shot, you bitch. And like that, Bed probably just smacks her.
I thought this was I thought this was the thing that turned her into getting called the man. That she got
Or she might.
No,
I can't remember. I really can't.
But if it wasn't that, then I think Vince McMahon saw that Nia Jax and said, right, I've got this great storyline between you and Becky Lynch, but you've got to punch her for real.
So you're saying Vince McMahon gave her the green light to go fucking legit on her?
No, I'm saying it could a possibility. There's a possibility.
No,
I'm not saying it
well,
happened. But,
knowing what we all know about Vince McMahon, it could be true.
It absolutely could be, because that was what pushed her. That's when they started to really get behind her.
Called her the man, right? Wasn't that the whole?
It was around that time. Either way,
she called herself the man from the get go. Because I think
she didn't. No, she did not. No, she did not.
Okay,
she did not. Jens,
she didn't do it at first,
no,
but she did switch her gimmick up a few months.
Jens, when she first came in, she was dressed all fucking steampunk.
Yes,
she came in with these fucking goggles, and whatever the fuck.
Calling herself the man, probably.
No, she
When did she
didn't.
start?
No, she didn't, Jens. You're wrong. No, she didn't, Jens. You're wrong. She didn't. I'm telling you,
Well,
she
I
Okay,
didn't.
know.
I'm on Wikipedia. She definitely did not start, but I'm trying to see if she already was the man
Oh yeah, she was
by
All
that
right,
because
time.
maybe she was at that point, but I'm saying
hmm,
that she was not when she first came in. When she first came in, it was Stephanie McMahon doing forced female agenda. She was like,
Yeah,
"I'm bringing up these 4 to 5 women from NXT, and I'm gonna put them in random stables." She legit did that, and Becky Lynch was one of them. It was a way for her to bring in Becky Lynch, Sasha Banks, Bailey, and Charlotte. That was their way,
mhm,
her way of bringing 4 of them in.
right. Well, anyway, all I'm going to say is rather Vince McMahon told us to do it. Becky Lynch pissed off that knee jacks enough that she did it. Or women's wrestling's shite and they don't know how to do it.
Chimney
I think
says
it might
Nia
be the
killed
latter.
Kairi Sane on 2 different occasions.
Yeah, she's almost fucked up a few
Yeah.
people. And looking at it, it looks like she might have started using. I can't. I'm just going off
Jason Lee, how you
Wikipedia.
doing, Jason Lee?
Hey, Jason Lee Tucker.
Yeah,
Jason Lee
just
Tucker statement. Statement that only Jason Lee Tucker can get. Appreciate you being here. So it looks like it was this around the same time. So I couldn't tell you which was first. Just looking at the paragraph, it just says around this time she began using the name the man.
When they
And
first, well, when they first brought her up, they were not calling her the man.
no, she was definitely steampunk, but like a few months before the Nia Jax thing, that's when she really, even if they weren't calling her the man, that's when she kind of started that persona where she was kind of like cocky and talking shit. And I couldn't remember if they waited until after she came back to call her the man or if they had just started beforehand. That I don't remember. But she had
No, it
started
was,
that. She switched out of the steampunk gimmick like 2 or 3
And
months
turned her
before that
into
incident.
Stone Cold Becky Lynch.
Yes. She was doing like more stuff. So that's where like even if they weren't calling her the man, that gimmick had kind of started just then. Like it was actually at SummerSlam that
she
year
was
because that
definitely
was
called
Survivor
the man.
Series. So
I
I
made a
mean the
joke
timing
about
might be
it
off.
to my mate when it happened. So I went, "Oh, do you think she took that punch like a man?"
Maybe
So she
she,
was
you know
definitely
what?
calling herself the man when she took that punch.
Nia Jax is bigger than some men.
She's bigger than them. Let's keep it real. She's like
Yeah, she got the weight
6'2",
behind her.
290.
Nia,
She's bigger
Nia
than most
Jax
men.
she's a big gal.
She's big as shit. She's bigger than most men. The average man is not 6'1", 6'1", 290. The
Yeah,
average
but
guy's not that big.
but it's a women's 290, which means most of it's on the hips and tits. So
Yeah, like the thick ones. Nia Jackson for you.
Yeah, she got giant ham hock legs too.
She does. I'd still hit when that's sad. So I guess it's on me, and I'm just gonna kind of finish up what I was talking about last time. The finger poke of doom, stupidest gimmick ever. Sorry,
All
it's
right,
so
see, when I watched it, I was kind of like enjoying it. I don't know why. When I watched it, I was kind of enjoying it because I didn't know what a shit show WCW was going to become after that.
to me. It wasn't just the finger poke of doom. If you remember, I don't know if it was the same night or the week before was the Mick Foley thing, where they said, "Oh, Mick Foley's going to win the title tonight."
Yes, it was taped.
It was
Yes.
taped. And I think it might have been a week before the finger poke of doom. So you already have this incident happen, and then you have this finger poke of doom, and it just made WCW just seem like the weaker brand. Like they were even in '98. Like you had Goldberg, you had Stone Cold, you had DX, you had NWO, you had the Wolfpack, you had cool stuff on both shows, and you still did for about a year or so. But like once you did that finger poke of doom, it was hard to look at WCW as the same thing. And I mean, because they did a lot of NWO goofy stuff, so I think a lot of people at the time probably, oh, it's just another NWO thing. But there was something that there between Goldberg losing, the Mick Foley thing, and the finger poke of doom. This is all happening within a few weeks, and the tide just felt like it turned. It felt like
extreme.
WCW was lesser. And that was the first time that they just felt like the lesser brand. And they weren't then. They were the superior at times, or at least equal. and at that point they were the lesser, and they never recovered from it.
But yeah, since that one's on my list too, I'll say more on that. See, when I first watched it at the time, I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, it's awesome. Now we get a whole giant NWO crew, like the Wolfpack combined with Hollywood NWO. It's like, oh, cool. It's like,
yeah.
But then it just ended up being the same old shit with the NWO that they did over and over again. They did nothing different with it. They could have done something different with it, but they didn't. They did the same old shit they were doing for years before with it.
Yeah. And one thing that doesn't get talked about is Kevin Nash was pretty over on his own.
Yeah,
so
he
like
was. So was Scott Hall.
So was Scott Hall. The Outsiders in general, the Wolfpack in general, even though that because
they
of
were
Scott Hall's
over
issues,
in general.
They had just broken up and kind of got back together. But to me, it diminished him too. Like I looked at Kevin Nash as lesser than after that. It's like, oh, you're under Hulk Hogan. You're not quite the guy. You're the step under. I thought you were the guy. I thought you could be a star. It looks like you're a step under. You're an underling. You're not a world title. You're a worker. You're like you're a bodyguard. He's
a minion. He's a minion.
You're a minion. I thought you were the leader, and it turns out you're just a minion. So it's like one of their biggest stars. Ironically enough, the guy booking the shit went to look like shit afterwards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. He looked the worst because he looked like just another minion.
Well, Hogan, though, does have that sort of reputation of not wanting anyone to be
backstage
bigger than Hogan.
Control.
Absolutely.
Creative control. Hogan, that was Hogan in WCW. Was the whole entire thing was creative control of what happens.
Yeah, because
what's up, Austin Nader? How you doing,
man? Sid Vicious. Yeah.
WCW, WWE, the company that destroys its talent, and it's still going on to this day. Jason Lee, it's still going on to this day.
Yeah, Sid Vicious apparently wanted to get pushed more, but he said that Hogan apparently said no. Like,
there's a lot of stories of people saying that about Hogan.
Story. Bro, I just saw a story of Vader talking about
the
how
power
Hogan
bomb. Oh my God, Hogan getting up from the power bomb. Holy shit! I just saw that one too, where Vader said,
"I think the algorithm must have pushed it." I saw it too.
Where he wasn't expecting Hogan to get up from the power bomb. He turns around and Hogan got up. Is that the one you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. No joke. Goodness. It was like yesterday or the day before. I just saw that.
Like, yeah, it was like this week. I just saw it. I'm like, oh man.
Yep.
So it must have been a new video they just pushed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hogan, he's supposed to just stay down from the power bomb after Vader hits him.
From fucking Vader of all people. From
fucking motherfucker just
Vader of all people. Vader, the man who literally crippled people with power bombs. Legit crippled people with power bombs.
He kind of almost killed Mick Foley multiple times, but that's sort of on Mick Foley as well. But fucking, Hogan just goes off scripts and just hulks up.
And gets up.
I'm sure he wanted to fight him for real right there. I could imagine. But what do you do?
Yeah, especially when you have one foot out the door because Vader was...
Yeah. He was kind of crazy backstage.
Oh, like the whole shit with him and Paul Orndorff. That Paul Orndorff beat the shit out of him backstage.
Which is crazy because Vader wanted to do MMA at the time. And that's crazy. Paul Orndorff beat his ass.
I also gotta say something about Paul Orndorff. All right. Also, R.I.P. Paul Orndorff. We just lost him.
Yeah, he lost him recently. Mr. Wonderful.
Anyone go back and watch any random match from Paul Orndorff? I am convinced this dude is legit hitting people. I swear, this dude is legit hitting people in his matches.
Man, I wouldn't be shocked. A lot of those old wrestlers. I mean, we talked about Warrior, the Road Warriors. A lot of those old wrestlers will fuck you up. Steiner Brothers. They will fuck you up. That's why we thought it was real back then. Because it was. They were really fucking fighting some of these
Ron
times.
Simmons too. I heard Ron Simmons.
Ron Simmons,
I heard this thing about Ron Simmons legit beating the shit out of Ahmed Johnson and legit trying to injure him.
Oh my goodness. They were crazy back then. Like they were, but that honestly, as bad as it was in a lot of ways, I think that made for a product that more people wanted to
that
see.
you want to tune into, right?
Yeah, because they're like, that's why even after it was open that it was fake, people still watched because they still had this very real attitude about it. They very much wanted to. Some people wanted to fight each other, and they would just fucking fight sometimes in the ring.
Yeah,
we talk Goldberg and Steven Regal basically get into a fight mid match.
Regal wasn't gonna let him squash him. Regal didn't let him squash him. Regal legit put up a fight.
Stretched his ass out because Regal knows how to really wrestle, like real wrestle. So
I bet you, especially at that time, Regal would have legit beat Goldberg in an actual fist fight. I bet you at the time he legit would have too.
Because like I said, he knows how to really stretch people out. He can twist you into a fucking pretzel. So they get into a fight, but it's a memorable match. If you watch the match, it's a fun to watch match. The fact that they're fucking fighting makes it cool. I think wrestling that's almost a hidden moment. The softness in wrestling. I mean, it was probably for the better. They wanted to be more safe. They wanted people to cooperate more, and I get that. But it lost its edge because wrestling was about some crazy motherfuckers beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah, it was basically about a bunch of comic book looking motherfuckers like pretending to fight each other. And occasionally they throw in real shots in these matches.
Yeah. And there was real stuff going back, the real heat. They cut a promo and you find out, they really hate each other. And it's like, oh, well, that's why I like this angle. The fucking Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels in 97. It's great. It's great shit. Because they really fucking hate each other.
Yeah, they really hated each other. And they were friends at one point too.
Yeah, they were friends before that. They were friends.
That's also the best. That's also the best type of enemies when they used to be friends.
Yeah, good friends, better enemies.
Yeah, that's the better. That's the best type of legit enemies when they used to be friends with each other.
Yeah.
I remember the Rockers with Shawn Michaels.
Okay, we're going into the worst of the worst. One of the best moments is the barbershop window. I'm sorry, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah. But it was one of the worst moments for the Rockers.
Yeah, because they broke up. They were a really cool team. They were really.
Yeah, they were. They really were.
I mean, obviously, Shawn Michaels kind of, looking back, you say, well, he had to do his own thing, but they were a very popular, very cool team.
Marty Jannetty is a train wreck, but he was a good wrestler, man.
Yeah.
I thought Marty Jannetty was equally as good as Shawn Michaels in the ring. I mean, I guess when he had his head on straight.
At the time when they were the Rockers, he was. Before he went off the deep end, he was just as good as Shawn Michaels.
Exactly.
He was really good. I mean, he had the rocker dropper. They both did a lot of cool shit. They both would do the super kick.
Yep.
They both did a lot of cool different moves, and they were both were innovative wrestlers for the time.
They were.
Because you have a lot of those big
guys.
They
were a better version of the Rock and Roll Express, I thought, because the Rock and Roll Express was kind of who they ripped off, but they were. I thought they were much better.
They were so much more athletic.
Rock and Roll Express.
And they would do cool shit.
And there was
first of all, the Rock and Roll Express looked like two old crackheads. I mean, I'm not going to take away that they were good in the ring, but they did not have the look that the Rock
chubby Southern look.
Yes, Robert Gibson had that wandering eye. They were both weird looking motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, in shape, out of shape.
The Rockers hung around with the British Bulldogs, didn't they? So.
British Bulldogs were cool too. They had some really good tag teams in the 80s.
British Bulldogs were fucking awesome. But Dynamite Kid was the legit maniac, though.
Yeah.
All the stories you hear about Dynamite Kid, that dude was a legit fucking lunatic. Yeah, Vader and Bam Bam Hall of Fame. I agree.
Absolutely.
I think Bam Bam's way overdue for the Hall of Fame. Bam Bam never made the Hall of Fame.
That's
Come
crazy.
on,
But the Hall
really?
of Fame is kind of a sham. It's kind
It
of a
is a
sham.
sham.
Because, like, you can't tell me Bam Bam Bigelow's not a Hall of Fame. He was one of the memorable things. We just brought up the Lawrence Taylor thing earlier. That was, he was the guy that you got to be a pretty good wrestler to wrestle somebody who's not a wrestler in such a big spot and make it, seem fun and believable. And he did. So
Bam Bam's the first big fat dude I could remember that was really athletic in the ring.
yeah, doing moons. I think he was even bigger. Who was bigger, him or Vader? You think they were close in size?
I think Vader might have been taller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
But
Vader might have been taller, but I
I
think Bam
saw
Bam might have
Bam.
weighed more.
I saw Bam Bam way before I saw Vader. But
Yeah, a lot of people
Bam Bam
did.
was doing that shit back in the day. Bam Bam was doing the fucking cartwheels.
Doing fucking
He was doing those
moonsaults.
springboard fucking splashes and shit.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, Bam Bam was an innovator.
Yeah,
I don't remember a
Bam
big
Bam
fat
Bigelow.
guy throwing himself around as much as Bam Bam.
No, he was the first. He was definitely the first. If there is somebody in the 70s or something, okay. But like for most people, I think Bam Bam Bigelow was definitely the first, and then Vader right after. Yeah, and they both deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. But the Hall of Fame is the Hall of Fame, and I think aren't they actually building one now?
Well, they're
might have
supposed
even
to
had
be
it built.
moving. They're supposed to be. They were supposed to have moved from the Stanford place.
Yeah, you're right.
But I think the pandemic slowed that down for them. I think I was having this conversation with my sister the other day where she told me that they were actually going to build the Hall of Fame. So
yeah,
we'll see what they do. They should.
We'll see what they.
First of all, they couldn't actually just do that in their hallways of their fucking office anyway. You couldn't just put plaques of people and just call that the Hall of Fame. That would have been enough, right?
But WWE is all about money, and if they have something that people want to go to on a regular basis and go see it, especially if they put it in Florida, which I think that's what they wanted to do, where Florida is a pretty open state, a travel state, is in the Orlando area. So then, any wrestling fan that goes to Disney World, hey, you want to go to the WWE Hall of Fame? Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's not a bad idea.
They'll probably put in a bar and sell food in that, so they'll probably like make some money on.
That's what I would do. I mean,
and t-shirts, memorabilia, won't it? Be loads of that shit.
Merch, have a little restaurant, have something to do. People see all the stuff, and again, it's if you're in Orlando, you got a lot of people who are traveling anyway who will just, I'll take a day out, go to the WWE Hall of Fame. Yeah. I want to see Rick Rude, The Undertaker, or whatever. And, just take a day out or take some time out of your vacation. It wouldn't be a bad idea. As far as just, I still know everything with this coof and this pandemic or whatever. But I mean, in a normal universe where you could just travel, and there are people who are still going to, Disney World or whatever, WWE Hall of Fame in Orlando is not a bad idea. So hopefully they do build it.
Maybe they're still a little jilted from their last restaurant endeavor. They had the World here in Manhattan. They had the World.
Yeah.
I think they only lasted about 2 years. I think they were. I think it was only like 2 years.
Yeah. I remember they used to do shows from there too, Sunday Night Heat and all the other stuff.
They would have they would have people. Yeah, they would have wrestlers on the stage and shit, like talking before the event. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so whose turn was it? I already fucking lost track.
I think it's
my
yours.
turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mark Henry and Mae Young.
Oh no.
And Mae Young giving birth to a severed hand.
Oh my God. I don't know how I forgot that, but as soon as you said it, I'm like, oh no. This is gotta be one of the worst. It's another, Attitude Era moment that everybody remembers, but it's completely...
See, not everything was great about the Attitude Era, man. Everyone seems to have these rose-tinted glasses about the Attitude Era, but not everything was so great.
No. There was some trash, and that was
Oh,
that was
that
so
was kind
trash.
of the pinnacle of trash.
Man, that was so stupid. But I honestly, it's still probably what Mark Henry is still to this day most remembered for. Is that angle?
Oh my God! So how has he not fucking killed himself yet? I mean, I'm not saying that Mark Henry should kill himself. I'm just saying.
No. And hugs to Maury McKitty.
What's
Hail
up,
Maury
Moira?
McKitty.
Hello, Moira. How you doing, Moira?
I mean, I think a lot of people remember the House of Pain thing
see
for
you
Mark
here.
Henry as well. So it's not all that, but I think
I
the
don't
average
know,
person
man.
remembers the hand.
Everything else he did after that never erased the stain
No.
of a severed hand.
Yeah, you saying, sure.
Like that angle, that everything is wrong with that angle. The fact one that Mark Henry's would fuck someone in her 70s is insane. Like he's just such a horn dog. Shout out to that
Yeah, but she
stereotype.
looks good though.
No,
May
come
Young?
on, man.
Oh, 17. Yeah.
May Young?
No, man.
Are you kidding
Maybe
me?
in the 70s or in the 60s. I don't know. I don't know what her
Maybe in
era
the
was, but it wasn't.
1870s.
It sure wasn't 1990s. That's for damn true. And it was just like absolutely insane. But it was a memorable angle, though. As much as stupid as it fucking was, I remember it. I remember
Yeah, but it's
everything
not
about.
memorable. It's not memorable for a good reason, though.
No, it's man, that was terrible. That's one of the worst.
Oh wait,
things
also
of all.
they had the thing before where he was going out with China. Yeah, all right, they had him. They were really humiliating him on a weekly basis. They
Yeah,
had
they
that
were.
thing where he was going out with China, and then China like set him up with a trans person.
Yep.
Anyone remember that one? And then Mark Henry runs out of the room like basically screaming and crying. It's like, wow.
I do remember that. And Shift Gasm, you're right. Like that retirement speech to Cena
Oh yeah, I
beat
remember
down
that.
with the
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
probably his highlight. That's probably the best thing Mark Henry's done. It was a great moment. I think a lot of people, there's been enough things that if you've become a wrestling fan the past 10 or 15 years, that you might think of Mark Henry in a better light than us who were wrestling fans 20
That is a
plus
better
years
way
ago.
to look at him than what I remember.
Because the House of Pain stuff was cool. That retirement speech stuff was cool. He had cool moments well after, but in that era, they treated him like shit. And really a waste of talent. He was literally one of the world's strongest men.
Yeah,
That was not a joke.
Though.
At the
I
time,
don't
he
think
got better.
he got better on the mic, and he actually got slightly better in the ring. I never thought he was very good in the ring.
No, it was never.
Never thought he was very good in the ring. There were a lot of better big men in the ring than he was.
Yeah, and have a good night, Tommy. I see you getting out of here. Appreciate you, lurking and checking us out, man.
All right, Tommy. Thanks for coming through, bro.
Shout out to the Guinea Pig Collective.
Have a good night, dude.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll be able to be awake and that's to be on the stream for tomorrow. Like, yeah, my sleep patterns all over.
Wait, what is this? Is this a Mark Henry thing? Is this a Mark Henry thing that Shifty's saying?
It might be. I don't remember it offhand.
No, I don't remember it either. I don't remember.
Doesn't mean it didn't happen. There was a lot of crazy shit in wrestling. Offhand, I do not remember it. But yeah, that hand thing was terrible. Yeah, it was like I said, a waste of talent. He definitely showed talent later on when he, like I said, the House of Pain. That retirement speech for Cena was really good. I remember that was around the time I started to get back into wrestling, and I saw that and I thought, oh man, that was so kick ass. He was retiring and they had it all emotional. And then he slapped Cena.
Yeah,
crowd
and then
goes ape shit. Yeah.
And what they do with him after that? Nada.
Yeah, nothing. He should have beat Cena for the title after that. Like, fuck, you do that?
What? Have Mark Henry beat Super Cena? Come on, you're crazy.
That would have been it. Would you know what it would have done? This is called smart booking. It gives Super Cena somebody to wrestle that you believe might beat him. So if you have him pin him, then have Cena go off for a while.
No, you
When he
just have
comes
to have
back,
Super Cena prevail. That's all you have to do.
but I'm sorry, I'm trying to book a show that would have made more sense long term, and of created more stars, so you're not depending on one guy for everything. So when that one guy eventually retires, which he did, your fucking show gets like 2 million people to watch instead of like 5. But hey, that's just me. That's
Hindsight.
Just me. You know what I mean? Shit, even that 2 million is still better than the Oscars. So what do you say?
All right, but that was mine.
Yeah,
that was mine for
So,
the list. You're up,
So
Jens.
yes, did you have any more? Because you almost
Yeah.
said this last one.
Right
Yeah.
now, this one I remember, and it was fucking ridiculous when China was tag teaming with that Italian dude.
No,
and he was
Eddie
like
Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero.
No, because Eddie Guerrero was like a masculine man. No, it was the dude that should carry around on his shoulders.
China?
Yeah, I'm sure it was China.
Huh.
No, yeah, I think I don't know. Did you see that thing with the hand with Mae Young?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you didn't share it.
Oh, wait, that. Oh.
Yeah, fucking crazy.
No,
I didn't know.
This is it.
Yeah,
Go to the thing and all right.
which one?
Go to the first. Yeah, that one. That's it.
Oh God, that's gross.
That was the Mae Young hand.
Yeah, crazy.
Wait, what's the thing? Wait, what Italian guy that was? Which
Did Mae
the
Young
only
get a tit
the only
though?
the only people I remember China with was DX and fucking and Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah,
That's it.
And then
I don't remember.
I remember there was
She
the
had the
Kane
cat.
angle. And she had the cat. I remember the Kane. There was an angle with Kane, and then there was an angle with Jericho, but they were beefing.
Oh, that's right. But yeah, that's right. She was actually she was teaming and beefing with Jericho at the same time, right?
Yeah, maybe that's who you're talking about. Did she carry Jericho? I don't know. I'm trying to. I don't know. I can't think of offhand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm about to look at China's Wikipedia, try to find it.
Other than Triple H and DX and Eddie Guerrero, I don't remember China being with anyone else, except for the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's him, the cat.
Yeah, it was a girl.
The cat was a girl.
No, well, and
The cat was Jerry Lawler's wife.
is it? We've got Chowder up here. Oh,
Apparently, China was in New Japan Wrestling, New Japan Pro Wrestling. I never knew this.
Yeah, I think she wrestled a couple matches there. Yeah.
She was wrestling men there too. I didn't think they did that shit over there. I just see Eddie Guerrero.
Or no, I don't remember China.
She had a beef with Jeff Jarrett. I do remember that feud because
she beat him for the Intercontinental title on his last day there.
Yeah, because Jeff Jarrett. The rumor had been that Jeff Jarrett held up Vince McMahon. Oh yeah, well it was him and Vince Russo that took $300,000 from I heard $300,000 each. I don't know how that went, but they wanted $300,000 for him to lose because his contract was out and he still had the belt.
Oh wait, all right, hang on. Here we go. Jens, look at this.
Oh, Beth Phoenix and Santino. I think you're right. I think
Santino Marella and Beth Phoenix.
That's exactly what you're thinking of.
All right. Well, What Bambino?
It's Seth Phoenix, Beth Phoenix, and Santino. Oh boy,
Santino.
yeah,
Not Bambino. What?
yes,
No,
yes, the spelling. It's been. I've been watching
Santino.
it the whole night, and Yenz's spelling has been great.
I
But
Yeah,
Google's figured it out though. Shout out to the
that's what Google provided these search engines.
Oh yeah, okay. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
there it is. You're right. That wasn't China. That was Beth Phoenix.
yeah. There we
First
go. There we go.
Jesus
First off,
Christ, that is awful.
I fucking hated Santino. So.
Bro, Santino could be his own
Yeah,
mark on
well,
this
China.
list.
Oh, I fucking hated that guy.
He could be a whole thing on this list himself. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, it wasn't China, but it was still terrible.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah. It's like a blonde-headed China.
And she basically is blonde. You know who she's married to, Jens? Hey, Jens, you know who she's married to? Edge.
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
Edge. You think you know him? He likes muscles.
Well,
Edge went from Lita to her.
But then again, Lita got rough. To be fair,
I don't know. I've seen Lita recently. She ain't bad. She ain't bad.
She might have. There was a point where Lita looked very, very druggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
then I don't know. I don't think anything ever took away from her looks. Because I see what she looks like now. She looks just fine. From what I
thought she always looked like a druggie, but she was like one of them.
True.
Druggies.
Yeah. True.
But
Yeah. Cool druggie.
women,
Cool hot druggie.
women don't age well, do they? That good when they're on drugs. That's why they don't do much of them.
I don't know. I think from the last time I saw what Lita looks like, I think she still looks good.
What? What's her name?
Lita or Beth?
Lita.
Elita.
Lita. Yeah, Lita.
And yeah, I know this. Cornette got fired for slapping Santino because Santino wasn't acting like he was scared by the boogeyman.
Yeah.
Santino was a plant in the audience, and the boogeyman was supposed to come scare people.
But Jim Cornette slapping people, like, bro, Santino could have fucked you up for real.
Dude,
like,
if Jim Cornette slapped me, I would break every single fucking finger on his hand.
I mean, the only reason Santino, I think, is another guy who, despite his stupidest in his gimmick.
I think he is actually an MMA guy. I think he's an MMA
Yeah, or
guy.
is it MMA? Yeah, I thought he had a background. So like, he could have really fucked Cornette up. And,
exactly.
I mean, he
I
obviously was thinking
saw there was a video of Santino encountering him in a hallway somewhere.
It was in Detroit. It was
Santino was getting in his face, and Cornette bitched out.
Of course he did. He talked all this shit, and it's like, dude, the only reason he didn't fuck you up is because he wanted a job in WWE, and he knew if he would have fucked you up, he more than likely wouldn't have got a job.
Yep.
So don't act like you're some tough shit. You're not. You're just a guy who said, you know what, I want this job. I don't give a fuck, but like, fuck this guy. And the guy, like you said, Cornette got fired, rightfully so. He can't be doing. I mean, build him out.
Go slapping around your employees.
It's just like, yo, bro, you guys are fucking old. These young motherfuckers.
Think you're Suge Knight? Get the fuck out of
here. Yeah, you're Jim Cornette. Are you kidding? You would get fucked up. But I mean, Cornette says something. Most of the shit he says I don't like, but there's stuff I agree with. Oh, yo, when Lita first came in,
Papi Chulo, yes, Papi Chulo, aka S.A. Rios.
I remember S.A. Rios.
That's where Lita first came in with him.
Yep. What, the Hardy Boys saved her from him?
Yep.
Yeah, S.A. Rios. I remember S.A. Rios.
I remember S.A. Rios too.
Yeah. But yeah, the Santino guy, he was kind of a clown. I had to go back to Yenz's thing.
But all right, where are we at right now?
I guess it would be me.
Yep.
I guess it would be me. And really, the next thing I say could probably be number one. It probably should be number one. but it's the most obvious thing. And I'm gonna be also honest. I still to this day think something funky happened. I don't know. Even though AOL Time Warner was sour on WWE, I mean WCW, I have no idea how one of the biggest products of the '90s, one of the most successful TV shows in general on cable TV, which was WCW Nitro, how that company gets sold for like what $2 or $3 million to Vince McMahon, and that moment was the beginning of the end of all pro wrestling. I still think something funky happened. Hell, for all I know, the NWO was a shoot, and all those wrestlers were sent there to destroy WCW. Or Vince Russo. Another rumor that Vince Russo was sent to WCW to destroy it.
You know
I
what? I
don't
can
know.
believe that one. I can believe that one.
And another thing that added to that rumor is Vince Russo came back to WWE in the early 2000s. He was
Yeah,
back in
and
WWE in
didn't
the
get
early
to do
2000s.
anything though, right? But he didn't get to
He
do
wasn't
anything.
there that long. Yeah, I think he was only there a few months, and he got into it with Stephanie.
Shit, wasn't it like last year, or was it last year or 2 years ago? They brought back Bischoff and fired him within a month.
Yep, they did. They brought him back. It was, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. It was very recent. Maybe it could have been last year. You could be right. It was very, very recent.
It was like a month.
They brought Bischoff. Yep. They brought back Bischoff, and they brought back Bischoff at the same time they brought back Bruce Pritchard, aka Brother Love. They
Brother
kept
Love.
Bruce Pritchard. But yeah, when Vince bought WCW, and I think something shady happened. I think either WCW was an inside job. There's a chance that, bro, I don't know how does he buy that company for less than 50 million,
Yeah,
$100 million?
yeah, it was.
Even where it was.
It was pretty astounding to see how low he bought the company for.
And so I mean,
AOL Time Warner was really trying to get rid of WCW. AOL Time Warner did not want wrestling.
I get that.
Yeah.
And I get that their value went down when TNT announced they were just going to cancel the show anyway. So then the value went down. I get that. But to that amount, to where it's $3 million, to where you would think an investment group could, you would think even AOL Time Warner could have sold it for 50 to 60 million. If Vince bought it for like 50 million or 100 million, you would say, okay. But you think they still could have taxed them just on the strength of it's a hot property, or they could have went to a bidding war, or they could have done something to get more than a few $1 million for it. You know what I mean? They were still a big company. And big companies usually don't sell their assets for small amounts unless, and this is my element of my conspiracy theory. So back in the 80s, Vince McMahon paid Time Warner, or paid Ted Turner, to be more specific, for TV time for one of WCW.
Oh, yeah,
or I think it might have been Jim Crockett NWA spot. Yeah,
Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Was it Georgia? Whatever it was, Georgia, whatever the wrestling.
It was 84, 85, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know if he bought into the wrestling product then, and maybe always had stock this whole time, and who knows. But I can't think of any other reason why you would sell that company for that little, even if you hated it.
Sorry, Shifty gets him brought in a name here. A name I haven't heard in a while. Above average Mike Sanders? Is that what you're talking about? Above average Mike Sanders, leader of the Natural Born Thrillers, everybody.
Mike Sanders. I haven't heard that name in years.
Vigilante. It's above average Mike Sanders.
Above average Mike Sanders. How dare I? You know what? That name was a work. No way was he above average. Nothing Mike Sanders did was above average.
Holy fuck, I remember that guy. Holy shit. It was like Nitro at the end of the episode. They broke kayfabe and told the wrestlers they were. Yes, okay. That one.
That should be on the list too, yeah.
They decided to vacate all the fucking titles, and they had everyone out in the ring, and then they did this stupid. It was the New Blood versus the Millionaires Club, or some fucking stupid shit like that.
Yeah, that was so stupid. So stupid. That was around the GI Bro era when everyone had some stupid
Yeah, when
extra
they turned Booker T into GI Bro. Oh my god, that time. Okay, so they turned Mike Awesome. Yeah, all right, he's Mike Awesome, right? He just came in from WCW. He's badass. He's a fucking giant guy who could do top rope moves and powerbomb people out of the ring and blah blah blah. You know, Mike Awesome was fucking maniac
Yeah, it was
in,
cool at ECW.
in ECW. And then everywhere else he went after that, they neutered the shit out of this guy. Neutered the shit out of him.
Man, Mike
They
Awesome
had
was another
him.
guy. You mentioned
They
Sean
had
O'Hare.
him. Yes, Mike Awesome was along the lines of Sean O'Hare. Awesome look. Awesome in the ring. Although Sean O'Hare was better on the Mike Awesome wasn't good on the mic.
Yeah.
Sean O'Hare was good on the mic. Mike Awesome was not. But you have this giant maniac that could do top rope moves and do power moves at the same time, and then you turn him into, you give him a gimmick, the fat chick thriller, and then when that gimmick's not working, oh big surprise, that gimmick's not working, and then you give him that 70s guy, Mike Awesome, where he drives to the ring in a Partridge Family bus. And he's coming out in leisure suits. Holy shit.
I mean, I guess because Disco Inferno was popular, they thought they could do it again with that 70s Mike Awesome, but I would have just made him Mike Awesome because that was all you needed.
Mike Awesome, right?
Yeah, he was already
Have him
he was a
power
big
bombing
guy.
people out of the ring and shit, right?
Yeah. Had the look, had cool moves, cool shit. He wasn't the best talker. You're right. You know, you could put a manager with him.
Yeah. There's that 70s Mike Awesome.
Like, what the fuck? That 70s guy, Mike Awesome.
Fucking dress him up like Larry from Three's Company. Yeah, good job, people.
It just seemed like such a stupid idea. I just seemed so dumb.
Oh, they were
You
chock
can't even
full of
believe they
stupid
do
ideas.
it. I was like they were trying to sabotage it. Like that's why people think. That's why I tossed out maybe Russo was sent to sabotage it. I don't know the conspiracy theories.
That's why I'm saying
but there
I could
has to be
believe
something.
that. That's why I'm saying when you mentioned that
Yeah.
Russo was sent there to sabotage them, I could believe that. Although Vince Russo didn't really stick around. Vince Russo, he came there and he got fired and then he got brought back.
Yeah.
So he had 2 stints in WCW.
Yeah, he did. He did. He came up with that group Creative Control.
Yeah, the whole stupid New Blood shit. Yeah, those are the Bruise Brothers.
Yeah, that's what they are. Because they were like, when they were
the
Jeff
Harris
Jarrett,
Brothers, aka the Harris
Brothers. Yeah, weren't they were with Jeff Jarrett at first?
They were with a lot of people.
They were with a lot of people. I guess they were most memorable there. Slapnuts.
First of all, Jeff Jarrett, one of the most boring fucking wrestlers ever.
You believe he was like that first guy who was really an Intercontinental champion, but somehow became multiple times world champion? You're like, how?
Boring as shit, dude. That dude, and Triple H and Shane Douglas. I put them all in the same category.
You know what? I think Shane Douglas was the best of those 3.
Boring, screen hogging time wasters. And yes, I will say that. First of all, Triple H, when Triple H got his overhaul from leaving DX, all he did was steal the franchise Shane Douglas. All he did was steal his gimmick from the franchise.
He really did. And I didn't find that out till later to watching some of those old ECW DVDs and tapes and shit. I'm like, God damn it. This was Triple H before Triple H.
Yeah.
But they are kind of the same gimmick. They were the top heel. They took a lot of time.
Also kind of built the same. They're also kind of built the same. Their delivery is the same, where you talk for 20 minutes, but you're really saying nothing.
Yeah. Not really. They're guys that talk a lot that aren't really great promos.
Nope.
But they still get a lot of talking time. And yet Jeff Jarrett, like He did the British Jeff, the G. It's so great.
Fucking boring shit, dude.
He's so terrible.
All right,
God,
so
he's like Cody Rhodes now. He was the first guy to just be like, "Oh, the NWO's cool. I'll be at the NWO." You know what I mean? I'll
all right. Well, at least Cody
Josh
Rhodes doesn't make himself champion 6
I'll give him
times
credit.
in a month.
Yes, you're right.
I tell you
He's
what,
got
Jeff
that much
Jarrett did have though. Jeff Jarrett had a great way of selling the move of like he was being hit like fucking a beating, and so he'd just get his guitar. I didn't mind Jeff Jarrett because I'm a bit of a guitarist.
You know what? I'll give him that. Listen, if Jeff Jarrett would have just stayed like at a mid card level,
While you guys talk about Jeff Jarrett, I'll be back in a second. Go ahead and go on. Spiel about Jeff Jarrett. Everyone spill their beans about Jeff Jarrett.
Well, Jeff Jarrett was not great, but like the thing that made him not great is that he made himself world title champion. He was a cool mid card heel. He was a cool mid card bad guy. And I think you're right. He was good at getting his ass kicked. He was good getting his ass kicked, getting angry, and then grabbed the guitar and everybody booed him. But when he made himself like a main eventer, it's like, get the fuck out of here. You're not better than any of these, top guys.
Yeah, I didn't think he was good enough to. I think he was good enough to be champion, but I don't think he was good enough to be a reigning champion. Like he was.
He can hold it, lose it to somebody, but he held the title not just in WCW a bunch of times because he was cool with Vince Russo, but he also held the title when he got to TNA. He started TNA, and it was just kind of a vanity promotion, and it was like, oh God, Jeff Jarrett, you're fine, like you're okay, you're solid in the right spot, but you're not that guy.
Yeah.
What is it? You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Trust me, man. You're not that guy.
Yeah. His song was good though that he did. Do you remember that time when because that was a good
everybody, you know that talking about With My Baby Tonight?
Yeah.
People remember that song.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a good song. I have it on like this I copied off my mate and that because he had the CD of like all like WWF and E and WWC songs and that because the dude who does them songs, he did like an album of it, and so and I like the way though that like he was claiming to be he was a pretty good singer in that, but his wrestling though, he claimed to be the best in that.
Yes.
Have a good night, Paradise.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, good night. And the crowd was like giving him crap, and then someone came out and smashed the guitar off his back. I forget who it was.
Excuse me.
All right, so where are we at?
I can't wait to be with my baby tonight.
That's a memorable song. Like that song kind of became a meme a couple years ago.
Yeah, didn't they do some shit where it was like that Road Dogg was saying that he was the one that was the original singer of the song?
Yeah, that was a whole gimmick.
Yeah. That was like after Jeff Jarrett left for WCW though, right?
I think it was right at the end, but yeah, because he was the real Double J, Road Dogg, Jesse James.
Yeah.
But I mean, actually, right after that, that's when we got the New Age Outlaws. There was real Double J and Rockabilly, and it became the New Age Outlaws.
Rockabilly.
Yeah. They had Rockabilly. He was with the Honky Tonk Man.
Fucking shit, Rockabilly. Yes. Good God.
And then they were shitty as the real Double J as Rockabilly, and then they instantly became cool when they became the New Age Outlaws. I think
they jumped Honky Tonk Man out of their crew.
Yep.
Yeah, they jumped Honky Tonk Man out of their crew.
Came out the next week. Oh, you didn't know? And they were assholes and they were heels. They were doing shitty. They were awesome, man.
I love the New Age Outlaws, man. I really did. Awesome. I really did. Road Dogg. Oh, I loved Road Dogg. Road Dogg was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and this was right before they joined up with DX. Even though they started to do
Yeah, they were kind
tagging.
of like their flunkies. They were like their
Yeah.
flunkies that would like involve themselves in their matches and shit.
Yeah, because even when Sean, it was right around the time Sean had got hurt, but he was still in DX, they started to kind of hang around. And then obviously when he left, they just became full-time members. But yeah, the fucking New Age Outlaws were cool. Jeff Jarrett, like I said, that with my baby tonight, a lot of people, like, the internet, like, if you were in that era, you remember that song and remember that angle. So, I mean, I guess, maybe we're being a little hard at Jeff Jarrett. He did have an impact on the era.
Not a fan.
They're not the biggest fan.
Especially seeing him give himself the title when he started TNA, when he would constantly give himself the title. It was getting very annoying and very obvious.
What if he would have stayed a mid-card guy? Because I will give him that. If he was just a mid-card heel,
to me, he ain't nothing but a mid-card guy, in my opinion.
I kind of agree. I think it was a mid-card guy getting pushed up. He was the first time when I remember being a kid and when he won the title in WCW, thinking, hey, he's not good enough to win a championship. He's not on the level. Like, he seems a level lower than the champion. He doesn't seem like he's there yet.
I'd say Jeff Jarrett is a better choice as a champion than David Arquette or Vince Russo.
Vince
Russo.
All
right, wait. So now I'm gonna wait. Sorry. Now I gotta go into one thing. David Arquette as a world champion.
Bro, I didn't even have that on the list. It was so many shitty things.
David Arquette as the world champion. I'm sorry I had to cut people off to bring that up, but
no, you're right.
David Arquette was the fucking WCW world champion.
That's kind of.
How did we go under? How did we lose? Yeah, no fucking shit.
You know what really sucks about that? David Arquette wasn't even that over as an actor. Like he was kind of like how did you fuck Courtney Cox?
He was the goofball from Scream. Who the fuck could take this guy serious as anything?
I know they had that Ready to Rumble movie, and that's why he got involved.
That is why they made him the champion. That's why they made him the fucking champion.
Hey, look at this.
You know what that is, Jens? He came back. He tried to come back it was like maybe a year or 2 years ago.
Or maybe a couple years ago. You might be right. Yeah, very recently.
Not too long ago, he came back as a fucking wrestler and actually trained and actually got in shape. And he got a light tube stuck in his neck by this guy Nick Gage.
Nick Gage is nuts.
I don't like that guy.
I don't like him either. I don't understand why people. I don't get it. But yeah, Nick Gage. Nick Gage is such a poser. He seems like somebody that used to watch the Attitude Era and thinks, "Oh man, I just want to be cool like Mick Foley guys." And
because he's from the CZW age.
I want to be like
Sandman. CCW, CZW is just the wannabe runoff of ECW.
No, it's backyard wrestling just inside of a building. It's just all it is. It's literal backyard wrestling.
Did you see that shit though?
I saw
the light tube stuck in his neck.
I didn't see that. I did see that he came back and was doing like crazy matches, but I did not see he had a light tube stuck in his neck.
Yep.
That seems fucking crazy.
Dude, Nick Gage. I'm pretty sure it was in his neck.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Jesus. This isn't cool.
No, it's not. It's not. It's like, cool. You were married to Courtney Cox. Now you're doing this. You were married to Courtney Cox when she was fucking hot as hell.
Yeah, in her fucking prime.
Yep.
And Parrothead has to go. Good night, Parrothead. I appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah. Good,
Parrothead said later a while ago.
Oh, did he? I didn't even pay attention. I'm sorry.
I can't even
thank you for stopping in, Pat. Appreciate it.
Man. Yeah, Nick Gage is shitty. David Arquette is shitty.
Also, I don't know. I guess I would have to put this as a tie. David Arquette and Vince Russo as WCW World Champions.
Both were terrible ideas. Absolutely terrible ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
This costume
I was
is
about
looking the
to.
greatest, is it? For world champion. Heavyweight and all. Even though he doesn't look all that
Jesus.
heavyweight.
But all right, Jens, you got another one? I'm almost wind. I've almost winded.
David Ar-
I've almost winded down my list right here. So.
yeah, David Arquette's fucking red uniform. I mean, the cape's a bit shit and all. It's one of them capes that looks like you've just got a towel and stuck it round your neck and pretending it's a cape.
Well, they were also trying to make him look like as much of a joke as he was.
Right, yeah.
I really don't know what they were going for with this. I really don't know what they were going for with this. Company suicide, maybe?
It looks like he's going for the I'm a bit of a camp
For the
devil.
crackhead heavyweight championship? Yeah, I would believe that.
Crackhead crap Halloween devil costume heavyweight champion. Yeah.
But that's your next pick, David Arquette's getup.
Yeah, that is bad. That is bad. It's the first time I've noticed that. Because, like, usually, if you're wearing some costume and that, like when Macho Man used to do the like, you make sure you get some good designers in and that, and like, yeah, this just looks like he's done it himself.
All right. No, you know what the funny thing is, though? WCW had quite a lot of money behind them. they had quite a few dollars behind them, and that's what they did.
Christ.
Yeah. They're a fucking mess.
Yeah, you just send him in with a pair of trunks, and that'd be more sort of like.
Or how about send him to the gym? How about that?
He did. Yeah, he did, but it took him a few years.
Yeah, that later one. Yes, that later one.
Yeah, it is. Here's where they've done what I said, innit? Yeah, you stick him in some trunks. He's got some tats. Are they real tattoos then? Do you think?
Yeah, they're real tattoos. And also, he looked like he started working out. So,
yeah,
he looked like he actually started working out.
Yeah, and he's going in for his like hardcore matches now, isn't he? Looking like.
Yeah, that dude Nick Gage ended up stabbing him with a light tube, and he had to go to the hospital.
Oh, that looks like it. Yeah,
that is it.
That looks like it. Yeah, that looks like it's going right in the neck. And the pain, excruciating pain you can see on his face is probably
real. Very, very real.
It's broken the skin, I think. It's definitely broken
the
skin.
It's fucking insane. He's hardcore. People are stupid. He's fucking stupid.
Yo, he did a documentary on his comeback too. I didn't see it. He did a documentary on his wrestling comeback. I didn't see it yet. I'd check it out. But I didn't see it.
Look how hardcore it was. It was a death match.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, he took it literally a death match part.
Yeah. I guess he was lucky that he just got a fluorescent tube stuck in his neck. He could have died. And it was been legal and all.
No, he's still alive though. His clock is still ticking. They took him in the hospital. They patched him up.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if he had a dad, legally he signed a death match, and so.
I mean, yeah, it's in the name, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a opening showcase for the defense there.
All right, so Vigilante, you got another one?
Yeah, I got a few more. I'm not sure how much longer we got. I only got two more, and a lot of this stuff all kind of happened within couple years, and it wasn't totally just this moment, but like the follow up of this moment and the lack of foresight. WrestleMania 17 is probably the greatest, not just WrestleMania, maybe the greatest pay per view ever, maybe the greatest wrestling show ever. But the ending has probably has to be the top 5 worst moments ever, and it's in my top 2. When Stone Cold Steve Austin turns heel. Uh,
When McMahon all of a sudden is in his corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Austin really never recovered. And apparently, and this is a rumor, but I want to say Stone Cold even said it himself. He had the ability that in the moment, like they had said pre-match, like, hey, if you don't want to completely turn heel, just hit me with a stunner. Like you can look like you played me, and we have a whole angle set up. If you want to go in that direction, like you act like you were, if you played Vince McMahon to help you win the title, you could run with that angle and still be a face. But that's not what he did. He just ran with it, and the rest was history. Now, I think if The Rock wasn't immediately leaving for Hollywood, it would have been okay. Because you would have had The Rock and Stone Cold, with Stone Cold is the bad guy and The Rock is the good guy, and you would have been fine. But The Rock was immediately leaving for Hollywood. He went to do the Scorpion King right after WrestleMania, and then that's, he does some wrestling stuff. He's still there to, they fight again a couple years later. He does his appearances. He still wins the title in 2000. The Rock, I'm talking about.
Oh, hello,
wins the title in 2002. And hell, Cosmic Fusion. And muscling on the time slot. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Wait,
we've been going for a while, though.
I'm muscling on his time slot? I don't know anyone's time slot, so I don't know.
But, hey, I mean, we used to do these streams a while ago, and I used to hop on them actually well before I knew Cosmic Fusion, because it's been a while. But, I don't know about well before, because everything's been the past year. But yeah, when Stone Cold turned heel, and they didn't have a Rock on the other side, which again, I think if the Rock would have stayed, they could have had Stone Cold as a heel, because it would have been fun to see. They had done that the other way around, where Rock was the heel, Stone Cold was the face. I think they could have worked the other way around, but with no Rock, Stone Cold turning heel was the worst possible time, and that's another thing. I mean, you can really go down.
The Rock did come back at the end of the invasion angle, though.
Yeah, he came back later, but that was by the time he came back, it was too late, and they never did.
First of all, it was stupid for them to make Austin part of the fucking WCW ECW invasion. That was one of the stupidest fucking things they could have did.
It was so dumb. Yeah, and that's another thing. They turned him because he was a face for a couple weeks in between, like when the invasion started.
And then he joined the invasion. Yeah, this is like you're just kind of being counterproductive now,
bro. Honestly,
that whole invasion thing was stupid anyway.
Maybe that should be a part of this list. I didn't even have that, but the invasion itself, what a botch. Vince McMahon was such a cheap bastard. He had bought WCW for not a goddamn thing. I get not wanting to pay because there were still contracts, so that's why I saw all those wrestlers that come in later.
Well, this was what it was, though, Vigilante, was that a lot of the higher-priced, high-profile guys would have rather sat out their Time Warner contracts.
Yeah, I know, but he could have bought them out. He could have paid, here's what you want for your contract.
That's true.
Just come in and wrestle, and he didn't. That's what I'm talking about. Only people that took a buyout, and it was not for, like,
it was
like
all
DDP,
the lower, it was all the mid-card,
Booker
lower
T
card guys.
Well,
the only high-profile guys they got from that WCW original purchase was DDP and Booker T. They didn't, no Goldberg, no fucking Kevin Nash, no Scott Hall, no Hogan. They didn't get any of those fucking guys. No Sting.
No Sting, never. He didn't come till 10, 15 years later.
Jesus, way late than he should have.
Yeah, and then they fucked him over then, which is his own
big time.
But had Vince bought out a couple of contracts, just said, you know what, I'm gonna try to get Sting, Goldberg, Hogan, and Nash and Hall, and you still leaving Ric Flair, you're still leaving a lot of other guys, but pick 4 or 5 guys, bought their contract out, it would have been a lot better.
Well, Flair did come in quicker than the others did. Flair came in.
Did.
Like, I think Flair came in that summer, right? Was it that summer that they got bought out?
They got bought out right at
WrestleMania,
like right the week before, because the last Nitro was the go home show for WrestleMania 17.
Yeah.
So it was that it had already bought, but yeah, that summer, I would have to look to see when Ric Flair officially came in. But and I think you're right, it might have been that summer.
Well, I know it was after the buyout. It was well after the buyout.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll continue down the list. We're running over 3 hours right now, and I know you guys got to get to sleep sometime soon. So
I'm
good,
all right because it's Stephanie McMahon's ass. See what a fucking Macho Man got some of that.
Oh man, yeah, that was.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Stephanie was hot as hell in the early 2000s.
She was thick, man. She was right.
I'd say from like 2000 to 2004, 5. Yeah. Stephanie was prime time.
Didn't John Cena like smack her on the ass?
Yep. He did.
Yeah. See, that's why I heard rumors about Stephanie and Triple H, like I said, doing the wife swap thing. So I believe it. That's what it seems like. And the way Stephanie has interacted with certain wrestlers, man, she just looks at them in a way like, okay, it seems like y'all
demeans them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, she demeans them, but there's definitely.
She even does it on camera too, though. But she does it on camera.
She'll smack a guy.
All the goddamn shit she took to Daniel Bryan. I don't believe that was a character at all. I believe that was her real life shit coming out.
Yeah, she fucked with him. And shit. Cosmic Fusion just brought up Sable. That's probably the best of the best. I'd say, she was sort of brought up because we talked about women's wrestling and getting less sexy. If women's wrestling wasn't, they made it all, it's about wrestling, stop being a pervert, you just want to see, why don't you watch porn? And it's like, no, I just want to see
Jens, you spelled Sable wrong.
All right. How you spell it?
No Y, but everything else is the same.
Jens, I gotta teach you how to spell, okay?
The spelling has been great though.
Yeah, this is why you Googled it. Hey, look, there we go. Oh, hello, yeah.
Oh, her with the handprints on her titties.
Is that? Yeah, I don't
Jesus.
know. We'll get your stream down there. I'll try and go cover.
Oh, that's no, dude.
Yeah,
you're not gonna get me, dude.
Well, you say that, but I could say something about somebody in the chat who's went through a similar issue. So I would be very cautious.
Okay, really, is this tiny picture of Sable really gonna get me bagged? Is it really gonna? That's not.
No, but I tell you what that might do though.
I'm not showing her
Playboy this stream age. No, but it might get the. I think there was because it might get your stream.
Whatever.
Age restricted.
Whatever.
Kids shouldn't be watching this shit anyway. I've been swearing like fuck.
It's 2:45 a.m. where I'm at, so.
Yeah.
No, they can watch the replay though, can't they? But then the moms will come in and hear us talk.
Hey, well, their moms go fuck themselves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, sorry to be so blunt about it, but.
Yeah. Now, remember, kids, he didn't mean that literally.
Listen, well, no, kids, your mom does fuck herself because daddy's gone.
I mean, I do kind of.
The kids don't want to know that.
I guess I do. I do kind of mean that. So the mom could take their dildo and go in bedroom, play with themselves, whatever the fuck.
When you hear kids, when you hear a buzz at night, that's your mom.
Yeah,
she's masturbating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but don't tell them that. the 13.
Yeah, my entire little kid audience. I gotta warn you guys. I gotta warn you,
Yeah.
little fella.
They're at that sensitive age. They probably worked out that's going on, but they don't want to admit it.
I gotta warn you, little chap.
Yeah.
Yes, you young kids out there,
Your
especially
mommy might be diddling herself.
You kids who have like single mother moms that aren't hot. She's fucking herself.
Yeah.
That's just the reality.
All right, so let's move on down the line.
Yeah.
Other than talking about single mothers playing with dildos.
All right, wait there though.
Leave my hub searches
Just the
alone.
last point.
It
If
comes
there
to
is
this
any,
sometimes. It comes to this sometimes. Harry, talking about single mothers playing with themselves with dildos. Okay.
There you go. Look at Sable in her prime with fake
yeah,
titties.
if there's any kids out there with a single mother who looks like this,
I'm not gonna lie,
Then,
man. I was
yeah,
a big fan of Sable's big fake titties.
Yeah. Now, if your mom looks like that, she's not playing with herself. She's getting fucked by other men. That thud,
Yeah, no, but
that thud you hear when mommy's friend comes over.
Vigilante, Brock is gonna come to your house and strangle you if he
I
knows
don't
where
want
you
no
live
smoke
right
with
now.
Brock. But yeah, if little kids, if your mom is that hot and she's always having different friends over, they're fucking her. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Her friends,
And if you
mommy's
want me
friends,
to come over and be your mummy's friend, just leave her like contact details in the comment section.
And also,
Yeah.
everyone remember, Johnny B. Bad was banging this woman at one time. So
yeah, fucking Johnny B. Bad. And had he not brought her to the meeting with WWF, we would have never got her. She'd have just been some chick.
So thank you, Johnny B. Bad, because I got to see this woman's tits in Playboy. So thank you, Johnny B. Bad.
Yeah, it was all up to Johnny B. Bad. He was a WCW guy. There he is. Jesus. He looks a little flamboyant in some of those pictures.
Fucking idiot. I would have never. I was like, if they handed me this gimmick, I'd be like, "Fuck you."
That's when he's gone to see Shang-Chi.
Fucking Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes gave him this gimmick. Dusty fucking Rhodes gave him this gimmick.
That's when he said that's when he went to see Shang-Chi. That's when he went to see Eternals. He came back fabulous.
All right, so we're all right. Where are we at on the rundown right now?
I'm sorry, I can't believe a guy that ever did that fucked Sable. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Well, there's a certain sort of women out there that don't mind femi type guys. Remember Motley Crue scored a fucking shitload of ass between all of them, and and they didn't look like the most masculine people.
Very true.
And if he thinks he's gonna get like a title shot by doing this, he's probably thinking, okay.
Well, I've heard some things about Vince McMahon that maybe that is the way to get a title shot.
I've heard that about him and Shawn Michaels. Yeah.
Yep.
I've heard some things about Vince and Shawn Michaels, that he was his own very sexy boy.
Yeah, he was a boy toy for real.
Boy.
You know who? And he said it in an interview. Who we propositioned? I don't know if it was first, but around the same time. Scott Hall. Scott Hall has an interview. He talks about Vince McMahon, and you could tell. I don't know if Scott Hall knew it, but he was grooming. He was basically trying to set him up.
Yeah,
he was talking about
I've seen some of Scott Hall things too, man. Yeah, I've seen
where he's basically like, oh yeah, he was basically trying to throw it out there. He was throwing out feelers to Scott Hall, and Scott wasn't receptive to him, so he moved on. But he was clearly trying to, at least if the stories are to be believed, he was telling stories.
Okay.
Vince was telling his origin stories.
Here's a Scott Hall story I heard.
Mm-hmm.
Where Vince McMahon proposed, all right, it was when he brought in Dustin Rhodes to be Goldust.
Mm-hmm.
And Goldust was going to start feuding with Razor Ramon. So, yeah, like the whole thing was Goldust was being all flamboyant and like hitting on Razor Ramon, like in promos and like, like trying to play mind games, I guess,
Yeah.
And Vince McMahon is explaining this to Scott Hall, and he says to him, "Well, let me tell you about my first time,
Yeah.
my first homosexual experience." And Scott Hall was like, as opposed to your last homosexual experience.
Yeah. I think Vince was trying to set Scott like, hey, if you do you really want to be a star? I think Vince was hitting him with one. Like, yeah, it was part of the Goldust thing, but I mean, I
Also,
don't know,
look at
man.
all the dumb shit he used to do. He used to make dudes literally get on their knees and kiss his saggy 70-year-old ass on camera
Yeah, he did.
in the middle of the arena. He used to have Rikishi stick his giant fucking sumo ass in people's faces left and
God, that
right.
was so disgusting. And Rikishi was a good wrestler too, but that
Rikishi
gimmick, that
was a
part of
good
it,
fucking wrestler. Rikishi was always a good wrestler.
yeah. All right, Cosmic Fusion. I
Oh,
get
I don't
needing
know if
sleep.
the show. I don't know if the show is lit or not. Cosmic Fusion. But
Yeah.
thanks for coming through, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Goldust
Uh,
Rikishi. You spelled
going.
Rikishi's wrong, but
Jesus
works.
Christ, going at 3:20 right now. Okay, we'll try to do rapid fire now. Try to wind this
Okay.
up.
Okay. I only got one more thing on my list anyway. So that works.
Is it the tragic?
No, it was Katie Vick because we talked about it earlier. Katie Vick and the Reign of Terror.
Okay. So
That
explain it
whole
more. Explain the whole thing more because I know what it is. But
okay.
go ahead and give your explanation on the whole thing.
So for
Was it like a
those that don't
3-4
know,
year span? It was like a 3-4 year span, right?
the Reign of Terror really goes to me from 2002, really to 2005, but 2004 with the Evolution thing, it kind of ended with Batista. I kind of feel like, in a way, Batista ended the Reign of Terror. In a way, because he was probably the biggest benefactor because of all Triple H. Just what happened was in late 2002, Triple H has just handed the world belt, the world title, which is it wasn't the
big gold belt.
WCW belt,
It was
but
the
it
big
is
gold belt.
it's the big gold belt. So it was handed to Triple H. He did lose to Shawn Michaels, but he gained it right back. And from there on, maybe he lost it once or twice, but he basically held it for over a year and a half for the most part. Till losing it to Benoit, and then eventually goes to Randy Orton. And then there's a beef with him, Evolution, which had Randy Orton, Batista, and Triple H. And so that the belt, that angle. And I don't remember it all because at that point I really wasn't watching wrestling. So I had to kind of learn about that in the past, after the fact. So I don't have the 2004 thing. So that was the benefit, if there was one, that after he beats all these people, he finally loses to a younger guy at the time in Batista and builds him up. But along that run, he beats people like he does this really racist angle with fucking Booker T. He beats Rob Van Dam. He beats a lot of guys that could have been and Kane. That we'll get into.
Unmask Kane. Actually
Unmask
gets
Kane,
Kane to take his mask off.
And part of this angle was this terrible idea for a storyline. Katie Vick, where supposedly the story went, Kane was dating a girl and they got into a car accident and she passed. But Triple H alleged that Kane was into some other shit and was fucking her even though she was dead. And to symbolize this on national TV, Paul Levesque,
good God, this was
fucking wears. Oh boy, you're about to see it. This might get you shot if they get the images of him doing the Katie Vick thing. So Triple H is in a Kane mask, in a casket, like fucking a mannequin. I'm not joking.
Well, first off, he's like sweet talking the casket. He's like saying shit to the casket while he's in the Kane mask.
Yes. I'm surprised it didn't come up when you typed that because, oh no.
No. Just put in Triple H, Katie Vick.
No, please, no, because listen, Jens, if you put that into Google, Only God knows what'll pop up live. So put Katie Vick. Put Katie Vick Triple H, and that should bring what you want.
Yep. It'll bring it right up.
And then yeah, Triple H or the HHH, whichever one. There you go. And I think you should be good. There you go.
Yep. There we go.
And this is it. This is the terrible angle. Now they said Attitude Era. I don't consider this to be the Attitude Era. I think
This
the Attitude
wasn't.
Era had
This
already
was
ended.
what did
Ruthless
they
aggression.
call this? Ruthless aggression era. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the beginning. It's the absolute beginning of the Ruthless Aggression. But I don't consider this the Attitude Era. So this GameSpot idiot is wrong. This is not Attitude Era. Even though we covered some crazy shit in the Attitude Era with the beaver cleavage and the Mark Henry hand thing. But yeah, this is Katie Vick.
It's been blurred out, so yeah, it must be.
It's so bad. Like
Because look, all right, wait, look at the second picture underneath that, Jens. Because look, he's like groping her tits.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, he must have got one of them out by that stage because it's been pixelated
maybe he
out.
did.
Like,
are they that dumb to have a mannequin with live titties? Yes, they're WWE, of course. Why'd I ask? Why not? They're fucking WWE. They probably. Oh my god.
He's doing a Michael Jackson.
Oh my god.
And yeah, they not only they didn't end it at that though. They kept continuing it. They didn't end it at that. They kept continuing it.
And then he beats Kane.
Yep. And unmasks him. Which ruined Kane forever. I'm sorry.
Kane never recovered.
I'm sorry. Once Kane lost his mask, that was it for him.
Yeah, this is literally the end of Kane.
That was it for him. I don't care how much longer he
Terror.
stuck around. I don't care if he won another world fucking title after that. That was it for him.
Yeah. And this was it for me, really. This was, the Reign of Terror. I stopped watching a little bit, but then we kind of I did watch the WrestleMania 19, was also a really good WrestleMania. But when he beat Booker T, I was so pissed. I was so angry. And that's the infamous him fucking the mannequin in the Kane mask.
And he gets into the coffin too. Oh shit.
Yes. And I don't know whose arm that is. I don't know who that is. I have no idea what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
This was the stupidest. This is by far my worst. This is my worst. I could have kept the tragic stuff.
Yeah, this is along the lines of where it makes people embarrassed to be wrestling fans.
Yes.
Yeah. I just realized that's not an arm. It's a leg.
Oh, it is. Jesus.
Is that a brains or somehow?
Thought
What's in his hand?
this was a good idea? How could you possibly ever consider this to be a good idea? What was Triple H is not known to be a drug guy except steroids, obviously. He was known for that. But he wasn't the coke guy, he wasn't the alcohol
he wasn't.
guy. He wasn't a pill guy.
No. You know what he was? He was the humiliation guy.
Yeah, you know what? They were into humiliating
He
people.
was a guy who not just on screen but backstage would like to humiliate people.
Yeah.
For everything everyone talks about Hulk Hogan, Triple H was the same way with the stigma. It was the same way. It was the same way.
Much less of a star.
Way much less of a fucking star.
Yeah, significantly so. So yeah.
See this? Someone thinks it was a good storyline. When good storylines go back.
Right.
There was never a good storyline.
So all right. I'll try to wind this down because I still have a couple of things.
All right. Then just rapid fire a few. We can go through a few. Yes, you got any more?
Yeah, I've got one more, but Sasha's go.
No. Go ahead, say it.
Well, It's the infamous fucking Bad News Brown and his
Oh, him with the sewer rat. With the sewer rat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bad News
Oh,
Brown with the sewer rat.
fuck. That is a good one. That's a kind of a classic shitty one.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
This is
That's one of those early like shitty ones where you start saying,
Oh,
"What the
yeah.
fuck is this?"
You spelled sewer wrong.
I think Google will get it. SE. Just go ahead. It's okay, Jens. Google understands.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck.
Oh. Yeah, no, this is better.
Yeah, that's
This
bad.
is like a proper. That's looking.
What's also bad about that too was that Bad News Brown was actually he was a dope fucking character. Because Bad News Brown wasn't a bad guy or a good guy. He didn't give a fuck about anybody.
Yeah, he was the
No,
first
he was a
tweener.
bad guy.
He was a bad guy, but he was sometimes
He was
fight
a bad guy,
guys.
but he would also fight bad guys. Like there were times where he was in the Survivor Series and he walked out on his own team.
Yeah, because his gimmick was supposed to be that he hated everyone.
Yeah, he only cared about himself. Yeah,
and so that's why sometimes he would fight bad guys because he still hated. See, that show him. Well, no, it could have been.
It's kind of like what Stone Cold was when he first became Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, before he became a pure face,
Stone
he
Cold
was
Steve
kind of
Austin would fight bad guys or good guys, and if good guys tried to intervene in his shit, like he would still beef with those guys.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. See, that was a terrible. It really killed. And Bad News Brown. I always like, they now everybody does a bunch of kicks, but the Ghetto Blast, I always thought that was a cool finisher. Yeah, because not at the time people didn't do like jumping kicks like that.
Yeah, it was the Enziguri.
So,
is like
jumping Enziguri. Yeah,
he did the Enziguri, but like without the guy catching his foot.
Yeah, it was a cool little finish. No, those rats are doing some other shit.
That's what the picture.
Jesus Christ.
That was, and like when you see the still of it, it looks quite convincing. But when it's live action and you see
they
2 or 3,
switched it. That's what it is.
no, that was the rat. But when you
no,
see
I'm saying like when it's him
action,
holding up the thing, it's a fucking.
Yeah,
it's basically a Muppet.
yeah. And so when you see it like that, it might look convincing. But when you see it in live action and it's like that for like 2 or 3 seconds, you're thinking it's rather dead or stuffed or a puppet. And it was like, oh.
Well, they always also do these things where they hamper someone with a stupid gimmick and make them try to run with it.
Yeah.
They've done it over and over and over again.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't use a rail rat, but the thing is it was supposed to be vicious, wasn't it? And so if they used a rail rat, and depending on how the rat was feeling, but if it was just sort of like looking lackadaisical and that, and being like, oh, so they had to get something that looked like it was vicious.
They should have just did something different. Like, just don't do this. That's the better idea.
You would think, right? You would think.
Godly. Like, what did you think how did you think he was gonna look? Like, because the only animal you could do it like a dog, but I mean, you already had the bulldog gimmick with British Bulldog, and that's probably why they did it. Because you remember they had Coco Beware, he had the bird, the British Bulldogs had the
Snake
bulldog,
had the snake.
Jake the Snake had the snake.
Yeah.
So they were like, let's
when
racist assholes, give him a sewer rat.
when
But give
Jake
him a
the Snake-
Rottweiler.
When Jake the Snake was feuding with Ricky Steamboat had a Komodo dragon.
He sure did, yeah. So everybody, they had a lot of guys with animal gimmicks. So they figured, let's give Bad News Brown a fucking sewer rat. Like, what? How's that supposed to get over? Like, they all have cool ass animals, and you gave him a fucking big sewer rat. All right, go ahead.
But the sewer rat was supposed to be the most vicious sort of animal in it. And I think it was a mutant one and all. They claimed it was a
It was a
mutant.
mutant one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right.
Extremeception. Yeah.
So
Shockmaster.
here you go. I'll bring up one of my final ones. The debut of the Shockmaster.
Man, I kind of go the other way.
I wish I could have seen this as a kid. I did not get to see this till like 10 years later. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I gotta disagree. I think this is one of the best moments in wrestling. It is like the most. I get it. It's so terrible, but it's so entertaining. It's one of the most entertaining moments in wrestling.
It really
it's
is.
So good.
No, but I'm saying for him himself, it's you know this dude has never lived this down. You know this dude. You know everywhere this guy goes, and they're like,
Tugboat?
"Oh, yep, Tugboat, aka Typhoon."
Yeah. And Shifty got some members, Damien the Snake. Shout out to Damien.
Wait, let me see. Let me see if I could get a gif of him plowing through the wall. Let's see.
Helmet falls. Oh my god. Firstly, how did they even get to do? Because that's a stormtrooper helmet. You know what though? I will say in the 90s, like they didn't enforce copyright laws crazy.
Well, they covered it in glitter. That's how they got away with it.
I don't even think I don't think you could do that. Could just cover a stormtrooper helmet in glitter.
Can you just see this
and get away with it?
Can anyone see this GIF over and
yes,
over
we
again?
can see the GIF.
Spilling
and we're enjoying
through the wall?
every moment. Yes, him picking up his helmet. So
immediately, you notice he lands right on his face too.
Yeah, he does. He needed the helmet to protect his head. Godly. Like that was WCW's like shitty early days, and man was that shitty. Like
it wasn't that early. It was 93. It's not that early.
Like, yeah, 90. You might be right.
Nah, this is 93.
The Shockmaster. But no way Disney would allow that now. You just put some glitter on it? Nah, fuck that. We're suing. They would sue now.
Oh, they definitely would.
I mean, back then, people just like if you changed it enough, people wouldn't care. They were okay, whatever.
But also, what is this getup? He's got like a furry vest. He's got a furry vest, a glittery stormtrooper helmet. Like, I don't know what were you going for?
He's the master of shock.
You're going for the Darth Vader. Yeah.
But was he gonna wrestle in the stormtrooper helmet? Was he supposed to originally wrestle in the stormtrooper helmet?
Probably.
How do you do that?
You don't. You don't see shit. That's how. You fail.
And you fall and you fail.
Yeah. That was a hilarious moment to me. That's one more entertaining moment. But no, that was not a good moment for him. Yeah, that was pretty much it for his career.
I liked him as Typhoon. He sucked as Tugboat, but I liked him as Typhoon.
Yeah, I like the natural disasters.
Yeah, I did too. But also, I always liked Earthquake.
Yeah.
First of all, big fat guys that can move around like it's nothing in the ring is always a plus to me. Guys like Earthquake, guys like Big Boss Man, Vader, Bam Bam Bigelow.
They were cool. Before we had Kevin Owens, this like short, stumpy motherfucker.
I like him, but he needs a gimmick. That dude needs a gimmick. And I'm not normally for people getting hampered with gimmicks, but he needs some sort of gimmick, Kevin Owens.
Well, initially his gimmick was that, his very first gimmick, like before he got to WWE, was just that he was an asshole. But then he got to WWE.
Yeah. But now you get a WWE, now there's plenty of other assholes. There's just a sea of assholes, like the Dolph Zigglers and the Miz's of the world. So you're just another fucking fish.
So they did try to do an everyman gimmick for a little bit, and that was probably the one that made the most sense because he's just like he looks like any. There's like he's such a like. I'm too fat to talk about anyone's looks, right? But it's not really his fat because he's not as fat as any of the guys we mentioned. He's not as fat as Boss
No,
Man
he's
or
not.
anybody like that.
No, he's not.
But he's so short, so he just has this stumpy look. He just looks like an average person. It goes
Is he
back to what I
really
was talking
that
about.
short? What is he like? He's got
He's
to
probably
be
not.
over 6, right?
He might be 6 feet, but just compared to a lot of those guys, there's even still, it's so much taller than him. Roman Reigns is taller than him. Randy Orton is taller than him, and they just make him look like this short stump. And so
But
he's like,
he needs a gimmick. He needs something.
yeah,
He needs something to put him over the edge. Over the edge. He needs something. Kevin Owens definitely needs something.
yeah. He just has there's parts of it. There's been times where I liked him. I thought he was cool when he had Jericho and he was a heel. There's been parts where he's been cool, but he's gimmickless and he doesn't have the look. He's not as intimidating as all those other big guys because of his. I think he's probably 5'11", 5'10". He just looks, and that's average height, but for wrestlers, it's kind of short. You know what I mean, compared to the other wrestlers. But I mean, nowadays it's not.
He is a big dude though. Like in the ring, like I'm not saying tall, but like he's big. He's got to be. What is he like? Fucking 250 maybe.
Yeah, he's got to be probably bigger than that, probably 270. He's probably about 5'11", 270, which is a big guy. You know what I mean? For the average human, but
he needs something else. He's been needing something else.
Yes. That's what it boils down to. Yeah.
But all right, I went into the Shockmaster at the end. Got anything else?
I'm really out of sort of stuff apart from the main two.
I got you. So I guess
I think I'm out too.
Well, no,
I mean,
no, we have the tragic stuff. I guess I could.
Yeah, the tragic.
10 minutes with the tragic stuff, right?
Yeah, and we already named the two, but I mean, that's kind of the two worst. They're kind of obvious. You know what I mean?
So which one? I guess we'll go.
I could do one of them. I mean,
Owen Hart.
Yeah, Owen Hart. Since that was the first one, that was like, I remember, like, if you guys remember, like, if you were watching wrestling at the time, if you didn't have money for pay-per-views, you can go to the pay-per-view channel, and you would get a blurry image, but sometimes the sound was good. So for that Over the Edge 99, that's what I did. And I was a Blue Blazer fan. I was a Blue Blazer fan from when I was a kid. He was a Blue Blazer the first time. And,
Same.
we talked about Jeff Jarrett. So here's the rumor of how this whole thing happened. And really, I understand why, like, Martha Hart, who was Owen's widow, was so pissed at Vince. So the story goes, Vince McMahon wants Owen Hart to do a gimmick because he's tag teaming with Jeff Jarrett, and they have Deborah, who's also one of those hot ladies from back in the day. And they want to do a gimmick where Owen Owen and Jeff are fighting over Deborah. But Owen is like, listen, man, I never want to do anything because of my wife and kids, and I don't want my kids asking questions they don't know. You know what I mean? They were young at the time, and it's like, even if I explain to them, I don't want them thinking like I'm running out on their mom every time they watch TV. I don't want to do the gimmick. And Vince got pissed and made him the Blue Blazer again, which kind of still worked as a punishment.
He likes to do to people,
but because he's a shitty human being.
It's well known that he likes to do that to people.
Yeah, but ironically enough, he got the Blue Blazer over again because people were just kind of like me, nostalgia. Oh yeah, I remember Owen was the Blue Blazer. So he basically, and Owen did not want to do it, and it's such a stupid idea. They wanted him to look like an idiot, even though I think he was supposed to win the match against the Godfather for the IC title, I believe.
Yeah, he was. I think he was. The pay-per-view he died. Yeah, I think it was.
So they wanted him to do this thing where he would come down from the rafters, and right when he got close to the ring, he would accidentally fall, and it was supposed to be funny. And then the latch didn't work in the first place, so he falls from the rafters and unfortunately passes. And it's like, I don't understand what why didn't you have your wrestler safety? And honestly, Vince McMahon and WWE, when you really think about it, they continued the show, which is insane. They got
I
off
think that was a
almost
panic move,
scot-free.
though. I think that was a panic move.
It was a panic move, and I do think they just didn't know what to do,
Yeah,
and the
that's what I'm
crowd
saying.
didn't know what to do. So
I think
there's
that was
something
a
to that.
panic. Him continuing the show, I think, was a panic move.
But
Well,
like,
I would
go
say
ahead.
Owen Hart did like do sort of stunt before where he was like up on the wires and he didn't like it
Owen Hart
because
was scared of heights,
yeah, and
and they made him
he
do this.
yeah, he didn't. I know he wasn't all that good because with me scared of ice, he didn't have the concentration to like um get his balance on the rope, yeah, and so like he didn't want to do it.
And he
But
should have been made to do it.
No, he
And
shouldn't.
no,
Vince,
yeah, but yeah, something in it
You
though.
know what kind of bothered me after that though was that WCW. I know it's not WWF, but WCW still continued to have Sting
they
do that
did.
shit from the rafters. They still continued to have him do that. I thought that was in poor taste on WCW's part.
I agree with that because it's like, dude, like you're risking Steen now. Like, don't do that. Just he doesn't need to do that. I mean, even though it was cool, some of that retracting stuff they did with Sting was very cool, but after the fact, it was like a
Yeah,
different.
yeah. It's like after that, you should just totally kill that idea across wrestling in general.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Yeah, there was something wrong with the cat release. Hook.
I heard something like he pulled the quick release too early. But also, when you have someone on that harness that's spooked at heights, you can't expect them to react too rationally, right?
Yeah.
Like they're not going to react the correct way when they have a fear of heights.
Yeah. And I don't know if it was a dodgy cable, and also he might not even quick release. It might have just snapped. But they might have just said, "Oh yeah."
No, I heard something that he pushed a quick release on it. That's what I heard.
Yeah. But I was saying that's what the story they would say, wouldn't they? If it was like someone who fucking was like, "Oh yeah, this seems all right." Yeah, go on, Owen, get honest up, and then you're. It's like, oh shit, oh yeah, Owen, yeah, he pressed the fucking release catch.
Yeah,
But
it shouldn't have made it. Man.
that shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have
No.
happened. The whole entire thing shouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Complete bullshit. Vince McMahon's a piece of shit for it.
And Owen Hart is legit on my top 10 list of favorite wrestlers. I actually thought Owen Hart was a better wrestler than Bret Hart. And I loved Bret Hart. I loved Bret Hart as a wrestler, but I thought in the ring Owen Hart was better than him.
There were a lot because Owen he had a little bit more high flying stuff to his moveset. So
Owen Hart was kind of all around though. Owen Hart wasn't just he wasn't just high flying. He was kind of all around guy. He was technical.
Yeah,
he's
kind of like a Shawn Michaels, but he was more. He was probably more technical than Shawn Michaels.
High flying, he
could do it all, and he had a good character. He was funny.
He was funny as fuck on the mic, dude. Oh my god, him on the mic was hilarious.
Yeah. Remember his theme tune that he got because he was like, "You turned your back on me."
Yeah.
I remember
he was
enough
awesome
is enough.
Oh my god, he was awesome. I'm not a nugget. It's like remember people started calling him a nugget for some reason.
Yeah, it was Triple H. Triple H got that start when he was in DX.
Oh, okay.
Because he was like the little nugget of shit that wouldn't go that wouldn't flush.
I don't know. I liked Owen Hart better than Bret Hart. I did like Bret Hart, but I thought Owen Hart was better in the ring. And a better character, actually. Honestly, my favorite Bret Hart character was the anti-American Bret Hart.
Mine too. That was probably the best he was in the
Oh
night.
my god, he was awesome. He was awesome when he did the Heart Foundation thing where they were anti-American stable. That was so good. That was so
Yeah,
good.
because they would get cheered in Canada and
Yep,
booed
and
everywhere
food
else.
in America. It was
That
awesome.
was great.
Fucking
That was so
awesome.
great. Sheesh. I remember in Detroit there was this angle they ran with Thomas Hearns, who was also named the Hitman. And I remember that was the only time because I was such a Bret Hart fan. Even when he was doing the un-American shit, I was happy. I liked Bret Hart. And I liked him better than Shawn at the time. And I still kind of do, honestly. But
Same.
like when he was messing with the Hitman, I was like, no, you don't fucking mess with Tommy Hearns in Detroit, motherfucker. So he worked me. But like it was great. I mean, I remember the promo one of the promos they won't say where he called DX a couple of homos. It was so fucking funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
DX a couple of homos.
But do you remember when?
Wait.
Do you remember when DX spray painted a bunch of racist shit in the Nation of Domination's locker room and blamed it on the Heart Foundation?
Yes, I do remember that shit. That's some more shit you can't do today.
No, you can't do that today.
Blackface angle with DX and the Nation of Domination.
Oh my god, X-Pac was Mark Henry, right?
Yeah, X-Pac's Mark Henry. Triple H is The Rock. I think he said something about him being in a different
Road Dogg was D-Lo.
Road Dogg was D-Lo.
Road Dogg kept going up on the corner and doing the head shake thing. Oh, that was fucking funny.
And I think there was a point in that same feud where Triple H is on commentary and talking about nappy headedness or something. I can't remember exactly what he said. And I'm like, oh boy, none of this shit will work today.
No.
I mean,
no.
I'm surprised. Honestly, it's a miracle nobody's gone back in time and looked at some of the stuff wrestling's done and tried to cancel it.
Don't think it won't happen. Don't think it won't happen.
Like some of the stuff has, but to the extent that it could, I mean, wrestling could really get canceled.
I heard Peacock removed a lot of shit once they got the WWE library.
I did too, because they were trying to get ahead of that. Like, oh shit, there's a lot of shit in this catalog that will not fly today. So yeah.
All right, so that's me going on about the Owen Hart thing.
Yep, absolutely shitty. Great wrestler.
Try to wrap this up within the next 9 minutes.
Alrighty, yeah, let's get on the 4 hours.
I have one final thing I need to talk about, but you guys talk about what you have to talk about. Although,
all I got is
Vigilante, I think the last thing might be the same thing what we're going to talk about.
So yeah, I'll talk about. I guess because that's my gimmick is the conspiracy theory angle.
Okay,
maybe I could talk a little bit about that. So I can't remember what weekend in 2007 it was. I think it was June, late June or early July. One of the better wrestlers in ring that have ever wrestled, for what it's worth, was found dead in his house. Chris Benoit, the man who will never be mentioned again. And
even though you just mentioned him.
I just mentioned him, but never on WWE. They'll never mention him on WWE. They ignore before the Peacock deleted it. He was deleted. He was on the WWE network, I believe, but they deleted a lot of the mentions of his name. They tried to hide him, and for good reason, because and I actually kind of believe the conventional story, except for I'll get to the two weird things. But he killed his son and his wife. One of his sons, because he had another son by another wife who's actually trying to wrestle now. Looks just like him. And
the son from his first wife.
His first wife, yep.
Not from woman.
Not from woman, who was his second wife, Nancy Benoit. But his first wife, the son, I think his son named David? Or was it? I can't remember if that was the son.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the Dark Side of the Ring episode.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I think it's
the conspiracy stuff, the stuff that gives it weight is, weirdly enough, not only was WWE doing an angle where Vince McMahon had died, but there was this early, and this is Wikipedia in the early days. Somebody posted on Wikipedia
before it was found out that he died.
It was posted on Wikipedia by some random guy that his wife. It was really on his wife's Wikipedia that she had died. if I remember correctly, or on his Wikipedia that his wife had died. But that's what I remember. It was that Nancy had died, and it was that Saturday. And this is supposedly before he had died, because he at least how other people tell the stories from people like I think Chavo Guerrero, because he was real close to the Guerrero family, had talked to him. And he had talked to, because he was supposed to be, even though he lived in the Atlanta area, their pay-per-view was in Atlanta. So he was supposed to be there on Sunday, and he never showed up. We all know why. But he had talked to, I want to say, Chavo on the Saturday. And supposedly, at least according to the police report, the kid and the wife had already been gone. He had already passed. And Chavo said there was something wrong. And I can't remember the specifics of that conversation. I really wish I could. But it was something along the lines of like, he could just tell something was wrong. And they ended up finding Benoit. Here's the other kind of conspiratorial thing, the weird thing. How Benoit supposedly killed himself. Because after he killed, killed, not alleged.
Oh, you
killed
mean
his,
the hanging himself from the boat?
hanging himself with the weights, because it was supposedly 400 pounds worth of weights. Benoit was a strong motherfucker, and he was a roided up motherfucker. But 400 pounds, just having supposedly he used the wire from like a cable machine or like a pull down.
The Bowflex.
The Bowflex, yeah.
Bowflex.
The Bowflex pull down, and he used that to hang himself. And it seems very, it seems like a very difficult thing to pull off. So those are the two conspiratorial elements. And the reason the conspiracy theory goes, because we talked about Kevin Sullivan earlier. That's who Nancy was married to, a woman. She was married to Kevin Sullivan beforehand.
Back in the day, she was married to him.
Yes, in the 90s. She was married to Kevin Sullivan.
In the 80s.
Kevin Sullivan was the 80s?
In the 80s, yeah. Yeah, when Kevin Sullivan in the 80s was doing a satanic gimmick.
Yes.
In like the territory areas. And she was his valet, and she was the fallen angel.
So and that's really where the conspiracy theory goes, that Kevin was really into Satanists, and Satanists got him and made it the cover up. That's the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I don't really buy that theory. I think
I don't either.
But I think what happened is what happened, and it's fucked up, but that's what happened. But that theory's out there. And like I said, it is weird, the Wikipedia thing. And even the Bowflex thing, it doesn't seem easy to pull off. But I mean, like I said, Chris Benoit was strong as shit. So I could see it being somewhat possible. Not easy to do, but it is possible. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, he'd have used his body weight and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But his son and all was suffering from some.
His son had something called Fragile X. His son was not in well condition. His son was.
Yeah, you're right.
And you actually could see it when they would bring his son occasionally on screen. Like, his son did not look like he was. I don't know.
Yeah, and
that poor kid though. That poor kid.
Yeah, he deserved that.
Poor.
He did nothing.
That
and obviously,
fucking kid
as
who
we know,
had no idea of anything going on.
Yeah, well, maybe it could be for the best, but as we know, though, Benoit was roided up to fuck, and
roided up, lots of chair shots, bro.
Supposedly, he wasn't just roided up.
No, but the roids they get anger because with steroids, it gets you pumped up.
A lot of testosterone.
Yeah. And so if you haven't got any sort of like ways to channel it, it does build up, and so most roid heads and that do have anger issues.
Yeah.
That and the concussions. Wasn't his head like they say his brain was like an 80-year-old man?
Yeah. I think it was his dad. His dad wanted his brain examined or something.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't his dad that wanted?
Yeah. And I mean, shit. You remember he did the flying headbutt?
Yeah.
He'd be somebody that took chair shots without putting his hands up.
Actually, I have seen quite a few chair shots where he did put his hands up. I have seen quite a few chair shots where he did put his hands up. Yes.
I mean, there's some where he just takes them like flush.
But then again, then again, you also
That's right.
think about that, right? So just all right, just because he's taking chair shots, there are plenty other wrestlers who have taken chair shots who have not
Yeah,
been suspected of murdering their entire family.
absolutely. Yeah, no. I mean, listen. At the end of the day, Chris Benoit did what Chris Benoit did. You know, the only thing is there were some athletes in different sports. Maybe a lot of them didn't murder their own family, but they did hurt themselves. There was
Yeah.
Junior Seau.
Junior
There was like
Seau
a
shot
hockey
himself
player.
in the chest, and I heard the
Yeah.
same thing. And Junior Seau is legit my favorite football player of all time. I'm a
He was one
Chargers
of
fan.
mine too.
I'm a
Yeah.
I'm still to this day a fucking Chargers fan. Whatever city they move to, I'm still a Chargers fan. Junior Seau shot himself in the chest, and didn't it come out that he did that so they could examine his brain?
Yes. So the concussion angle needs to be, there were people, not that, again, no one really did that because that was just too extreme. And I think they were having marital issues. I think everything played a role.
I think they were separated at the time.
Yeah, but roids and all, because not only does it get you like pumped up and that, it makes you
Fucks
into
with
a
your
woman.
emotions.
Yep.
And so you got the strength of a man and the emotions of a woman, and that's just a combination.
Or a fucking the emotions of any sort of teenager. Like it just sets you off, you know.
Yeah. It was when you look back, it was just like a worst case scenario. It was just like a bunch of bad things. The roids,
ready
the
to
head
blow.
stuff,
Ready to blow.
the marriage. Even his, as a wrestler, he was starting
His
to fade
career,
as a wrestler.
his career.
He
was kind of getting pushed down the card after that too. Like, I mean, before that, he was kind of they relegated him to the crappy version of ECW at that time.
Well, Roy's in
it. Roy's definitely played a role. Definitely.
Yeah, because
he had that huge WrestleMania. He had that huge WrestleMania moment. Him versus Shawn Michaels versus Triple H at Madison Square Garden. Just a few years before that.
Yeah, but I think he was doing it too much in that, and he was like fucking his body up. Because the thing with roids is, you fuck your body up if you do too much of it, because your body your heart can explode just because you pump. And there's the anger issues, because the phrase roid rage came because it affects your emotions, and it gives you
snap at the smallest of things.
and it gives you sort of like energy sort of thing that you want to just get rid of, a bit like testosterone when or adrenaline. It's more like adrenaline when you got adrenaline sort of pumping in you. You need to get release it, and that's why they get real big, because most of them will just release it by pumping loads of weights. But
also he wasn't a tall guy, so he was trying to overcompensate with the muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
He looked like Wolverine, in the comics. He looked like a comic. They called him Rapid Wolverine, but he had that sort of like he was so muscular to be small.
Everyone seems to think Hugh Jackman is what Wolverine looked like in the comics. No, Wolverine was tiny. Wolverine was a tank. He was like a little tank.
He was built kind of just like Chris Benoit, Canadian dude, super stocky, super big neck, back muscles coming from the front type guy.
The traps.
Yeah, he was on heavy gear too. They fought a lot too, didn't they?
Just like Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero was the same way. Eddie Guerrero was a small dude but jacked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like Eddie Guerrero had veins on his arms that are bigger than my arm itself.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The thing with like roids and that, you find it hard to sleep or do most things because your body's like pumps up on roids. So
also you're on the road all the time, all that road time, you know.
Yeah. And
all that road time is very taxing on their minds and their well-beings. It really is.
Well,
Yeah.
it does affect their body so much that they have to take other supplements. Like they'll probably
Oh yeah, I'm
smoke
sure he was
weed.
taking plenty of this shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
and
wait. All right. So this is what I was gonna say.
Right.
I don't know if anyone knows of this wrestler. He is old school '80s guy from World Class Championship Wrestling, British guy. His name was Gentleman Chris Adams.
was he
I've
dead?
heard of him. I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, Gentleman Chris Adams is like kind of one of the guys who gave Stone Cold his start in wrestling.
Yeah,
Shit.
he sure did.
Yeah, well, supposedly Chris Benoit and Chris Adams were drug buddies. So
Mm. I didn't know that.
it's just one of the things, like Jens was saying about the Honky Tonk Man story with Rick Rude shooting Viagra into his dick, blah blah blah.
Hmm.
That whole thing. Like supposedly this is one of the things I heard about that.
I see. I never heard that, but I mean,
Yeah.
man, listen, those wrestlers, even like even though it's hard to believe that Viagra story that you started us off with, Jens.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a thing though. There's people that believe that story got around. I never heard of it. Wrestlers are
Also,
fucking nuts.
Also, if
Honky,
anyone
right.
wants to look up, Gentleman Chris Adams, yeah, this guy didn't meet a very pleasant end to his life either.
Oof. What happened to him?
This motherfucker got shot by some guy who was his friend.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Man.
but I've heard some crazy stories where someone got a shotgun out of the boot of the trunk of their car and threatened someone. Just just some shit. But because they're mostly crazy, aren't they? Especially in the 80s and 70s and that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hell yeah. Before you had
You're
all the
nuts.
activism going on in your face, yeah. You could just be a maniac without consequence. Wait, no, not without consequence, because your consequence was your tombstone.
Are you sure that's what happened to Chris Adams? I'm on Wikipedia. It looks like they died off of what's GHB.
Don't listen to
No, Gentleman
Wikipedia.
Chris Adams. Hang on, I'll look it up right now.
Is this the same guy? Maybe it's a different wrestler.
that
No, yeah,
GLB.
Gentleman Chris Adams. And it says
Gentleman Chris
2000?
Adams was killed by a friend of his.
oh no, I'm sorry, I'm misreading it. It looks like a girl died. And then a year later, he was indicted on a manslaughter charge. And then you're right. Yeah, I read that wrong. He was shot in the chest during a drunken brawl. You're right. So he OD'd a year before, or I guess him and his girlfriend OD'd and she died. That's what I had.
Yeah.
So and then the next year he got shot by a friend. This is wild.
Let's see. Hang on
This
one
is wild.
second. 1 second. Let's see his demise.
Yeah. I read too fast. That was my fault. If you go to death,
Right.
yeah.
In April 2000, Adams and his girlfriend of 4 months, Linda, I can't pronounce that last name, were both found unconscious outside a friend's apartment. Victims of GHB. That is the exact same thing that GHB. You know what GHB is, everybody? Does everyone know what GHB is? GHB is the date drug.
Oh shit!
And these motherfuckers used to take it themselves. These motherfuckers, fucking wrestlers would take it themselves. And X-Pac, X-Pac had even said it was prescribed to them. X-Pac has even said that this was prescribed to them.
Yeah.
There were a lot of
Because
dirty
I
doctors
told
back
you,
then.
they take loads of stuff.
Where she
to
she
get them
died.
to sleep.
She died at
when they're
the
on
hospital 10 hours later.
Jesus.
Over a year later, Adams was indicted on a manslaughter charge. On October 2001, while awaiting trial, he was fatally shot in the chest during a drunken brawl with a friend.
Wow.
Brent Parnell and Waxa. I don't know how you pronounce that fucking place in Texas, but
I don't know.
yeah, okay.
In
That is
Texas.
all. The gun owner claimed self-defense, and was acquitted of all charges. Yeah. So, yeah, that's that
Well,
guy's story.
sheesh. Yeah, those wrestlers were crazy as shit, man. GHB and all this. I'm like, what is GHB? Yeah, it's the date rape shit. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay,
And
I
you
know
know
you.
what, man?
I know you've heard of the plane ride from hell, right?
I
Vigilante.
have heard of it. Yeah, they just did
Apparently,
a
they
nice
were
song
all
on that.
GHB'd out.
I heard that. Yeah, they did. You know what? You're right. You're right. And man, now that I think about, because they used to call them gimmicks, bro. Those wrestlers, they got some actual Me Too's under their belts. They all
Yeah.
but said,
Uh
because they
huh.
used to, toss that at a lot of the ladies back then, and they fuck. Some of the stories are actually really fucked up. You
Very fucked up.
There's a one story, and I can't even think the wrestler that did it, but with the girl, they shaved her fucking head, and she's crying in the hallway of the hotel. And I
Was
want to
this
say
one of
Kevin
the
Nash.
Rockers stories? Okay, because
It
I
could
heard
have been a
stories
rocker
about I
story,
heard stories about the Rockers doing that to
but
girls.
godly, that's crazy, right? It's that's the shit that you're like. I'm surprised that doesn't come out.
Right,
Like
but
I'm
anyway,
surprised.
going on that
Yeah.
GHB thing, apparently Chris Benoit and Chris Adams were GHB buddies from one of
Jesus
the
Christ.
stories I heard.
I mean, that's 6 or 7 years before Chris Benoit died, but I mean, I'm sure he didn't stop. You know what I mean? I'm sure he didn't
Yeah,
stop doing it just because
yeah,
Chris Adams
yeah.
died.
Also, I've been to a party before.
Mhm.
Um, a friend of mine, a friend of mine, a friend of mine from here. We went up to another. All right, another friend of us. He started going to college up in Rhode Island, and
Mhm.
my friend and I that were here decided to take a trip up to a fucking frat house up in Providence, Rhode Island. And these motherfuckers are sitting there with their little sippy cups drinking GHB. It's like,
Fuck.
I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
it's not like they were drugging girls. They were sitting there drinking it
Drugging himself.
themselves.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. You take it a little bit, and you get like well, not
A little
paralyzed, but
tipsy, but you got a
you
little
get
tipsy.
no, you get fucked up, as in like it's a bit like heroin, as in
Yeah. You get your foot in the door, and
yeah. But like this last dad, because the silly bitch took a full fucking cap full of it when you're only supposed to take a fucking little dab, like a little pipette full.
yeah, but anyone could do that. Anyone could overdo anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of times that's why I mean, back in the days they were like, "Don't do drugs," because people were dropping dead on their first time because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So
Yeah.
you would have,
That's why I
stories
called her a
like
silly
that.
bitch, because she
Some,
fucking yeah. Well, she fucking like some daft cunts do where they think they know about something and they don't, but instead of asking people about it, they just take a big fucking swig of it, and that's what she
yeah,
did.
All right, but also when you're a rookie and you're brought into the people that are hardcore into it, like like you go into the rookie shit and you're like, hey, I can hang with the big boys, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what she did, but it's like acid. If you don't want to take fucking too much acid, because
No, you definitely don't.
that's been yeah, like with acid, you have it in like the milligrams or whatever in that shit. Like if you took a fucking capful of acid, you'd fucking probably die.
Oh yeah, you're not or at least be put in the mental home.
Yeah,
yeah,
but with that GLB, because it slows down your heart rate, and that's why the roid heads take it, because it calms them down and that, and so they can sleep. And
Look,
but if you
you're
take
right.
too much of it,
X-Pac legit said that their own company doctors were prescribing this shit to them.
I believe
X-Pac
it.
well,
said that. And I
yeah,
actually believe what he said.
Me too. Me
yeah,
too. Those
yeah,
doctors have always been dirty, especially around wrestlers. That because
yeah,
they,
yeah.
you know, back in the 80s, they were prescribing them. That's kind of what happened with the steroid trial. They were prescribing them steroids when it was. I mean, some of them are still legal, like testosterone, but they were a lot more of them were a lot more legal, and they would get it through the doctor.
Yeah, but
So
X-Pac said that on the plane ride from hell that was most of the
yeah,
people were
yeah,
banged out on that shit, dude.
yeah. But
yeah,
that's because the doctors aren't there to prescribe them for the health.
Well,
There's to
also he
prescribe
said you
them.
could just get that shit from a health food store too. He didn't say it wasn't just doctors prescribing it. He said you could also get it from a health food store.
Yeah,
oh wow, I
but
didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. Well, you can make it and all. But anyway, the doctors ain't prescribing them drugs for the health benefits. They're just prescribing them drugs for their performance benefits because fucking any performance sort of sport and that, it's like your your doctors get you performing. They don't get you. They don't give a fuck about 10 years from now. It's like 10 fucking hours.
Not. Definitely not.
Well, GAB and all, because there was this dude that like took it. He didn't do any weightlifting or out. He just did it as you said, like just to get off his head and that. Well, he was doing it for like 10 years or 15 years, near on 20 or whatever. Well, he developed like Parkinson's disease, even though it wasn't Parkinson's disease, but it had the same symptoms as Parkinson's disease.
Because he overdid it. Because he overdid it.
Well, yeah, well, not overdo it, but overuse of time. Because I think if you do it once or twice, you're all right. But he did it like constantly for like at least 10 years because his son. It was very funny because there was this documentary that I watched. I think it was online, and his son was like, "Oh yeah." He just comes in and he drinks it and it's all and he started doing like imitations of the shakes that his dad did because he had like, as I say, it wasn't Parkinson's disease, but it had the symptoms of Parkinson's, as in like he couldn't stand still. He was always like shaking and that.
Jeez.
Yeesh.
I don't know. Once I saw these motherfuckers handing out little fucking sippy cups to each other at that frat house I visited, I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good."
Yeah, man. So I've never been.
This one motherfucker sitting on a washing machine, sipping little cup after cup. It's like, oh Jesus Christ!
People are crazy.
Yeah.
I've never been a big drug guy, man. I mean, I alcohol. I got into weed before alcohol, and that's the only two things I've ever messed with. I took a Xanax once, and it didn't do anything. Probably because I need a prescription of Xanax, so it was like it didn't impact me. I knew the one guy was snorting. I'm like, I'm not going that far. I'll take this, but I'm not. That's a step too far. I'm not.
Man, I remember when I was in high school, these motherfuckers were breaking up fucking Prozac on the terrace. They were breaking up Prozac on the terrace of the high school in front of the fucking high school during high school hours. These motherfuckers are,
Of course,
breaking up Prozac and snorting it off their hand. I'm like, you're snorting Prozac. Whatever. Drugs are a slippery slope. All you kids that are watching at 3:50 a.m. on the East Coast. Drugs are a slippery slope.
Yeah, while your mom is either fucking herself or getting fucked by one of her friends,
or out at the bar while you're home by yourself. Sorry, kid.
Yeah, or out the bar trying to get fucked. Probably, she's fat and ugly to come home and fuck herself. Who knows? But yeah. While you're doing that, don't. I know you're stressed out. You got this whore single mother that you're dealing with. Don't.
Yes, don't follow
Don't
her
do
path.
drugs.
Don't
Don't
follow
follow
her
her
path.
path. You can do better than she can.
Learn your
Well,
lessons.
that's what it is, anyway.
Learn your lessons that are right in front of right in front of your face, kid. Please do. All right. Anywho, all right. We went through all this shit. So, anyone else have anything to say? Go ahead, say
I
it.
got
I'm gonna wrap
one
this
kind
up.
of final comment. And going through some of this, the worst stuff, we also come across some of the best stuff.
Yeah.
And I do think wrestling in general, I understand why wrestling had to get rid of a lot of the crazies and a lot of the because wrestling was filled with really truly insane people, and it still probably is. But like something happened with the personality in wrestling. Like those guys felt they were different because they were different. And now that everybody's a little bit more, everybody's friends, everybody's agreeable, everybody, and it's probably a better thing in a lot of ways, but it makes for a less interesting problem. So while these are some of the worst things to ever happen in wrestling, they're happening around the same time. Some of the best things are also happening because wrestling was filled with character and personality, and I really wish it still was, because even some of these bad things were kind of obviously the tragic stuff is terrible, but it was fun to kind of reminisce of some of the other terrible stuff because it was like, it was fun. Wrestling was fun.
Yeah, the soyness, I blame them impossible burgers because fucking what's his name, the vegan dude,
Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, Daniel Bryan. He's probably.
I thought he wasn't vegan anymore. I thought he was not vegan anymore.
Yeah, probably in, but it's too late. He's already infected most of them with them impossible burgers, hasn't he?
You're not that far off. I mean, there's definitely a soyness to modern wrestling. It's definitely really
there
soy.
definitely fucking is a soyness to modern wrestling.
And so, yeah, I mean, there's a soyness, there's a safeness.
We're not allowed the Sandmans and Stone Colds and Sabu's of wrestling anymore, I guess.
Well, it's what happens when you let too many women in it. It goes gaily fast.
You mean Stephanie McMahon in general? Anyway.
I mean, yeah, because letting her in it is because she became part of the creative and it got softer.
Actually,
so I mean, it is what it is.
True. Yeah, true.
Yeah, Stephanie McMahon has kind of ruined what WWF was. No, sorry, WWE.
Yeah, like Kathleen Kennedy.
I will kind of pinpoint this on Stephanie McMahon and her little bitch ass fucking husband.
Yeah, it is their fault.
Yeah, it's like.
And yeah, Kathleen Kennedy is a good. I actually shout out to, I can't even say his name, but yeah, we did a little clip of I had the Vince McMahon No Chance in Hell playing with Kathleen Kennedy because she's like the Vince McMahon of Disney, or like the heel of Disney, and she's never going to leave. She will never leave. Just like Vince.
Yeah, she will leave, but it don't matter if she doesn't leave because she ain't doing shit. They've just given her a contract to make it look like they give a fuck about women.
You mean like most corporations do?
Yeah, they do. They should just give a fuck about their product.
Yeah.
And if man or woman, whoever best for that job, that's what they should be fucking employing. But
first of all, I don't give a fuck what is between your legs. If you're capable for the job, you're capable for the job. Just don't try to mold the job into what the fuck you think it should be.
Exactly.
Ah, well, that's what happens when you let women in, don't you?
Okay, well, let a woman in who likes old school wrestling. How about that?
Well,
a woman who there. You know what, Jens? There are plenty of women out there who like old school wrestling. What do you?
Yeah.
You ever see any of these old fucking?
Yeah, but they've probably got a life.
Just watch some old. Just watch some old NWA or WCW shit. You'll see plenty of women there in the fucking crowds.
Yeah. As much as they talk about Ric Flair really brought a lot of women into wrestling. Like no lie, that fly gimmick.
Wasn't even Ric
Wasn't
Flair.
just Ric
Not
Flair,
just
Sting.
Ric Flair, but
Yeah, it wasn't just Ric Flair, but Ric Flair, Sting. There was a lot of guys in that era that women loved, and they went to see. They would pay to see these guys.
Yeah, well, you probably we all like to see porn, don't we? But if it was having to direct it and write storylines, that's a different thing, isn't it?
Well, I don't want to see a single porn directed by Kathleen Kennedy, so I will say that.
I don't know. There'll be loads of lesbian scenes in it. There'll be them.
All
There'll be
right,
a
but
few like
if she's gonna get fat, unattractive lesbians, then
yeah. I was gonna say some of them would be like old age, saggy, titted, like guilt.
Well, listen. Here's what
But
I
I
say.
don't mind that. I don't mind that. Yeah, as long as you get some
Well, I was
nice
gonna
pay.
say.
what were you gonna say, Vigilante?
Well, like as far as some of the women that were in Star Wars, what's the chick's name? Kelly Marie Tran. I thought she was cute. I mean, they put her in a potato sack, so you can't tell.
You
But
know
even
what?
fucking
I saw her outside of that stupid costume. She's a good
yeah,
looking girl, man. She's good.
exactly. Even
Yeah.
Daisy
They
Ridley
put
with
her
her
in
fucking
that.
forehead. Oh, fuck.
See, I don't. You know what? I'm not big on Daisy Ridley. Daisy Ridley, yeah, you're just saying her forehead. I think her whole
Yeah,
fucking skull. I think her whole fucking skull. She looks like a Charlie Brown character.
She's got a
who
little bit.
was the best looking lasso in the Kennedy Star Wars?
The best looking one was
Yeah,
actually, if not Kelly
Yeah.
Marie Tran, the chick from Rogue One, who was still annoying, but she was cute.
I've never sat through Rogue One, so I don't know.
You missed nothing. Nothing was valuable. It was solid, but nothing of value was lost.
I don't think I was missing.
Oh, too bad.
It was the best thing Disney did by a long shot.
Yeah, because they had
Yeah.
Darth Vader in the last 5 minutes of it, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah. I mean, it was cool
Donnie Yen.
before that, though.
Don't know if you heard of Donnie Yen, but
Oh, yeah, Donnie Yen was in it.
Yeah,
It was solid. It was solid. It was solid. It was, like I said, it's the best movie they've done.
Yeah, it was
Disney.
shit. But compared to the others, like sequels, yeah, it's amazing.
All right. Anyway,
Yeah,
we're going to fucking over 4 hours. I'm gonna wrap this up. Anyone got any final thoughts of what they want to say about this whole thing?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Keep off roids. You
There
don't
you go.
need them.
Yeah, there you go. So we get a public service message at the end of this. So, yeah.
Don't do drugs. I think that we've learned that.
Don't do
roids.
Drugs, kids.
Don't sip GHB in sippy cups.
Nope.
Just leave.
Don't kill your wife and your disabled son. Yeah, please don't do that.
And if you
hang yourself from a Bowflex, please.
Yeah, needs
public service message.
Company.
Oh yeah, single moms.
Yeah,
holla at your boy.
Contact details in the comment section. I'll get to it. I'll read all the single mothers' contact details in the comment section.
And I'm going to give my goodbyes to Aaron Bone.
Yeah.
Bookie. Carhead. My boy Tommy. My boy JJ.
JJ.
Keely Chow. Shifty Gism. Thank you for coming through, Shifty Gism. Duck by Saber. I love talking to you, man.
Yeah.
Scroll. Sherry. Thank you for stopping by, Sherry.
Hey, Sherry.
Jedi Bill. Thank you for stopping through, Jedi Bill. Jason Lee Tucker. Thank you for stopping through, Jason Lee Tucker. Austinator. Thank you for stopping through, Austinator. Moira, thank you for stopping through, Moira. And Keely Chow, did I say Keely Chow?
Yeah, you did.
All right.
All right, so oh um, wait, Cosmic Fusion, thank you for stopping through, Cosmic Fusion.
Yeah.
And thank you guys. Thank you, Jens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vigilante. Appreciate you
Yeah, thank
guys
you for
coming
having me.
through.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Talking this. So go ahead. Plug yourselves.
Yeah.
I have a channel. I
Uh,
talk shit.
yeah. And like, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel, and I'm on Twitter, and 27A Pedersen, and the YouTube channel Jens Peder. And I did the last video was about the Superman. No, it wasn't. It was
Gay Superman?
no,
About gay
it was
Superman?
Miles Morales. Miles Morales is
Okay.
fucking yeah. He stole Spider Man's
Yeah,
sort of
he's
like
Wolverine now. I
yeah,
saw that.
and
Or he's
um,
Wolverine and Captain
America,
America.
yeah,
Oh, I didn't
and
see Captain America.
yeah, oh yeah,
Oh, Jesus.
and get this, he's also going to be the Hulk and Thor,
Wow.
and
Wow.
probably more. He's going to be more, and that, and then yeah, that was the only hard one. But
So,
yeah, and then
all right. So, all right. Go ahead. Sorry, finish. Go ahead. Finish what you said.
yeah, I was going to say, and then um, Spider Gwen, she's going to be all of the Marvel fucking characters and all. So I did that
Hooray.
video. Yeah,
Hooray,
I did that.
Golly.
creativity. Yay, creativity.
Well, you know what? I knew that was coming. Like, I didn't know that specifically was coming, but like I saw they have a kids show where they have like they have Spider Gwen and Miles Morales, and they have them on the same level as Peter Parker. And I'm like, oh, so the next
Yeah,
generation of kids are going to consider like Spider Man to be like Green
Fucking
Lantern, where there's a bunch of them,
yikes.
and they won't just think of one Spider-Man. Like, oh, my favorite Spider-Man is Spider-Gwen, or mine is Miles Morales, or whatever other Spider characters they haven't come out with yet. The trans Spider character that you can't wait will be stunning and brave.
Spider trans.
Yeah, Spider Trans is mine. So that's coming. So yeah, we'll go 5 hours and we keep talking about this shit.
No. We won't do that. We won't do that.
Yeah.
But Jens, Vigilante, thanks. Thanks for coming through, man.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming through.
All right.
I don't know. I'll be back another time with maybe another worst of the worst. Maybe I'll pick something different other than wrestling to do a worst of the worst of. This was just
Yeah.
something I had. This was something I had on my back burner for probably about 2 months, and a few things happened in my life where I kind of wanted to shut down a little bit. I came back, so I'm back now. And thank you guys for joining me while I trying to make this comeback.
Hey, I want to be all part of it, man, because
Yeah,
your
cool,
streams
man.
are fun to do. Streams
Thank
are
you,
fun. So
thank
yeah,
you, thank you, thank
anytime I
you.
have time, I'll try to make them.
I always love talking to both you guys. I always like having people around that are good to have conversations with.
Yeah, man.
So
I just appreciate not talking about all the crazy shit in the world, man. Just to have
please let's not go into that because
I'm not. God
please,
damn it, I'm not.
please,
My channel's getting killed
because I
because of
know
it.
I already know what you mean. So let's not.
Yeah, I got people unsubbing from me because I think with common sense. How dare I not just be a? I'm supposed to be a rah-rah, whatever the fuck they tell me, guy. So
I just also all right. So I'm gonna end it here, but before I end it here, I would just like to give out this message. Can we please stop letting politics tear people apart from each other? Can we please stop? Can we please stop letting that happen
Yes, I
because
would love
that
to.
that has been the biggest fucking divide for this past decade. So
Yeah,
that's
it's gonna
I
keep.
know it's falling on deaf ears, but
Yeah. Well, you got them cunts, aren't you? That like are
um,
sad little
but
bitches,
I'm just
and
saying,
they
I like,
will not fucking.
yeah, they
Um,
don't budge, but come on,
well, the commies are. They're not
let's just all
impressed.
stop it. Let's just all stop being puppets in the fucking puppeteer game, please.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
That's
yeah. So
that's
yeah,
my that's my big gripe. Anyway, Jens,
yeah. I thought you was
vigilante.
gonna. Yeah, I thought you were gonna leave the message with "Winners don't do drugs."
There you go.
Wait, let's see. Shall I bring it up?
Yeah, let's do a
Winners
5 hour.
do drugs.
There you go.
There you go. All right, folks. Have a good one.
All right, peace.
See you next time.
Yeah, good night, wherever you are.